What's up? How we doing? Friday on the DraftKings Dream Stream, March 19th, 2021. Glash, Christian to get the day started. We have the Bengals and the Falcons. Start of March Madness, round of 64. There's a lot going on. But we will pay attention to the sim because that's why we are here. But we can talk about whatever as this one kicks off. What do you like? What's the strategy going in here? Bengals, Falcons.
Well, one team that's been really active in free agency and another that has not. I think for me, it's the Falcons wide receivers versus that very decrepit Bengals secondary. So I put Calvin Ridley in the captain spot. I paid down for him just because I know what he's capable of. He can definitely give you a good day. Now the lineups locked. Let's talk about the rest of that lineup for me. Julio Jones, Todd Gurley as well. So all three of the big playmakers in that Falcons offense. And that actually saved me enough cash that I could go out and get CJ Uzomah. I can get Joe Mixon, who in a little bit of a lull, but this feels like the kind of day where he could break free. He's not too far removed from a big-time 20-plus point performance. And then with the money left over, I was able to afford a little A.J. Green, the current Arizona Cardinals. So I'm happy with my lineup, which means it's going to do very, very poorly. Flash, how about you?
I couldn't ignore the points per sim for Julio Jones, and I'm typically someone who fades Julio. But at 17 points per sim, threw him in the captain spot, played both quarterbacks, Ryan and Burrow, Uzomah, Russell Gage, and Younghoe Koo in the flex. So
yeah, I love Uzomah in real life. I like him a lot in Simland too. A very useful, fast, athletic, a little tight end action for Joe Burrow. And if he does get hit a lot, and he may, he will have the option to dump down to his rising young tight end who had what could have been a breakthrough season cut short by injury last year after only about a game.
All right, here we go. Matt Ryan, starting in the gun. Time to throw, complete, first down. Russell Gage, bingo, bango against the Bengals.
Pretty
good. All right. We got producer Drew here with us. Tom on the ones and twos. Frangelico. Yup. Frangelico's with us. Updating scores. Todd Gurley for a gain of 4. David in the chat. What's up? How you doing? Bucky. Herb. Arroyo. He's going to watch the sim for 15 minutes and then go on to the college hoops. That's cool.
Understandable. Dude, I was so excited. I was supposed to be off yesterday all day, and I was like, hell yeah, get into March Madness, start things off right. That Thursday is like my favorite day of the year. And then, of course, because of the pandemic that is still ongoing, there was no big slate of basketball. The first 4 games were awesome. They ruled. That Appalachian State game was great, and then Michigan State bombed out of the tournament the only way they could by being massively disappointing. Just a wonderful opener to the tournament.
There's Julio Jones, makes the catch inside the 40. Atlanta ball to start the sim. First of 6 on the day. Of course, look, we have said this all year long, the last year. Even when sports were not going on, this time of year last year, we were not here yet. We started March 28th of 2020. If you've got us on in the background, on the side, with tournament games, whatever it may be, we appreciate you guys choosing us at DK. Hayden Hurst, touchdown.
Woo! That was quick and efficient. So the Falcons cutting through this Bengals defense like a hot knife through butter. Hayden Hurst, the former Raven, came in to replace Austin Hooper. Wasn't great in real life, but here, breaking free for 6, and not the start Cincinnati had hoped for. Fans not even able to get in their seats before the Bengals go down by 7. And to be honest, probably a familiar feeling in southwestern Ohio these days.
Hayden Hurst in the flex, 33%, just about 4% in the captain spot. Julio Jones in the public showdown, 18% in the captain spot. Todd Gurley was popular there as well, 26.7%. Looking at the highest owned players, Gurley, Ryan, Jones, Ridley. So the top 4 owned, all on the Falcons. And then you find Joe Burrow just under 46%. Russell Gage at 40.38%. In the chat, David says Wisconsin is going down tonight.
Yeah, I mean, probably. It's pretty likely. Roy Williams doesn't lose first-round matchups. He's never lost in the first round, I believe, whether he's been in Kansas or North Carolina. And this Badger team, man, has just been nothing but heartbreak. Listen, we got college hockey, and that's great. You know, Wisconsin's men's hockey team is finally good again. Just in time to pick up the slack for the crumbling basketball program, who was once a top 10 team and now is barely a top 10 seed in the NCAA tournament. Joe Mixon off to an encouraging start there. Breaks free for about 11 yards there.
Joe Mixon can be problematic in these sims. Sometimes he does not come through with those superstar traits. You'd think there'd be way more production, but the arm bar, the balance beam, not all that productive sometimes. Here's Gio Bernard, the third down back, and he'll gain a yard on the play. Richard Lee.
A bit of a showdown between us, or me and the rest of the DraftKings nation, because in the women's Frozen Four, the national title game will come down to my local Badgers and your local Northeastern Huskies.
Oh,
yeah, that's going to be pretty good. I mean, I do feel badly for the women because the Frozen Four for them is in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is not a city you should ever plan to go to. As Joe Burrow cuts free here, holds on to the ball, fortunately, and gets about 15 on the carry. But women's Frozen Four, some awesome action. Northeastern actually won a banger of a game in OT yesterday against Minnesota Duluth.
There you go. I love it. College hockey winding down. Of course, you got the pro leagues, NHL, NBA. Here's Mixon. A lot of space, Joe.
Ooh, good juke there. Shouldn't be enough for the first. I'm going to say his momentum carried over the line before he got stuck. Looks like it indeed did. So Mixon, after wandering in the darkness for a while, his last 3 sims, Glash, pretty useless in those games combined 3 games, 9.5 total points. But before that, 23.7 in a sim against Tennessee. His salary dipped to as low as $3,200. He wasn't that cheap today, but at $5,800 in the flex, he's looking like he's going to be a solid value pickup for all of you that rostered him. In the free showdown today, he was in about 23% of lineups.
9,780 entries for the noon sim. 2nd and 6 as we have 3 to play in the first. Burrow lobs it. Oh!
Very nearly picked there. So he had a guy open a little bit more air, and that is 6 points. Instead, 3rd and intermediate coming up.
In the chat, Richard just got here. Who scored? Hayden Hurst from Matt Ryan. The Guru, 805. Good morning, everyone. Back to work. I mean, Simland. There's Tyler Boyd. First down for Bengals. Oh, man, it is such a sporty day. I love it. This is when you know, man, like, we're hitting the better weather. Spring is here. We haven't had, like, the last time we had a tournament game was almost 800 days ago. I mean, I know last night was the first 4 and stuff, but you put it like that, it's like, wow. Crazy.
Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to it. After the 2 p.m. sim, I'm going to hunker down in my basement. I'm going to throw the 3 screens on, and I'll maybe even rotate in a 4th for those brief moments when you have all 4 games going at the same time. But
yes, sir.
I'm gonna dig into the beverage fridge and just enjoy the hell out of this return to normal-ish. I wouldn't say normalcy, but we're in range. I feel like we're getting close, and hopefully if you're out there and you are in need of a vaccine, you will be able to get one soon. I know not on the list yet, but hopefully around April I'll be able to get my shots, and then by the summer I'll be ready to rock and roll. Ooh, dangerous pass there, but it works. John Ross picks up the first there by about a yard.
So we got 1st and 10 from the 13 upcoming. Mars Bright Burn. Hey guys, what did I miss? Hayden Hurst, touchdown. It's a nice pass from Matt Ryan. Calvin Ridley was the only man not to be found.
Yeah, my captain. So, on brand. Is that Uzama there? They got the see,
Boyd.
Oh, Boyd, sorry. Yeah, Boyd rocking the tight end numbers, man. Is he the best receiver to wear a number in the 80s? Very possible.
In the chat here, David, who's playing first? We got Va Tech, Virginia Tech in Florida, starting off the day. And, of course, Bengals, Falcons in Simland. Wow, A.J. Green.
Yeah, a great catch and a first down, but a gain of about 1 there. Or 2 yards is what they're going to give him on that flying reception from the current Arizona Cardinals. Green got a lot more money than I had anticipated. I think he's kind of coasting on reputation at this point, but if he is going to have his numbers rebound, Arizona is a great place for it. As Mixon into the end zone, no problem there. So after 9 total points in his last 3 sims, he has 9+ on this drive alone, as the Bengals tie this one back up at Paul Brown Stadium.
Attaboy, Christian. Attaboy. Did the homework. He was due. He was due.
My Calvin Ridley playing captain, not liking that one as much, but it does get me up to before we get the touchdown tacked on to Mixon. It does get me up to 146th of the 152 people in the Glash and Christian Give Joe Burrow O-line help free roll. And as you prognosticated, the Bengals did just that, although I don't know how much help he's going to be. Riley Reiff coming over to Cincinnati. So another big move. The Bengals have been very active in free agency this year, putting that cap space to good use. Most of their additions have been on the defensive side of the ball, revamping the secondary with Mike Hilton and Chidobe Awuzie, who 2 guys who can go out there and give you some decent reps. Awuzie is a guy I think has a lot more potential that he maybe didn't show in Dallas, but could also fall apart because, let's face it, that Dallas secondary was horrible. I really like the deal they got on Larry Ogunjobi. 1 year, $6.2 million for a very useful defensive tackle. Kind of makes me feel a little bit worse about the Patriots Devon Godchaux signing.
Yeah.
Because I thought Ogunjobi would have been a better fit there. Not only is he a bulky run stopper, but he can create some pressure up the middle in a way that Godchaux can't. And Trey Hendrickson, we're going to see if he can get it done without a great supporting cast around him. After his breakthrough season in New Orleans, he goes to Cincinnati on a $60 million contract. So a big addition there. It's going to be a new-look Bengals team, and we're going to see what Joe Burrow can do now that he's hopefully going to be fully recovered from what was a catastrophic knee injury. If he got this injury his rookie season 20 years ago, Glash, we would all be very worried for Joe Burrow. But fortunately, blowing out your knee, not quite the death sentence it used to be, and hopefully he comes back full strength because the league's a lot better with a great Joe Burrow in it. Looking at our stats through 1 quarter, Joe Mixon, 26 yards and a touchdown. Got some bonus bona fides for him. Burrow, using those legs, using those good wheels, 1 carry, 16 yards. So give me a little added value on the ground.
Look at receivers here. Hayden Hurst has a touchdown for Atlanta. The Mixon touchdown moments ago. Retease, did you know on Twitch, Glash, it must be weird to commentate with an accomplice to Skip's murder. It is, but we've made it through. We've cleared his name.
Listen, yeah. I have no regrets. There's just a never-ending supply of Perkins out there. It's like every time you would reboot Janet in The Good Place. No, it's just going to come back a little bit more learned, a little bit more sophisticated. If anything, we should murder a member of the Perkins family every sim so they just continue to grow and continue to get better, and maybe finally lock down a birth date or an era. Because everything Skip Perkins was 1914. It didn't matter if we were talking about his birthday, what year it currently was for Skip Perkins. Just everything boiled down to 1914. We need to really lock down the Perkins time frame, his experience in the Great War, and whether or not he lives in an America where New Mexico is a state. So I have a lot of concerns about the Perkins family, and ideally we'll just keep tearing through Perkins members and figuring out what exactly their deal is.
No, you didn't. You don't really care. Plausible deniability. That's right, Damon.
Jared, is that Perkins music? He's coming to the mic. Beautiful. As Hayden Hurst continues his good day, getting the reception there for the first down. Producer Drew Bond is guessing Hendrickson won't get 13 and a half sacks again. And I mean, I'm in the same boat. It was such an unsustainable looking breakthrough that Hendrickson had for the Saints. And it's not like this is a guy that you took with the first round and knew he had that potential. He was good. He was a day 2 pick out of Florida Atlantic. And he was solid against Conference USA opponents. He's a guy who had 30 tackles for loss his last 2 years in college. But the one thing that does give me a little bit of hope about Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati is that his QB hits number wasn't fluke. He came through with 13 and a half sacks, but he was also getting to the quarterback a ton. 25 QB hits. Pressure rate was great. And granted, a lot of that, it's a lot easier to do that when you have such a stacked defense. You have a secondary that's forcing quarterbacks to kind of linger in the pocket. You have a guy like Cameron Jordan really helping push guys in your direction. The Bengals don't really have that right now, but Ogunjobi was a nice pickup. We'll get to see what they are capable of, and if Hendrickson is really a Pro Bowl level defensive end, or maybe just a nice rotational piece who is getting paid too much money right now. Gurley breaks free for a first down. This Falcons team at the brink of the red zone. And hey, this sim getting off to a hot start, all offense all the time in this one.
Abby Rizzle says, "Where's your duct tape, Glash?" Meaning, where is my matching headband? Not a bad idea. I mean, I know that I had a gray one on. You have navy blue on today. Perhaps I could dig one out. In here. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Popped right out. Toss it on. Yeah, guys, hit that like button. Good to have you with us. It is a Friday. There we go. Yep, there's my blue duct tape now. How's that look, DeAndrea? What do you think?
Pretty good. Solid. It's good. Good coordination.
Yours are nice and thick.
Yeah. Yeah, gotta be, man. This is like the hair still pokes out. I can get like one of those basically like soccer ones that cover they're like 6 inches wide. Really, they'll push the flow to the back. Because if I look down and the hair is still getting in my eyes, it's a whole process. All right, big third down here for the Falcons. If they can't get 5 yards, we're going to see Younghoe Koo. And they're not going to get 5 yards because that was a terrible decision by Matt Ryan. Those sideline routes never leave any room for a run after the catch. And, the good news is I think Gurley will get the PPR point there. It looks like he got both feet down, but no yards gained. 33-yarder coming from Younghoe Koo, the guy I voted as the NFC's top kicker last year. Amazing turnaround for him. He looked like he was absolutely cursed in that early stint with the Chargers, but it turns out it was just the Chargers' franchise history destroying him and ruining his confidence. He gets to Atlanta, and all of a sudden, Koo is just automatic. And when his team needs him to biff some kicks to secure their draft spot, he does that as well. So, team MVP for the Falcons last year, Younghoe Koo.
All right, Younghoe Koo in the free showdown Got it right here. Owned in 21.56% of lineups. Got 4.5 minutes left, second quarter. Brother Phil, what's good? Nice to have you here. Steven says there are Bluetooth headband earphones now to wear when you sleep if you want to fall asleep to whatever you are listening to. Sweet. What brand, Steven, if you don't mind sharing, do you own a pair? Tom from our production team, there's far too much lettuce flow going on in this sim.
I would say it's the right. I mean, yeah, it's maybe not. Maybe it's a little bit too much flow for the NFL, but if we were commentating on a hockey game or lacrosse right now, we would be perfectly in sync. The goings on the field. Burrow going to escape again, so another 10-plus yard pickup for him. Oh, but he puts it on the turf. So a big-time fumble recovery there. Deion Jones jumps on it, and Joe Burrow Trubisky's himself, giving Atlanta the ball at the Bengals 41.
Oh, and we got a first down pickup just like that. Russell Gage running a beautiful route, in cut, enough for the first down. Nice work.
Still waiting on Calvin Ridley to make an impact, but this Falcons passing game looking good, looking solid. Chance to extend their lead here as the good news is, Blash, we are through quarter and a half with 0 punts, and I don't think we're going to get one here soon, although we have seen the Falcons drive into field goal range and then march backwards in a painstaking fashion, only to punt the ball away to an eager Tom Brady and New England Patriots in Super Bowl 51 with the game on the line. God, I rewatched that last night or a couple nights ago. NFL Network had it on. It was a showcase for James White, the current and still free agent who you don't know pre-fan.
Right now in the free roll titled Give Joe Burrow O-line Help, Riley Reif, as Christian mentioned, was signed, former captain of the Vikings, also played for the Lions. Going to the AFC to play for Joe Burrow. Well, play for the Bengals and help Joe Burrow and protect him. Chris Charles is leading the free roll by a healthy margin, by 9 points. There is Calvin Ridley. Hello. In the public showdown, we have a 12-way tie for first place. Hayden Hurst in the captain spot. 4% owned there.
Oh, I like it.
Christian Glash, we have producer Drew, Tom on the ones and twos, Frangelico updating scores. So it's good to have you with us. Coming up after this, Christian sticking around. Emerson Latzia will call to 2 p.m. sim. Cowboys taking on the Chiefs. Emerson bailed on the 4 o'clock, so I saved his butt yet again. And I'll be on the 4 with Geoff Ulrich, Moose, Bucks at Raiders. That's the early slate today. Come on, Matty Ice, you got time. There you go. Julio! Touchdown.
So the drive ends in tears for the Bengals. That Burrow fumble turns into 7 Falcon points as Julio Jones makes it 2 passing touchdowns for Matty Ice so far. On pace for the Bundy.
Sleepy P 524 on Twitch says hello. First time playing Fortnite. Now the owner of my parody account. Glash, that 3 little birds was weird but funny. Yeah, guys, 2, not 1, 2 new videos up on the Brendan Glasheen TikTok. Please check it out. I post them on Twitter and Instagram too, but kind of happy with how it's come out the last 2 days, the last 2 videos. March Madness related, so check it out. And then, of course, the poster out, Substack.com.
That's right. The beer bracket is going out, well, as soon as our editor, RVB, gets his crap together and ships it. Is it already out? It's not already out. So, yeah, the first 2 rounds of our beer bracket, which picks winners based on who has the better local brewery. That will be coming to your inboxes shortly in post-drop.substack.com.
Yo, it's Derek. Fair criticism about the announcing the leaderboards. We just look, the free rolls get the most entries for some obvious reasons. Folks don't necessarily have as much interest in the paid contest, which, again, we don't begrudge anybody, whatever you want to do. But you know what? Now that you asked, Derek, I will check out the leaderboard that you're talking about. How are you doing, personally? Because that will shed some light. Let us know. We do have paid contests for these Madden simulations, folks. Check them out, DraftKings.com in the NFL lobby. And Derek is talking about the $10 entry 2K to first place. All right, cool. I'll check it out. I got you, brother. Oh, Joe Burrow. Make us proud. Double coverage. Not going to happen.
You know what? I appreciate the effort. You got to do something here. 3rd and long coming up, and, well, this could be bad news for Cincinnati because there's a chance if they have to punt here that they may go into halftime down by 17 points. So Falcons, if they can hold steady here, are going to give their offense a chance to add more points to the scoreboard. You wonder if maybe the Bengals are just going to run it here with Mixon and see, yeah, oh no, and it goes poorly. So not only do they run the ball on 3rd and long, they also gain no yards. They maybe even lost a yard there, Lash. They did indeed. So negative points for Mixon, and the Falcons about to get the ball back here with a minute plus to play in a pair of timeouts.
So Derek is 46th in the $10 entry. It's the Madden Stream 6K Early Bird Special. Thanks to producer Drew for sending that along. About 700 entries in the contest. $2,000 to first place in real cash. 0 sleepers is in first. Plus, it's a classic format, right? So, you know, it will end by 4 o'clock. We'll end by 5 o'clock Eastern time today. Is that Russell Gage again? Russell Gage, man.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of these short looks, and I hate that play when you're trying to run a 2-minute drill here in Madden because it very rarely ends with a out of bounds or clock stopping. It very rarely leads to more than a few yards. Just garbage.
W. German. Burrow has been getting single-digit stream scores every other game lately. I know, ever since like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'm like, oh, I love doing Bengals sims. The Bengals' level of play on offense, I feel like, has dropped off. Retease, did you know it is not beer? It is a polar seltzer. I just like the effect. Put it over the microphone.
Yes. No matter what you hear, if it's a can cracking, it's never beer. Guys.
Show it to you. Ryan, another short delivery to Calvin Ridley.
Yeah. So, yeah, these garbage passes, man, this is not how you operate a 2-minute drill. But the good news is, ball at midfield, so even with a few more nothing dinks and dunks, we could be in Younghoe Koo field goal range. So if you have Koo on your roster and you're like, oh, this is going pretty well for me so far, I already got 5 points. Well, he could make it 8 or 9 or even 10 before we go into the locker room as Matt Ryan. Oh, no, he's going to take a bad sack. No, he didn't. He got rid of it and very nearly threw a pick. Not ideal. 15 seconds, 1 timeout left. 3rd and 4 coming up. So the Falcons can use every part of the field. They're only getting 2 plays out of this no matter what. If they don't pick up the first here, they'll punt it away, and the Bengals will run Mixon up the middle for nothing. Hopefully they do, so we can see a little bit more Younghoe Koo action.
Chuck it, Maddie.
Early, oh, beautiful.
Russell Gage again.
In 10 seconds, so they can run another play here. Look at that Russell Gage number. On pace for the bonus, 4 for 57. Very nearly into double digits through 1 half. So 10 seconds. As long as Matt Ryan doesn't spend his time shuffling backwards in the pocket, they can run a play here, call that timeout, get Koo onto the field.
Ooh, Julio, timeout.
Take that timeout.
Timeout.
Yes.
So what do? You kick it here?
Yeah, I think you gotta. Make it a 13-point game, 24 yards out. Take the points while you can. Even though you have Julio Jones and you just throw it up high and watch him get it. We have seen that fail too many times here in Sinland. So go out there, kick the field goal, get Younghoe Koo 4 points for this 41-yard field goal attempt. Younghoe's kick is up. His kick is good. for the first half. Falcons 20, Bengals 7. And Younghoe Koo, 2 field goals, 2 extra points. Got about 9 points in the flex right now. 13-5 in the captain spot. So if you bet big on Falcons special teams, you're having a good day.
I'm feeling really good about my lineup. The only problem is CJ Uzomah has not caught a pass yet.
Yeah,
I'm in 22nd place.
So a lot of good lineups out there. We should have expected that. The DK Sim fam never disappoints. Speaking of not disappointing, Matty Ice, 202 and a pair of touchdowns. So on pace for the Bundy, slinging the ball pretty well, and could even hit 400 yards today. Joe Mixon, after that big first half, has done pretty much nothing. Lost some yards. He's down to 26 rushing yards. He does have a touchdown, so good for him. Burrow, 30 yards on the ground to supplement that nothing passing game through the air, but he does have a fumble. So Joe Burrow, been a bit of a disappointment in this one already.
Just get my duct tape fixed.
You got to make sure you get the flow taped back, too. You don't want to come into your eyes or your mouth when you're eating. Through the air. Let's take a look at the numbers. Julio, 5 for 36 and a touchdown. He's having a very Julio Jones kind of day. Russell Gage, however, on pace for the bonus. He and Hayden Hurst both over 50 yards through one half. Tyler Boyd, 2 for 16. He's really the only receiver in the Bengals lineup that has anything of note. It's been real grim for Joe Burrow, but adjustments will be made. Gio Bernard, AJ Green, dueling 1 catch, 2 yard stat lines in this one. And hey, we all saw Glash's Polar Seltzer, but if you want to learn a little bit more about beer, today's post route will enlighten you on which NCAA colleges have the best local breweries in our annual beer bracket. First 2 rounds going out today. You can sign up for free at postroute.substack.com. Glash, you searching for the envelope? Did you lose it? Did you lose the envelope when you relocated? Does Leafy have?
Does Leafy have it? Everything's fine. No, I can't.
Yeah. Oh, it looks fine. Yeah.
All right. TikTok. Check it out. At Brendan Glasheen. Buried. Yeah, right. The envelope is buried. The envelope was actually placed on Skip Perkins' grave. Abby Rizzle. A spectacular move by Glash with the headband for 3. Yes.
Mars Brightburn. You look like y'all about to have a serious Grand Slam match with the matching headbands into it. Ralphie 508. Glash, you look like Liquid Snake from Metal Gear. All right. Okay.
Is that a good thing?
You kind of look like Gambit. Dude, you have some you have some playing cards you can just throw around on the stream like Gambit or Joe Bluth, because that would really punch things up for us here.
Jersey Shore presents Snooki's X Glash. What? Oh my God. Freak of nature. Look, this is not an ad. The Polar Blueberry Lemonade Seltzer Water is fantastic. And yes, there's an essence of fresh lemons, as someone pointed out. Emerson's forehead, yes. Well, yes, German. Fresca tastes better. Well, Fresca's like soda, sugar, and all kinds of crap in there. Good crap.
We'll all agree that, Fresca's delicious and no calories, so win-win. Also, Fresca, delightful plot point in this latest season of The Boys, which is a great show, but since this is a family broadcast, we cannot talk about pretty much any of the plot points because that show is filthy in a great way.
Yeah. Two-way tie for first place in the Give Joe Burrow O-Line Help DK SimFam Friends League contest. Your boys in 16th. I feel good. There's Gio Bernard. Enough for a first down. Gains 10 after the catch. And we have a 12-way tie for first in the free public showdown. Hit that like button also if you haven't already. We are not even at 100 likes yet. You guys are coming in with great comments. There's a good energy in the sim. So respond. Use that energy by hitting that like button. Thanks for being here. Burrow scrambling for his life. A dart on the run. Nicely done by Joe Burrow. Who caught that pass?
Oh, that's a good question.
A.J. Green.
AJ. Okay, AJ. So it's 2 catches now for him after that 1.2 point first half. Maybe started to come alive here. Bengals need to sling the ball down 13. And, hey, they got a good guy to do that because Joe Burrow has been very proficient when it comes to throwing deep. Although last year, as a rookie, had some struggles that he didn't have his breakthrough season at LSU. And just really struggled to get on the same page with A.J. Green. Those two really did not have the connection that you'd hope a veteran wideout and his rookie quarterback would have. And it makes me a little bit concerned for what Green's going to do in Arizona with Kyler Murray, another young QB, but who throws a beautiful deep ball. But, man, I kind of like the idea of stacking up future Hall of Famers in Larry Fitzgerald if he comes back, DeAndre Hopkins, and A.J. Green, because it'll be a lot of fun to watch, even if 2/3 of that lineup it may be washed up.
Emerson Latzia is in the Twitch chat and has some sad news. Emerson says the Lamarca Saxophone Memorial.
Oh, no.
I have confirmed some terrible news with Lamarca this morning. Details coming up at 2. #sad. You know, we all have to trust the sources of the great Emerson Latzia, the highest paid employee at DraftKings.
Yeah. You would never lie to us. And if he used the hashtag, you know it's real. As this Bengals punt is actually pretty good. Kevin Huber pins the Falcons at their own 10, and this is the kind of place where Matt Ryan can walk backwards into his own end zone and take a terrible sack. So not going to happen here. Oh, my goodness. Gurley, one juke away from a 90-yard touchdown run. Instead, he's going to have to settle for about 15.
Emerson says, I wish I was your headband. Wow. You wish I was holding you with my head. I think that's what he means. That's one way of looking at it. Good energy on Twitch. About 50 watching on Twitch. Thanks, Twitch fam. 20-7 Atlanta with the ball from its own 27. Matt Ryan. So much protection.
All right, fine. You know, it could have been better. Could have been much worse. I'll take that.
Prince of Darkness asking Latzia for his Twitter machine, and yeah, BJ_Glash, man. Check it. Here we go. And Train Island, of course. Oh, into a tight window looking for Ridley. Incomplete. German says Burrow throwing like 2020 Cam Newton in this game. Freak of Nature says extra energy in the sim. If you enjoy the energy, smash the like button. Thank you, Freak of Nature. Love it. Love it. Here's a comment that's just going to bug me. But I love Chris Adams because he comes in here and he wants to stir the pot, and I can appreciate that. It says, hey, Glash. In Super Bowl 51, Tom Brady threw a pick six. Now, just for the record, everybody, Chris Adams brought up Tom Brady, not me. Brady threw a pick six, putting his team in a 28-3 hole. Yep, I recall. James White, the real MVP, single-handedly won the game for New England. Thoughts?
I don't know if I would go single-handedly, but yeah, Brady did not deserve MVP. James White should have been MVP. And I think we're all forgetting the amazing contributions of Malcolm Mitchell and Danny Amendola, because those guys... And
the Hightower strip sack. Yeah. There were a lot of things, as we know, watching that game back, that needed to go right for the Patriots to win that Super Bowl. I mean...
it was like you had to have like 19 out of 20 things go right, and somehow the Patriots got 20 of 20. It was incredible.
Yeah. I always look at it this way. When they look back on the Pats dynasty, right? They won 6 out of the 9 they went to. They probably shouldn't have won the Seattle one. They probably shouldn't have won the Atlanta one, but it all comes out in the wash, right? Like they should have, I think they should have beat Philly, but they didn't. And they probably should have won the second Giants game, or the first one, the 07 game. But it all comes out in the wash. You know what I'm saying? Like, it all equaled out. Like, they should be. The Patriots at the end of the day in the 20 years, based on how dominating they were in the regular season and the playoffs, 6-3 in the Super Bowl is about right. Which ones they won and lost, you could go back and forth. And
I'd agree. Obviously, the pain is not getting the 19-0 season, but whatever. It's fine. That Asante Samuel dropped interception in the final minutes was that's the most frustrating moment for me. But really tough to complain when you've won 6 Super Bowls in the past 2 decades. So I know no one is going to be weeping for Patriots fans out there.
All right, there's your Patriots minute. Done for the day. Matt Ryan going for it all. Julio Jones, touchdown.
Going up high in splitting double coverage. That is why the Falcons want to keep Matt Ryan around at least until they can break in a new young quarterback. And perfect pass.
They're going for 2. This is great.
Making a 21-point lead. The card says go for 2. You go for 2. Oh my God!
And it's Julio again.
Ridley on that. The other superstar wideout.
Was it Ridley? Oh, my bad.
It was. It's all right. I confused Tyler Boyd and CJ Uzomah earlier, man. It happens to the best of us. So that is the 6th multiple touchdown game for Julio Jones. Double J getting it done, and the Bengals in a real tough spot here. But hey, if you have the Cincinnati receiving core and you're waiting for them to do something, well, they're going to be throwing the ball a lot. And, we know the Bengals aren't exactly infallible when they have 28 points and a big lead on something.
All right, I know a bunch of you own Julio in the captain, in the flex, in classic. Hit that like button for Julio Jones. Javier Flores, good chirp. No dice. No dice clash. Wasn't Julio on the 2-point conversion. It was Calvin Ridley. I'm in 19th place in the free roll. I feel good about Captain Julio.
Easy, absolutely. Julio different. That is the best way to describe him. He just built differently. We have seen so few athletes like him in the NFL. Like, he is, I think the only real comp that we've seen lately is Calvin Johnson. I think that's the only guy you could say shares at least 90% of those traits that Julio Jones brings to the lineup. Dude is just special.
Uh, 93 B Brack. It took me way too long to realize you could tell Julio and Ridley apart because Julio has the X and Ridley has the star. That's correct. Yep. That's a good way of telling the difference for sure, outside of the jersey number and all that jazz. Jarrell says, early classic Atlanta stack, taking me to the money today. Nice. Lindenbaum, captained Julio, has him in classic. Very good. Julio Jones going off against this awful secondary. 3rd and 6. Come on, Joe Burrow. Make it a game, Joe Burrow.
There we go. And there's Johnny Two Sticks getting it done there. So Ross finally starting to come alive. And I'm sorry, it's actually Johnny Five Sticks because he got the Ross 3 on the jersey as well. Ross is going to be very interesting to watch coming up because he went to the Giants on that cheap salary, just a little over $2 million, and he's a guy who's capable of having a breakthrough year. I think he's still he's shown those flashes where he's had those 100-yard games. He'll put up a weird line like 4 catches for 130 yards, but the question is whether or not Daniel Jones is going to be the guy that restores his value. And Jones throws some nice deep balls. I mean, this is a guy who had 3 games with at least 4 touchdown passes in his rookie year. He regressed so hard last year that if they can't find a way to protect him and give him some time to make those throws, because no one denies that Daniel Jones in a vacuum throws a very pretty football. That's why he got drafted as high as he did. But in a game situation, unless the Giants' offensive line can slow things down for him, he is going to continue to be a problem in New York.
Cristobal Castillo says Gage wideout 3 has nothing. I'm not sure what you mean. He's been really good
He has nothing in the third quarter, maybe, but I mean, 9.7, I think, was what he had at halftime. I don't think he added anything there, but Matt Ryan, only about 61 passing yards in the third quarter. Still gets him to 263 and 3 touchdowns. So the Bundy still in play here, although you got to imagine Falcons are going to run the ball a lot more in the fourth quarter, not only because they have the lead, because Todd Gurley has about 6+ per carry in this one so far, 8 carries, 50 yards from him. Hasn't found the end zone yet on the ground. Could change here in the final quarter. And Bengals driving, which could be good news for Joe Mixon, maybe adds a second touchdown. Could be good news for that receiving core who's done just nothing. Gio Bernard, your leading receiver, 4 catches, 15 yards. John Ross, 3 for 46. AJ Green, 3 for 21.
Cristobal clarifies, talking about there's no superstar traits or X factors. Right. So you could tell the difference between all 3 of them because he has nothing under his feet. I follow. Got a 2-way tie for first place in the in the DK SimFam Friends contest. Julio Jones, 6 catches, 81 yards, 2 touchdowns. Boyd, 2 for 16. CJ Uzama, goose egg.
Yeah, brutal. But you know what? It's at least my Calvin Ridley captain spot has produced a whopping 7.95 points. I'm 112th out of the 152 people who signed up for the DK SimFam free roll. It's not going well.
I'm in 19th. I'm all right.
Yeah,
it's Uzama. That's what's messing me up.
Anchor right now, dragging us down.
Problem Kid Gaming. If Glash dyes his hair yellow, I'll drop a like every game. How would I look with yellow hair? Like Eminem yellow. Yeah, bad. Producer Drew is hot. Emerson. Ba 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 ba. Basketball. Give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Hey! Great.
Wow, that's exactly how Emerson probably said that out loud too. Amazing.
Jamal Eckler had the double bonus last night. I heard in the 8 p.m. he had the receiving and rushing bonus. Emerson will be here at 2 for the call of Cowboys at Chiefs. That's a good matchup. Oh, no, Joe.
No, Joey.
No.
Joey B. Buddy. 2 fumbles for him. He's doing the full Trubisky today, Glash. 2 fumbles and that one right there. Oof. Well, here come the Falcons. Here comes Todd Gurley, although he doesn't get much on first down there. Barely gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Wow. Yeah, Congo Cab, I'm with you. Except now they don't have the ball. We're almost at 100 likes. Emerson hit the like button. So fall into peer pressure and copy him. Do it. Oh. Problem Kid Gaming. Can we get Kenny to wear an orange hoodie with the hood up every sim?
I mean, we can't really get Kenny to do anything. We can't get Kenny to stop eating loudly on cam every sim. So I feel like asking him is futile.
Yeah. You can't ask Ducey stuff like this. Like, he's not spontaneous. He has to do it on his own. It has to be his own thought.
You kind of have to plan. You have to incept Kenny, basically, if you want him to do anything. You have to make him think it's his idea, and then it will somehow benefit the New York Jets. We'll need a Zacchaeus on the board there. So big third down pickup. We'll continue to run on this Bengals team, who is just so very trash in this game.
With the 21-point lead, they're going down the depth chart. You know something? It's like, that's a great point by you, but at the same time, I'll roll into a sim, right, wearing a jacket with a turtleneck, and they'll be like, oh, let me go see if I have one. Or I'll roll in on Wednesday wearing like my green vest for St. Patty's Day. Oh, let me see if I have any green. Let me see. He says he does that in the Zoom call before we go live, and I'm like, well, but to your point, it was his thought. Like, he wasn't told, like, hey, you should go look for green. So, Jim Volkmer in the chat. Hey, Glash, I beat Koff again last night in basketball. 2 nights in a row. Number 3 tonight. Yeah, man, I'm riding a little hot streak too. Kaufman, the Koff cliff. He's fallen off the cliff. Better draft his replacement. Guy's falling off.
Ooh, Gurley with a big run and staying in bounds and is very close to the bonus now. I believe that's 89 for him. And the way this drive has been going, he's going to have the chance to hit 100 plus very shortly. Clock ticking under 4 minutes here. And we're getting to a situation where the Bengals might not even use their timeouts. They're going to do the best they can to make sure we all have the opportunity to go watch Colgate basketball. The one-loss Colgate team, my tournament champion pick.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, I'm starting to use Zacchaeus more as
a
a punt
Kenny
play.
Ducey?
What's that?
That's not a bad idea. I'm looking at Tom's Slack message about what Kenny Ducey's walk-up music would be. Oh boy, I'm gonna leave that one to the chat to find, and then we're probably not gonna be able to read any of the answers because this is a family-friendly show, guys. But what would Kenny Ducey's walk-up music be?
Oh God, is Kenny on today?
Roxette Dangerous.
Kenny Ducey is not here today. Kenny's not here for the rest of the weekend.
Kenny's smart, man. He's taking the time off to soak in the tournament.
Well, some of us have to do both.
Yeah.
Again, here's the schedule for the rest of the day. Cowboys, Chiefs with Emerson and Emerson. What did I say? What did I just say? Emerson. I almost called you Chris. Emerson and Christian. 4 o'clock, I'll be back for Bucks Raiders with Jeff. Moose and Freeze Pops for Giants Saints at 6. Freeze Pops is on the final 3 sims of the night. He'll be with Kaufman at 8 for Steelers Niners, and then Packers at the Broncos, of course. Brandon Cristal will stop in. And oh yeah, don't forget, there will be NBA pre-lock. If you still want to get the NBA lineups in, you should, even with the college stuff going on. Sharag, Hira, and Matt Meiselman after the 4 o'clock game. Julian Edlow can't be bothered today with all of his college basketball love.
Fair enough.
You know.
I mean, after that 2 p.m. sin, I am just going to hunker, but basically barnacle myself to my couch and not move, with the exception of going to the bathroom or making trips to my fridge. It's going to be a glorious day for me. I think you're correct. I don't know which Shania Twain song it would be exactly, but Kenny's walk-up music would definitely be the pride of Ontario, Shania Twain. I kind of want to say maybe I feel like a woman does it, like it's got that pep to it and it would fit Kenny well, but I also feel like just given his amount of haterade, he would be the more appropriate song for him would be that Don't Impress Me Much.
You don't impress me much.
We got the looks, but have you got the touch? Don't get me wrong, no, I think you're all right. But then don't get me wrong in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much. Kenny's coming.
Oh, that's fantastic. El Bongo, I feel like Kenny only likes Christmas carols. No way, he's probably out on those.
Yeah.
He walks out to deck the halls. Burrow, got a man!
Oh, that would have made so much of a difference in the standings if we had John Ross on that deep ball instead. Ball hits the turf.
Stuck in like that.
Oh, Dwayne, there's a tear in my beard. Yeah, I feel like a little old Hank would be a little bit too rough for Kenny. Like I think it would have to be like new country, I don't know. Probably something by Darius Rucker if we're going more country than Shania Twain.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm so happy that in the middle of this awful sim, we figured out what Kenny Ducey's walk-up music would be, and it is Shania Twain's "That Don't Impress Me Much."
I really appreciate the Bengals trying to give us some garbage points here. Come on, Joe. Oh, what a catch!
Oh,
holy cow! Tyler Boyd!
But there are 4 seconds left. 4 seconds left. One play, one shot at the end zone. This is potentially going to ruin the standings, and I am excited about it, man. I'm into
it. Boyd! Wow. Love it. Right now, Blue Eyes with a Z is in first place in our free roll. Frangelico is in 6th. First and goal.
Oh, no.
Get rid of it. Touchdown, Bengals. AJ Green.
Wow. All right, they're going to go for 2 here, because sure, why not? It's we're not just going to walk in the locker room. The spread on this game was clearly 17 points. And we're not
and the 2-pointer is good.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Boyd, I believe.
Chaos.
Oh,
Zach Taylor.
Smokes.
Frustrated, but there it is. 31-15, and more than half the Bengals' points came in the final drive that started with like 24 seconds left. I love it. I love it so much. What a day. What a great start to the Simland. A terrible game, ostensibly, but not only did we figure out Ducey's walk-up music, we also had a perfect garbage time touchdown. As Matt Ryan, since this game was not competitive, does not get to the bonus, does not get to the Bundy. 3 touchdowns, 274 through the air for him, 191 and a touchdown, a late meaningless touchdown for Joe Burrow, who maybe didn't sync your lineups the same way that, say, CJ Uzomah did, because he finished with the bagel. The bagel. My captain, Calvin Ridley, 2 catches, 13 yards, and a 2-point conversion. Terrible. Terrible. But hey, great day for Todd Gurley, as he did show up. He had the rushing bonus, 21-8 in the flex. No touchdowns, which is a bit of a bummer, but 110 on the ground. Joe Mixon, 28 and a touchdown for him. So after that, he had 26 rushing yards after the first quarter, Glash. He finished with 28. That's kind of how it went for this Bengals team. Just garbage all over. But hey, AJ Green finished with 5 for 41 and a touchdown. So 15 points from him out of the flex. Not terrible, not great. And, let's go ahead and award the crusty cough player of the game. It was chalky, but it's got to be Julio Jones. 2 receiving touchdowns, 6 for 81. Let's give it to him. And let's give that Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award to the man who sung both of our lineups, Glash. CJ Uzomah, the goose egg. You hate to see it. He got outplayed by everyone. Anyone who showed up. Olamide Zacchaeus had more points than CJ Uzomah, which hurts me to my core. But hey, what are you going to do? It was a terrible day for that Bengals passing offense until the final 40 seconds when the Falcons were just like, whatever, just get out of here. Anyway, stick around. Emerson and I will be here with you in about an hour for a game. Oh, man, I don't even know who's playing the next one. I got to look it up.
Cowboys Chiefs.
Cowboys. Oh, that's a good one. That's a lot of scoring opportunities. This can be a banger of a game. That is the Cowboys' terrible defense versus the Chiefs' occasionally shaky defense here in Simland. I'm into it. So tune back in. You know where to find us. Glash, you're back for the 4 p.m. Is that correct?
That is right.
Excellent.
That is correct.
So we'll have that for you. And if you're so inclined, coming up soon, we'll deliver a new post route right to your inboxes that include where we think the remaining free agents should sign, including guys like Ryan Kerrigan, and I'd have to go back and look at it, but not just free agent fits, but also this year's beer bracket, the first 2 rounds, going live to your inboxes shortly at thepostroute.substack.com. Hopefully we'll see you there.
Shout out to our man, Frank White, in the YouTube chat. He tied for first in the free roll, Give Joe Burrow O-line help. He's up there with Brutal One. I believe Frank White is Get That Cheddar, his username. Julio captained Matt Ryan, Joe Burrow, Hurst, Gage, and Koo in the flex. Nice work. In the public showdown, Gridiron Butcher, first place winner. Youngwei Koo captained Ryan, Gurley, Jones, Green, and Hurst in the flex. And of course, these could all change as Frangelico is making the final updates. That was kind of chaotic at the end there with that Bengals score. And right now, Zero Sleeper is leading the Madden Stream 6K early bird special at the request of Yo, it's Derek on Twitch. That's the situation in terms of the leaderboard. So, all right, that's going to do it. Christian's back at 2. Emerson slides in for me, and then I'll slide back in for him at 4 with Geoff to wrap up the early slate. For producer Drew, Tom on the 1s and 2s. Frangelico! Christian, have fun at 2. Good to see you. Enjoy the basketball, everybody. Between Sims. See you guys at 2 for the next one.
And we are live. We're live, dude. What's up?
I know. I'm marveling at the new puppy, just chilling on the couch in the background, getting a little sleepy time in. Like, I'm jealous.
Look at this. This is remarkable. You can see the massive pile of clothes that I told my wife I would fold hours ago. It's a good thing she doesn't watch the dream stream.
Terrible. They're just wrinkling up now. You can't leave them in a ball like that. That's why I hang all my T-shirts. Is when he clearly
you know what?
Left the picture.
You are just like my dad. My dad hangs all his T-shirts as well.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. I don't have to worry about having a wrinkled tee, and I got a lot of I got way too many T-shirts. I got 70 T-shirts, but I wear them all. Like, I'm doing that thing now where you put your clothes in, but you hang them like inside out. So you give them a year, and the clothes that don't have the hangers turned out, you're like, oh, okay, I don't wear these shirts. I can donate them or whatever.
Oh my God.
I go through the whole rotation, man. I got good T-shirts.
Dude, that's actually a great idea because my wife thinks I'm a hoarder when it comes to T-shirts. It's like, when I'm at the Celtics games or Bruins games around here and the T-shirt gun comes out, like, I'm the adult just knocking over the 10-year-olds, like laying out to grab the T-shirt.
The problem then is that they're always extra large, and it's like you gotta like put a belt on them and wear them like a dress.
Thank you.
They never think about the svelte man like us, the in-shape, petite delicates who attend these games. Anyway, speaking of games.
Anywho, all right, yeah.
Coming up.
Yes, yeah. We can talk about this game. We can talk about all the other stuff the next hour. I was talking to LaMarca today. We got some more drama stirred up with the saxophone thing. But I saw we were on this game together. I said, A, fantastic, best friend squad. Second, dude, what have we done right to get two great teams, at least in Madden here, going up against each other? So what'd you do with your lineup?
Man, two banger offenses, and it's the Chiefs, so you got to pay down in the captain spot. So I went Clyde Edwards-Helaire, then Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Ricky Seals-Jones is my punt play, and my token cowboy in this one is Michael Gallup. So I'm betting that like he was so bad over the last 3 games that he's finally going to be good. But we'll have to wait and see. There's so many ways. This game has like a million guys.
Dude.
It's awesome.
And hopefully it's not an omen here and a sign of things to come, as on the opening kickoff, Blake Bell was called for holding on the receiving team. So really excellent stuff there. Top 5 highest owned players in the free showdown. Patrick Mahomes, 76%. Tyreek Hill, 62%. Zeke, 55%. Kelce, 52%. And Cuckoo Kachu, DeMarcus Robinson at 40% there, Christian.
DeMarcus, I mean, good punt play, good low cost, high upside player there. So I like it. What did you end up doing with your line?
That is a great question. So we have 111 entries, make a wish, 111, in the LOTZIA, the LaMarca Saxophone Memorial. And I went ahead and captained Michael Gallup. I got Mahomes in there. I got Prescott and Gallup, my guy, right on cue. I got Elliott. I got Watkins, and I got Zerline.
Ooh, break the leg. I mean, heavy on the kicker. We had the winning lineup in the Nooner sim was led by a kicker in the captain spot, Younghoe Koo, who had like 15 points. So you had a great game. Outstanding.
That is outstanding. It's outstanding to have everyone here with us today on the Dream Stream, in the DK Sim fam. Everyone's slowly making their way here into YouTube and on Twitch. I don't know what she's doing back there. She's crazy, little kamikaze. She will probably jump off the couch momentarily. She has no fear. Imagine being a 9-week-old puppy having no fear whatsoever. That's just the life I want.
That's amazing. You can just fall asleep anywhere, too, at any given time. There's no insomnia with dog. Just like bang out, bang up. You get your 18 hours of sleep per day, and the 6 hours you're awake, you just go around absolutely tearing stuff off. It sounds awesome.
Yeah. Perfect life. And Gallup already with his second catch, 21 yards on the opening drive of this game. I noticed right before we came on, did you see the news of Juju Smith-Schuster?
So I did.
He's decided to hang out a little bit. He's going to take a smaller deal there with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then I saw the reports come out that could have teamed up with Mahomes or Lamar, but decided to stay home. And I'm like, what are you doing? You could team up with Mahomes. Go to Mahomes. Like, but your quarterback's going to be broken down by week 5 as Zeke Elliott. Nice gain for him. Huge gain.
I honestly, I don't get it. I mean, there must have been something he likes about Pittsburgh. And I kind of get it in the sense that he's a slot guy, so he's going to get a lot of targets from a broken quarterback like Ben Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger kind of turned into bigger Drew Brees in this late stage where he's not throwing those downfield passes. He's not exciting with his deep ball, checking down a lot. So Juju might get like 150 targets. He's probably only going to turn those into like 800 receiving yards. Like, I get why maybe you wouldn't want to go to Kansas City because, like, okay, where am I going to wind up in the pecking order? Going to be behind Tyreek Hill, going to be behind Travis Kelce. Like, I'm not going to get the looks. I'm going to be like Sammy Watkins on a good day. So I kind of get why maybe not Kansas City. It was a very incentive-heavy contract too. But Baltimore seemed like a great fit for him, honestly. And he would have had Hollywood Brown running those deep routes, creating space for him underneath. Hollywood Brown would have been the Antonio Brown to his wide receiver too. Is a good pass there, out of bounds, so no touchdown. On the 4th down coming up. Greg the Leg probably going to come out here, but just wait and see. Maybe virtual Mike McCarthy is going to feel frisky, a little froggy on this one and jump and go for it.
Dude, I agree with you with the Ravens, and that's like one of the biggest needs on that Baltimore team. Like, they would have loved to have had Juju, and so would have Lamar.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is the way that the wide receiver market has instantly gotten depressed means that the Packers and the Ravens could wind up signing some very good players for very little, two very needy teams when it comes to receiving help, and then they could wind up getting a guy like Kenny Golladay for $11 million a year. They can work their way back into the situation. I
mean, T.Y. Hilton, right, is still out there.
T.Y. would be a solid addition as well. Just a veteran pass catcher, not quite the burner he used to be, but he can work underneath when you have a guy like Hollywood Brown who can be that deep threat. So there are a few guys who do make a lot of sense for the Ravens right now. I think if you're the Patriots, it may be a little frustrating to see where the wide receiver market filled in because you went out and you gave Nelson Aguilar up to $13 million per year. Like, that is frustrating. And now, I mean, you can go out and you can still get a guy. I mean, who's still around right now in the wide receiver market? Well, you can get Sammy Watkins. You can get a guy like T.Y. Hilton. You can get a Willie Snead. You can get Damian Amendola back. You can get Dez Bryant. No, you shouldn't get Dez Bryant. But yeah, I thought they definitely overpaid for Aguilar, like 100%. Had a career year is one season in with Las Vegas, and that's a lot because of like Tyrell Williams and other injuries to like those wide receivers. So he basically slid into like that top spot. Like, they had nowhere else to go besides like Darren Waller catching 20 balls a game. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, Aguilar was a very nice little vertical threat, and Derek Carr's passer rating when he targeted Nelson was way, way up there. So he does a good job, or at least he did a good job making his quarterback look better. And Cam Newton needs guys that can help him look better because last year was not it. But just given the outlay there, the expense, I know that you rather have the bird in the hand than wait to see if a guy like Galladay's price came down, but man, I think the Patriots would be much better served with a guy like Kenny Galladay at that Nelson Aguilar number than Nelson Aguilar. Big strike downfield to Travis Kelce, a guy who got less in guarantees than Jonnu Smith did this offseason. So, yeah, the Patriots spending spree, very un-Patriot-like. They got out, they got the guys they wanted. They just had to spend big for them. And Bill Belichick kind of depending on that massive salary cap explosion next year, which given the recent market value deals on the TV rights of the league, does suggest that we're going to be looking at something like $225 million in next yeir's cap. So the Patriots spending big this year might be spend big again next year, despite pushing tons and tons of cap hits into 2022. It's just does not turn back into a pumpkin.
No. I just fell from first place to second place. I'm a little depressed right now. We're going to make it. There's 10,000, about 10,000 entries in the free showdown. So if you guys hopped in over to that with the $250 in cash prizes up for grabs, thank you very much. Thank you very much for continuing to come here and hang out with us every day and put up with us oddballs. Stay weird, people. Minute to go. Mahomes to Kelsey. Gets close to the first down at the 5, 3rd and 1 coming up.
Could be CEH time. If he can break one, he could find his way to the end zone. Of course, this Chiefs team in real life could do weird stuff like putting Kelsey back in the Wildcat and just having him run up the gut. We don't see that as often here in Simland. They're not coming out in a running formation. Only 5 linemen up front, and CEH sticks around to block. And, Patrick could have run for it.
What the hell was that? Did he even get the first? No, 4th and 1. Robinson, I thought he received it past the line that he needed to get across, and he did not.
Yeah, I guess he reestablished himself and tried to move upfield rather than –
Yep.
Terrible. Just awful. Go for it. No, here comes Butker for a 23-yard field goal. So 2 long drives and 2 disappointing drives, or disappointing finishes at the very least. We got a 3-3 ball game between 2 outstanding offenses. Good day to stack the kickers.
Yep. We could have named this the Rossi Invitational or something like that, but instead it's the LaMarca Saxophone Memorial. Up to 122 likes on YouTube. If you got them, use them. Use it or lose it, baby. It's like a vacation day.
Give us a little tiny clicky clack. Show us that you like coming and hanging out with us on the Dream Stream. We see you over there. Top Shot Queenie, Noah Moon, Jordan Lindebaum, BWJE. We see all you guys. Yep. We're happy that you're here with us and over on Twitch. Can't forget about the regular crew over there. Fortnite, Nuke, Germ, Derek, some guy named Emerson Latzia. That guy.
That guy sounds like he is ridiculously good looking. I just love that name so much. We have come to the end of the first quarter, a thrilling 3-3 contest on our screen. Who was it? So Retease, did you know, when is the tea going to be spilt? So it probably has, something to do with the LaMarca Saxophone Memorial. I honestly didn't, I really didn't think there for a little bit that he actually did sell like his last saxophone. I thought he may have had another one, but I confirmed this morning. I said, dude, so do you still own a sax? And he said, negative. My playing career is well in the past. He did sell it to try to have more money to spend on Top Shot. And now he's not even getting into these Top Shot pools. And again, I'm not 100% sure how it all works, but even with his tweet from 1 hour ago, one day I shall get another pack, and what a glorious day it will be. So LaMarca going through a rough time. Kenny Ducey bought his mattress. He was sleeping on the floor on a mattress, had to sell that. Ducey bought it, took it on like a 10-mile subway ride, and now it's in his apartment. So there's a lot going on right now, and we'll probably all try to get our funds together and buy him a new saxophone eventually.
I mean, if he's got that Top Shot money, he'll be just fine. Apparently, we had some SimFam members get in on the Top Shot packs today. Obi-Wan, formerly DFS Queenie, now Top Shot Queenie, doing okay. And Blaze 45. Ashley, are you in the top 5 right now of our free roll? Is that how we find out? I only see DKE Latzia and DKA Johnson in the top 10. I'm not seeing.
Oh, what is up? Yeah, that's right.
Ooh.
Oh, looking for Amari Cooper, incomplete. So 4th and 6 coming up. Can you hold it down? Can you hold it down for like 30 seconds for me? There is an important package on the stoop, and my wife says I have to go pick it up.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get pulled.
No. Hold it, man, because there's been a stoop monster in our neighborhood for a while. Remember, someone stole Rufus's like memorial treat jar? I'm still trying to investigate that. All right, I'll be right back. Seriously.
That is horrible. Who would steal a dog memorial? Anyway, Banger of a punt there from the Cowboys. So the drive stalls out, but they do pin the Chiefs deep. Potential safety range, although Mahomes has that high awareness, and it looks like they're going to come out running. So CEH going to get a chance to pad his numbers a little bit, and he does. Oh, my God! One missed tackle away from a 98-yard touchdown run. Picks up 18 instead. So that amazing punt goes to waste. The Cowboys, their awful run defense crumbles like it typically does. And the Chiefs out of safety range. Who do y'all need? Who are we speaking this into existence? As my Tucky Hot Snack, you might be my new favorite Twitch name out there. Although I can't disagree with any of the Deucey hate names too. Can't bring up a bigger conversation in the Dream Stream, but I will let you know that if you are interested in the beer bracket, it is now up and live at the postroute.substack.com. That's right. We're going to continue the self-promotion train here. As Mahomes escapes pressure, gets rid of it, but it looks like this one's probably going to come back on a hold or maybe a roughing call. Yeah. Roughing, so 15 bonus yards there for the Chiefs as Everson Griffin, the veteran, making a very unveteran move. Chiefs now out to midfield. Did you get your special package?
Yes. Woo. I sprinted. What's great is I have my earbuds in, so I can hear you and the passion of your play calling as I'm sprinting up and down the stairs. It was a dress she's going to be wearing at a wedding we're going to be going to here soon, and I could not let that one get away. Otherwise, I'd be on the couch with the unfolded laundry tonight.
I mean, it looks comfy. My dog loves to just lie down, like piles of fresh laundry in the hamper, like just lies down on top, especially if it's like right out of the dryer. He'll just go gunk it all up, get black fur and butt leakage on it. Really not ideal for our
dude, stop. Butt leak, dude. There's nothing worse than dog butt leakage. But they're young enough right now to where like their anuses aren't exploding as much as like some of the older dogs.
Yeah, our guy, it's like a constant thing, and like anytime he like looks down at his own butt, it's like, oh no, what's the problem here? We're gonna have to, like every surface he lies down on now has like removable coverage. Like we have put extra blankets up on the couch, and yeah. He there's a reason why we own a rug shampooer, and it was because of that monster who's currently on the deck and wants to come back in. We're gonna have to leave at some point to bring him in from the sun.
I love your dude, man. Your hairless little sausage man out there just sunbathing in the nude, just like my grandfather used to do.
My Tucky Hot Snack. Yes, more 80s talk, please. You got it, pal.
Welcome. Kentucky hot snack. Yeah, try it on for us, Emerson. I don't know about that one, dude. My wife is extremely petite, and you guys can see how jacked and large I am. I don't want to destroy that dress of hers.
So was your wife a flyer for the St. Bonaventure cheer team, or?
Yeah, bro, flying all over the place.
Yeah.
And of course, like she, in the past, we've done like the fun little office pools because we have worked together at the same station and networks in the past before, but no longer now that we're in New England. And she has taken part in our pools, and she's one, she doesn't like sports at all. And so she takes part in the pool. She has a good little time. She's like, oh, this mascot is cute. This color is cute. And she's won it like multiple times. And now that her St. Bonaventure basketball team is in it, who do you think she decided to take as the eventual champion? Yes, you guessed it, St. Bonaventure.
Bold, but I like it.
I know, extremely bold.
And,
how about a bold touchdown here? That's what we need.
Yeah, or some people trying to.
Patrick,
nice.
get in, Patrick!
Oh,
damn it! I needed that.
Oh, you know what? This could be CEH time, but fantasy sim gods willing, we're gonna get an Anthony Sherman tank carry. Let's get a fullback vulture. Let's speak it into existence. Anthony Sherman right now currently owned in 1.04% of lineups. Not in the lineup right now, so we're going to need to stop here.
Oh, damn it. It's CEH.
My captain. Oh, my.
Out of here, dude. You're such a coward. You're the worst. Yep.
Beautiful. Going to be moving up the rankings now as into third right now. Come on. Oh. I throw out my shoulder, pat myself on the back for that one. Midwest Heather, though, commanding lead in front, 5+ points on doggone SS, who was probably enjoying the anal leakage talk here.
Yeah. Oh man, Midwest Heather, yeah, crushing it right now. I see you up in fourth.
Fourth now, yeah.
So CEH has you just north of 18 points in the captain spot right now. Kelsey's close to 10 points, 10 fantasy points. Still nothing from Tyreek Hill. Patrick Mahomes has just under 7 points. Gallup's got a couple catches for 27 yards in the flex. I don't know if you're going to get anything from Mr. Seals Jones, but hang in there, pal.
He shows up. He'll make like his one catch in the third quarter, and I'll know that I've done well. I chose correctly. I mean, really, if you are picking the holy grail of players, Ricky Seals Jones, he is the cup of a carpenter. Not flashy, but gets the job done. What the hell am I talking about? Anyway, 2-minute warning here in Arrowhead, the lovely city of Kansas City, out on the west coast of Missouri. Great barbecue town. See, that's one of the things. I gotta get my jab. I gotta get the vaccine so I can go take my dad out. All he wants to do, Emerson, is go out and get some barbecue in Kansas City. He moved to the St. Louis area 2 years ago, has yet to travel westward and get some proper ribs and brisket. So like, I want to take him on a nice trip.
It's so good, dude. When Meg and I moved, when we got our jobs in South Florida and we moved from Salt Lake City, we made a nice little like trip out of it. And we were in separate cars and we had Rufus. And so one day we did drive through Kansas City as is that Amari Cooper or Zeke Elliott? So it's Zeke Elliott out of the backfield with the reception there. We made a trip through Kansas City, had incredible barbecue. The trip that day was more memorable from my wife, like running, like destroying the rim on her car because she doesn't know how to drive. And she like ran to like a curb and I'm just like, dude, it's just there. And like, what are you doing? Like, you're going to lose that battle every time. And then that night we stayed in, our trip continued on. We stayed at St. Louis and that was a really fun night. There was a lot of adult beverages involved.
Dude, St. Louis is a good city. Just embattled for their typically awful food takes, but like I was with Tommy Freeze Pops the other night. We got into it about not only St. Louis cuisine but Rhode Island cuisine, and like I think we both appreciate being in or coming from cities in which your local food scene gets trashed nonstop online. It's like St. Louis, Cincinnati, and Rhode Island. Like if you try to present any kind of local pride in your food scene, you will get laughed at on Twitter no matter what. And just sad. Because St. Louis, man, St. Louis has got great food. Great food. I am a fan of their garbage pizza. Like the Provel.
All right, so what's the garbage pizza?
Oh, it's like a cracker thin crust coated with something called Provel, which is basically, it's very nearly picked there by Honey Badger.
Is that like Velveeta cheese?
Yeah, it's in the same range. It's kind of like that government cheese, kind of like it melts weird and it has kind of a funky taste. And like when you get the pizza from Emo's, it looks like it's literally like a Fisher-Price plastic pizza because it's got this weird, very unhealthy looking shine on
It's like
top.
one of those pizzas you used to make like as a kid, like your little toy ovens.
Yeah, exactly like that, except like a real thin crust. Dude, it's awesome. I am a big fan. Like, it tastes amazing. It's just garbage pizza. But like sometimes you need a good garbage pizza. It's real thin too. They do toasted ravioli, which is awesome. Someone was in St. Louis made a toasted ravioli taco, which is just an ungodly combination of words, but it sounds amazing. 10 out of 10 would eat.
Okay. Hook me up, bro. Dak to Jarwin down at the 5. No, go ahead, continue. I'm actually more into your story.
Yeah, dude, gotta talk to Freeze Pops about it. I mean, he's the local head down there. But on top of that, too, great breweries like Urban Chestnut, Four Hands, Citywide, really good stuff. So every time I got a visit coming up. I got to go down in like April or something before it gets too hot down there. Bring the kiddo, hang out with my family.
Do it up, man. 2nd and 3 from the 5. Dak back in the end zone. No, he's out of it. Looking for, was that Amari Cooper?
It was Cooper. Could not toe tap there. Unfortunate.
Yo, it's Derek on Twitch says, I need more KC offense. This is lame so far. Well, we are in this together. Yo, it's Derek. 3rd and 3 from the 5. 1 timeout left for Dallas. 42 seconds to go. Oh, dude, you had 2 guys there. You had Gallup and CeeDee Lamb. Dak, what are you doing? You're getting paid $1 bajillion now. Complete the freaking pass, man.
Yeah. What an awful turn of events here. Not only Amari not getting the toe tap down, but like 3 different guys wide open on 3rd and 3, and Dak somehow missed all of them. Threw it to the one place guys weren't, as Greg the leg boots one through. 10-6, but the Chiefs do have 3 timeouts remaining. We're going to have about 35 seconds when they get the ball back here. They will have a chance to extend that lead.
J.E. says, Emerson, what are your kids doing during the sim? They are both asleep right now, which is really, really nice. Ray P. says, Emerson Christian, have you guys ever heard of Panzerotti? What is that? I said no. Panzerotti. Hold on a second. What is this?
Yeah, I'm
all right, this looks pretty good, dude. It's a savory turnover that originated in central and southern Italian cuisine, which resembles a small calzone, both in shape and dough, used for its preparation. Okay, wow.
Ooh, I'm into it. It looks like if someone made a Hot Pocket, but actually good.
Yeah, well, was it you and me with the Hot Pocket discussion the other day? Hot Pockets are good, but it looks like I would take this 12 out of 10 times over a Hot Pocket.
You ever deep fried a Hot Pocket?
No, I've never deep fried anything in my life. I eat deep fried stuff, but I've never had a fryer like in my house ever.
Yeah, back in college we bought one of those like Sears ones, like the Tefal fryer that had a little bit.
Yeah.
Just nuts buying frozen friable foods, like not just mozzarella sticks and fries and wings, but like French toast sticks and like everything got thrown.
Yes.
It got battered and thrown into the fryer, but like.
Oh, hell yeah.
Delicious out of the fryer, but also molten lava on the inside. The Chiefs had a great opportunity, and instead they're going to bank their 3 timeouts and save them for the second half instead of giving us some more offense. So very frustrating sim so far. I do not. This
is not the Arena League here, people. I don't think you can like save your timeouts for the next one. The good news is after being held scoreless in the first quarter, Tyreek Hill came alive a little late there. 2 for 22. But look at Mahomes. Absolutely perfect. 12 for 12, 124 yards. Dak Prescott, 9 of 15, 82 yards. So that's pretty neat when you can complete all 12 of your passes. CEH has the only touchdown of the day through 2 quarters, 6 carries, 26 yards. Zeke's eating right now, 6 for 58. Mahomes, 3 for 25. Prescott has scrambled once for 12 yards. What's cooking right now? By the way, when I came back inside, I heard you mention something about a bracket with a beer bracket or something like that you have on Post Route?
Yeah, it's a tradition that is continued, passed on from SB Nation to the postroute.substack.com, where you take every team and you rank them based on their local breweries. So upset heavy. I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but only one of the top 19 seeds advanced to the Sweet 16 because there are so many good breweries out there. And it was great news for Colgate, for Texas Southern, for Michigan State. And so sadly, they went home early, but they do get to progress all the way to the Sweet 16 in the beer bracket. But yeah, Better Brewery moves on based on reviews, and you can go through the entire first 2 rounds over on the postroute.substack.com. And if you live in a college town, you're like, oh, we got a great brewery here, and we made the tournament, go check it out. Chime in the comments. Let me know what your brewery does right, because I love hearing about good beer. I love hearing about your good beer. Stats are updated.
Stats updated. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew Frangelico. I can't say his name without saying it like that.
You got it. It's perfect. It just fits so well.
Let's do a lineup check. Where you guys and gals at right now through 2 quarters with Frangelico having all the stats updated. Train Island, shut up. I already see you 3rd out of 111 entries there in the LaMarcus Saxophone Memorial. I'm sitting 18. Your boy's sitting 18 right now. 10,000 entries in the free showdown. Fisher Boy 1947. Bretter Be Sure. Big Baby 04, all tied for first. Looks like they've got Gallup in the captain spot, Mahomes, Elliott, Kelsey, CEH, and the Chiefs defense. What's up, Alex Fox? I see ya. Irwin's here today. Watkins on the reception. Dwayne Tomlinson, what's up, man? Noah Moon, your positivity just radiates. Ray P, what's going on, everyone? Subscribe at postroute@substack.com, aka Cena427. The longest name ever. Jordan Lindenbaum's here today. Bass Pops, peace of mind. CEH. I know Christian shouted a lot of you guys out earlier. Congo Cab, what's up? Tater Hater, we love you, buddy.
Hey.
Top Shop Queenie.
A legend. As Dwayne points out, I am currently 0.22 points ahead of him in the free roll. So I think if this holds, this would be my finest free roll performance ever. So fingers crossed on that.
So I did see Riti and first time playing Fortnite. They mentioned the dress that arrived isn't my bridesmaid's dress for Jesse's wedding, because for the longest time Jesse and I really are like very good friends, and I said, dude, it would make sense that I would be like part of your wedding party, right? And she just like really wasn't buying into it. So for the longest time, I was trying to get likes on the stream here. I said, okay, if we can hit 200 likes, I'll get the bridesmaid's dress. And we kept hitting 200 likes, kept hitting it, and she would not honor her word. So I told her I had to reconsider going to her wedding, but we have decided to go. I gave in like a coward.
I can understand why. It's going to be a very nice wedding. I am familiar with her fiance and where he lives and where he went to school, and I got to imagine that there is going to be a very fine caviar encrusted open bar at this event. And
oh my God, it's going to be like extra. It's going to be like Paris Hilton's 16th birthday party extra. Ridiculous. But you know what? If anybody out there deserves it, it's our draft queen. It's TV's Jessie Cofield, man.
Jessie Cofield?
Oh. Sorry, not sorry there. Patrick Mahomes. Not one, but 2 dudes. Retease, did you know you're like the agent for the Sassy Springers on Instagram, always dropping their account in the chat. I appreciate you, dude. Much love. Also, did it come up in the first sim about Steve Buchanan blocking Brendan Glasheen? As back in the end zone, he gets up and cuckoo, Mr. Robinson.
Wow. No. Wait.
They give it to him. He has it right now.
They gave it to him. Yeah, 6 points on the board. So a beauty there from DeMarcus. And I know a lot of you needed him. You guys were calling out Robinson. Ashley calling out Robinson over and over and over again. And there you go. As we're getting a little NCAA action here. I would not be disappointed in you if you turned it over to the end of that Virginia Tech game. Coming down to the wire there. Very excited.
No, keep it here. Are you kidding me? The Sim's 10 times more important than anything else going on in life right now. Unless your wife has a dress delivered, you can leave to go scoop that up.
Fair.
Yeah, did you guys talk about Buke's blocked Glash this morning on Twitter?
No, I did not know that. But I'm so what was the final straw? What did Glash do?
I think it was some of those videos he's been tweeting out. I think he's kind of had enough. So they had a falling out, and I'm sure it'll be repaired. And then I found out recently, Sarah, Glash's roommate, saw that I had posted something about the puppies, and I used a Game of Thrones reference. And she said to me, "Did you know Brendan has never seen Game of Thrones?" And I was a late addition to the Game of Thrones family. Have you seen it, Christian?
I did. I didn't pick it up until like season 5.
Yeah, I was super late too. I was a late bloomer. And then, has anyone out there? I'm assuming most of you have seen it. And then she asked me, "Which character do you think Brendan would be?" And I immediately, without hesitation, said hot pie.
Oh my God, I was going to say the same thing.
Yes, dude, yes. Brendan Glasheen, everybody, is hot pie from Game of Thrones.
Exactly. Dude, that was my first instinct, and I didn't want to jump in line. I was like, you know what? Emerson will say something like Bran or King Joffrey, hot pie, and everyone's be like, wow, what a great deep cut. Which isn't really a deep cut, but yeah. Glash is definitely hot pie. As Zeke continues to charge towards the bonus here.
What's he got now?
Looks like
89.
There, barring disaster, he'll get there maybe even this quarter as the third ticking away. Dallas doesn't need to step on the gas quite yet. They can keep running with Zeke, but they got to keep in mind that they're down 2 scores and there's only about 11 minutes left in our game. As Zeke charges forward, puts him over 90. Okay. Apparently, Jordan Lindbaum saying that Koff hasn't seen Game of Thrones either.
Whoa, and he's a guy who spends a lot of his time watching like movies and shows, right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean we've all seen that wall. There's a lot of pop culture flowing through his veins. Dak runs into pressure, not ideal. Alex Okafor gets the sack, loss of 10 there, and the Cowboys drive, threatening to stall out here. Outside of field goal range, even for a Greg the leg, although why not let him try a 65-yarder if you don't get another yard here. I am going to go get a howling dog off my deck. I will be ready.
Go do your thing, man. And so it made me start thinking, when Sarah asked me that, that was an uncomfortable looking throw, but at least it was complete to my captain, to Michael Gallup, who has his 5th catch. Like what? Like people here on the Dream Stream, like the announcers, the analysts, what character is each person? And Glash was the easiest for me. I said hot pie. Didn't waste a single second. Then I'm thinking, all right, what's Koff? And I'm like, well, Koff's the guy who's gonna stab you in the back and try to take the throne from him. But that's like everybody in the show.
So he's like Littlefinger? I would think he was more like one of the Maesters, but like one of the creepier ones.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's the fat guy who becomes a Maester after getting sent to the wall. I don't know. That feels more like a Kenny Ducey thing.
So yeah, that's a good one. Ducey, who would Ducey be? I really don't know. Maybe like Brienne of Tarth.
No.
You don't think so?
Tough and intimidating.
Okay. Oh, Theon Greyjoy. Theon Greyjoy.
There it is. Yeah.
You see a Theon Greyjoy like after he has the, situation where things are cut off.
Right. Yeah. After Theon Greyjoy is relegated to the bottom bunk.
I would, I'd say I'm pretty damn likable, and I could just survive like any kind of temperatures outside. So maybe I'm like Tormund or something, or Jon Snow. You could just go ahead and hand me Jon Snow. I'm fine with that.
So you're just going with whoever has the biggest quads? Is that?
Yeah, I could be Khal Drogo. I mean, hell, if you really want it, the most realistic, maybe Gregor. The Mountain.
Yeah, fair, reasonable. But not the Hound?
I mean, the Hound's... when I'm not on the Dream Stream, I talk like I'm the Hound.
Yeah.
I have that kind of... that is my language. I am a sailor, but I get it from my mother. So would that make me Joffrey?
I feel like the intolerable cruelty of Joffrey is a little bit too much. I don't know.
Dude. But yeah, Cough is 100% Littlefinger. You nailed that.
Yeah. Ever since Tywin, I don't know. You are a bit diabolical, sure.
Really?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I see. Yeah.
First and 10, y'all. Few seconds to go. CEH in the third quarter. 17-9. Pretty wise of me to roster Greg the Leg. I don't know if it it has me right now in 9th place.
Not bad. I'm down into like the 40s, but that CEH carry will help me a little bit there. Coming to what could be a solid finish here, although if the Chiefs score a touchdown this drive or even a field goal, it'll make it really tough for the Cowboys to come back. 17-9 home team leads. Mahomes 210 and a touchdown. Could potentially get to the bonus, but seems unlikely. Dak Prescott almost certainly will not. Only 100 yards passing on 17 attempts. So the aerial game has not been cutting it for this Cowboys team, but Zeke 13 for 99. One more carry should get him to the bonus. Fingers crossed. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 7 for 34 and a touchdown. Dak Prescott, only 12 rushing yards. So Dak trending pretty hard towards babysitter Billy consideration today.
LaMarca is Ned Stark. That's pretty funny. Dude, you guys have some incredible comparisons here, man. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Although Reese's, did you notice LaMarca would be the Hound?
Yeah. Y'all, just a bunch of White
Sansa.
Just a bunch of White Walkers who follow producer Madison.
Not wrong, except in this case right now, we're following producer Drew.
Yeah. Rossi would be Tyrion, just height-wise.
Well, someone on YouTube said Tyrion or Rossi rather would be the Mountain, and I'm like, I don't know, dude. He's like the size of one of the Mountain's quads.
Yeah. Jordan Lindenbaum supporting the Emerson is Tormund theme. Edward Fry, three-eyed Raven.
Jesse is obviously Daenerys.
Yeah, clearly.
And Jesse could go insane too. I've seen it. So I'm gonna back that up. Although Tater Hater right now says he's never seen the show, but he's told he looks like he is the mother of dragons. Nice first down pickup by Patrick Mahomes. He's up to 220 yards. That one to Sammy Watkins. Yes, Lindenbaum, Emerson Tormund. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Irwin. Dude, this is a good one. Irwin says Rossi is Hodor. Oh, so wait, does that mean he's carrying around, who's Bran? Does he carry around Bran?
He does carry around Bran.
We have to think, oh, wow, no.
There are too many candidates that could be Ducey. That's the problem. Like, anytime you get a candidate who is prone to, let's say, know-it-allism, but often wrong. I feel like you can say any of those guys are Ducey. Also, if they're maybe a bit small in stature, it gives off the Ducey vibe. We did figure out what Kenny's walk-up music would be. I don't know if you were.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I tuned in for a little bit. What was the final decision on that? Because I was reading everybody's comments. That was hilarious.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be Shania, but I think that "Don't Impress Me Much" would be the perfect one because Kenny never impressed by anything. Just feels right.
Oh,
Holmes' X Factor is lit. They are at the very brink of Butker's field goal range. But the first down here will give them the latitude to burn a couple more minutes off the clock.
Guys dialed in, going back to Watkins.
So Watkins and Robinson, if you paid down the depth chart for those Chiefs receivers, you've been rewarded as both guys have come out to play today.
When Patrick Mahomes and his X Factor is lit up, so he's got a bazooka X Factor, so max throwing distance is increased by 15+ yards. He could throw 80 yards in this game total when his X Factor is lit, like just on one toss. Does he get in? Hell of a juke! And it's for the second time in this game. Mrs. Robinson, Jesus loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, Ashley Edwards rejoicing.
Unbelievable. Yeah, wow, yeah, Ashley is going crazy.
Well, that's probably going to do it for the Cowboys' comeback hopes. A 15-point deficit with only 6 minutes to play, but I guess they can get a touchdown, a 2-point conversion to stop, and another touchdown to keep their hopes alive. So the problem there is that they need to score a touchdown, and that has not been a thing they've done today. They have gone a full 26 minutes without finding the end zone, despite being absolutely loaded with playmakers. Big part of that is because Dak Prescott laying an egg in this one.
Thank you, chat on Twitch and YouTube. You guys were hilarious during the little Game of Thrones character comparison to all of us here on the Dream Stream. Who would you be? Who would you want to be? What do you guys think? Who's Christian, guys? We need someone to tell me who Christian is.
If I can be Jamie, but without so much the stuff with my sister plot lines.
Nope, sorry, dude. That's part of it, man. Embrace it. Oh, dude, that's a good one. Thomas is like, what's the guy's name? Barrick, the guy who constantly dies. He's like died 20 times.
Yeah. He made his last death worth it, too.
Samir would be Toman.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, or is it Toman? Toman Baratheon?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's Samir. He's just like weak, and you can walk all over him. Tomlin.
You know, you said that, but I've seen the man's got the calves of a power lifter. I've seen him.
Yeah.
Some very, very gym teacher legs between the socks.
It's true. Samir is like
definitely get into a pair of ski boots, just based on what I've seen online.
Tyrann Mathieu, he has his X Factor lit up right now. Higher chance to defeat run blocks and disrupt catches. Fourth and 6, they're going for it because you're down 24-9 with 4:20 to play. Light them up, Dak. Oh, incomplete.
Oh. Well, good news for CEH owners because the Chiefs get the ball back in plus territory with time to kill. There is heavy up front, 2 tight ends in the lineup, and CEH somehow runs away from his hole but still picks up a few yards there. 2nd and 7 coming up, and if we're going heavy formations, this could be Ricky Seals-Jones time. So far, bagel right now, but
yeah,
I think he can come back.
I'm thinking Wes says, yeah, with the hair, you got to be Jon Snow. Agreed, but Arya Stark, I mean, like, she's a you like saved the day, bro. And Jerem, I agree. You said she's easily the best character in the series. She's one of them for me. Lisa Robinson, Reek. I forgot that. I forgot that's what they called him after a little while. Theon. All right, 3rd and 7. What are you going to do, Patty Mayonnaise? Dial it up. There's Kelsey. Terrible route running.
Terrible. But the good news, if you got Harrison Butker, who's about to come out and kick you a 48-yarder, it's 22 for 22 now for Patrick Mahomes. If we were giving him up PP completion points, he'd be having a great day, but that's not a thing. So he's going to remain stuck at about 21 points. Not terrible.
All right, that's good too.
Good, yeah. 18 points, so a 3-possession lead. Cowboys officially cooked now, but plenty of garbage time points up for grabs. 2:48 to go. Cowboys do have all 3 timeouts. Dak Prescott is trying to get something going. He has just been garbage today. Absolutely unfortunate. And G-Chat blowing up notifications for this Tech Florida game.
What happened?
Apparently it's terrible free throw shooting, and Tech came back to tie it at the end of regulation, and now Florida is up 4 with under 30 seconds to play in overtime. I'm excited. I got nothing after this. I'm just going to go downstairs, set up my multiple screens, get a nice roast beef sandwich, and not move for like 6 hours. It's going to be awesome.
Set it up outside. You got nice weather today. Go chill out there with the pup, dude.
It's like 55, so it's decent enough, but not great. So yeah, I can throw the YouTube TV on the laptop and enjoy myself. Maybe some fine tobacco while I'm out there.
Okay. I mean, that is, as producer Drew points out, hell of a way to start the tournament. A little overtime game. I mean, maybe they're just giving us extra basketball since we missed it last year. I mean, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years since we had our last game in the tournament.
Oh, all right. Well, good news for CeeDee Lamb is he got another PPR point. Bad news is he gained basically no yards, as the Cowboys playing like they have no interest in boosting your fantasy team. Only Zeke Elliott has really come to play in this one. It's been unfortunate. As another terrible sideline route. Come on.
I don't know what's going on.
Gain it 2. Oh, terrible. Terrible. Another 4th down coming up for the Cowboys.
Yeah, the outlook for Dallas here is Zeke. That is for sure. But we'll see if they got that Dak in a box. Woo! 4th and 6. You got to give the people some points, Dak. Oh, wow, he's going to wind up. Go deep. Pull in by my captain. My captain. Welcome home. I missed you. Land ho.
Wow. Well, that changes some things. My goodness. The deep ball, the Rex Grossman throw, and just like that, Gallup.
Don't do that.
Goes great.
Don't do that to Dak.
Listen, man, you have a day where you do nothing, and just close your eyes and launch a ball downfield and you get bailed out. That is the Rex Grossman to a T. So
taking me from 24th to 10th. Ooh, whoa, check that. Check that. My dude Frangelico. Adding him up. Kicking it and 4th. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. I'm in 2nd. And I'm coming for you, Smalls.
Wow. You are a solid 10.4 points behind. Oh, no.
I am.
No, only 9 points behind now. All right.
What's dude? He's got Robinson, Mahomes, Prescott, CEH, Watkins, Gallup.
I mean, good news. It should be more CEH time. Well, good news for me at least. Although Mahomes' X factor is lit. After recovering the onside kick, Chiefs have the ball in plus territory. CEH gets the carry and gains about 5. It's not terrible, not good, not terrible. Clock tick down to the 2-minute warning.
I know 55% even of folks who rostered him in the free showdown. Zeke Elliott, hoping the Cowboys can get the ball back and he can just pick up 1 yard. He's at 99 yards right now in the rushing department. So he's in the captain spot, 14.2%. I could use that boost too. But I don't know. With that X factor lit up,
yeah.
I don't know if Mahomes is going to be the reason they can't pick up a first. Right now, it's CEH who fumbles for football, and it's scooped up by Dallas. Are you kidding me?
Chidobe Awuzie jumps on. Is it going to stand, though? Normally when they review a fumble, it stays with the fumbling team. Cool. Can't see a damn thing from that angle. And it will stay. Chiefs, hold on.
Oh, no. You know what? Part of me really wanted Dallas to win that.
Yeah.
Look at this formation, though.
Yeah, they're coming out in the Southern Cross, and it's CEH again. He picks up the first. Cowboys burning timeouts now, so we're going to get more CEH garbage time points. And you know what? If you could go ahead and rip one off from here, 28-yard rushing touchdown, that would be great for my lineup.
So as of now, Sherlock Mahomes has 276 passing yards, 25 rushing yards, a couple passing touchdowns, 21.5 points in the flex. 76% of you deciding to roster him.
Currently loving the 448 rushing yards for Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but got to imagine that's not going to.
God. It's okay.
83 points in the captain spot for me right now. Don't think that one's going to hold up.
Come on, Frangelico. I fell from 2nd to 33rd, dude. Those jacked sausage fingers of yours. CEH, though, muscling over dudes.
Down to a more reasonable 48 rushing yards. I appreciate you doing me that favor, friend.
He says, LOL, my bad, y'all. Dude, ish happens, man. It's all good. Scores are always changing. We appreciate you working and adding up all these scores manually, Potato Chip. It's all good. Those are funny moments, though. Oh, my God. Patrick Mahomes has 5,000 yards passing.
It's reasonable, not outside the realm of possibility.
Yep.
Not going on curve. Will we get the standard Madden kneel down carry, kneel down pattern? No, it's just going to be kneel down. So CEH will not get that last touchdown. Mahomes is going to get negative 0.2 at the tail end here. And we are going to get a 27-16 Chiefs victory over the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. All right. I'm fine with it. You guys keep Matt LaMarca and that saxophone of his X saxophone, and your T's and P's. Will eventually start some kind of GoFundMe for him. We'll help him get another mattress. We'll help him get a new saxophone. We'll get him back on his feet and hopefully get him in some top shot therapy, because the man has a problem right now. But 27-16, 27-16 is your final here. Christian DeAndrea, you handsome Jon Snow-esque man of a being. Hook me up right now with your Krusty Coffin player of the game. Perfect on the day for Patrick Mahomes. 22 of 22. I don't know how many times we've seen that. It has to be extremely rare, if not the first time.
Yeah, very, very nice day for Mahomes. Very great day for DeMarcus Robinson. But, the lesser-owned and way less captained Michael Gallup came out of nowhere to give you nearly 30 points in the flex thanks to that bomb from Prescott late in the game. So go ahead And let's hand the crusty cough to Gallup, coming alive after so many terrible performances. And, speaking of terrible performances, Dak, the only thing he had working for him was that late deep bomb of a throw. So Dak, only 27% owned, but only 12 points in the flex. He's going to be your babysitter Billy. Not my kid. I don't know her award winner for this sim.
I don't know her.
Yeah.
Wait.
Smalls beat the crap out of all of us in this one. She took first place by nearly 13 full points. But I see you in number 2 right there. DK Iwasia.
Hello, peasants.
Point cash.
If I had coins, I'd throw them all out to you. You all need them. But instead, I'm going to keep them and donate them to LaMarco. We had a good time. Yeah, so Smalls crushed it. And then if scores hold right now, which Frangelico's going through, double checking everything, looked like there would be a 3-way tie. Yeah, 3-way tie in that free showdown with almost 10,000 entries in it.
Not bad. 25th in the free roll for me. So one of my better showings, and yet just absolutely smoked by not only you, but Frangelico was up there for a while too. Yeah, producer Drew ahead of me.
Frustrating for Zeke owners though. 1 yard shy of 100.
Yeah, a killer. Yeah, stupid Cowboys, man.
That's just what you do, man. This is why you got to roster Greg the Leg when it happens. When it comes at you. But damn, that is a big victory there for Smalls. 666.
Tremendous.
Okay, so let me see just really, really quick what is coming up next. I believe Glash is going to slide back in. So make sure by the way, when I told Sarah the other day that he was hot pie, Sarah did not disagree. And there's no one who knows him better than I do except for Sarah. So anywho, it is going to be Glash and Geoff. That's a hell of a duo. So everyone, come on back. Little happy hour action, 4 o'clock. Bucks at the Raiders. Should be a hell of a game. Watch Tom Brady do his thing. Christian, enjoy the rest of your day, man. Tell your dog I love him. Have fun watching the tournament.
He'll be thrilled.
Thomas.
Watch basketball, eat some food, and drink some beverages.
Okay, dude. Well done. And then post route, people can go on there and fill out the bracket. Yeah. Let's see it one more time. Thank you. Thomas on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew Frangelico. Love you guys. Hell of a team. DK Sim fam. You are the most important people in my life. Thank you. I'll see everyone back here on Monday. I got to go take care of the Sassy Springers on Instagram.
Hey, here we are.
Hey.
Live. How do we do this? How do we talk again? Moose, Geoff Ulrich. Hey. Bucks Raiders. Madden Sim on Friday, March 19th, 2021.
All facts. All true.
All true. And this is it for you, right? One and done?
No, I got the next one, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, you're doing play-by-play for the next one, right? Well, kind of.
Oh, am I? I don't even know who I'm with. I thought I was with you for the next one, so I guess
Nope.
not.
I'm done after this, man.
Oh, okay. Well, fine.
Yeah. You got Tommy Freeze Pops for the next one.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Good for me.
Yep. Good for you. Golf Rat on Twitch. Buck stack, anyone? I'm into that. Buck stack. I like Gronk in the captain spot. Who do you like in the captain spot?
A pineapple in my teeth right now.
It's all right.
I got who'd I put? I put Henry Ruggs. I went with the Raiders stack actually. So going against the grain, I rostered Tom, I rostered Gronk, and I'm with Carr, Ruggs, Tyrell Williams, Jason Witten. I'm getting this pineapple.
It's all right, man. You really what you wanted to say in your analysis there is that you hate Tom Brady.
It's true, I do.
Yep.
Just hate him.
But you played him. Right? You played him and Gronk?
I did play him. I played him and Gronk. Nice little value stack there. I like the value you're getting. But I did go heavy Raiders. So I think this will be a good game. I'm not going to lie. The Raiders can be hit or miss, but if their offense shows up a bit, the Brady's obviously still really good in the sim. Even though in real life he gets carried by his defense now, but
okay. The only Raider I played, same one as Emerson's forehead, Darren Waller. And then I put Gronk in the captain, Brady, Godwin, Evans, OJ Howard.
I left Waller out, but I think I'm already regretting it. So he's good. He's very good in these sims.
He's got superstar traits. Banded Caterpie. Hope you feel better. Sorry to hear that. But yes, we're happy to be here to give you Madden Sims, whatever you guys are into today. If you're watching the basketball, NBA, NHL later on, whatever you might be up to, we appreciate you guys choosing us. We have producer Drew with us, Tom on the ones and twos, Frangelico, updating the scores. So glad you're all with us. Stick says, just got my third Sims check in the mail. Going to take mom shopping at Target. Very nice. Did you mean stim, like stimulus check, or are you getting a check from DraftKings for Madden Sims?
Sim life? Like what's going on here?
Shopping at the Sim Target in the Sim bubble.
Taking my two Sim moms out for dinner.
We got 156 entries in the DK SimFam Friends contest titled Glash and Moose. Thank you, Tom, for making the Pats spend. True. Tom Brady deserves a lot of credit.
It's all Tom Brady. Tom Brady is fully responsible for the Patriots uprising, of course. Yeah, let's just give him all the credit for everything in the NFL.
Hey, man, the dots connect. It had to start somewhere. He put the pressure on the Patriots to spend some money. You think I'm nuts?
Yes.
All
We're
right.
not even in the same conference.
So what? He left them.
So
He made them feel bad about letting him go. And the fact that he won the whole thing, they were like, oh, we better be better than 7-9 next year because the guy we let go just won the whole thing. I'm not saying 100% credit, but maybe like 10%.
Look, the Patriots last season, all they were doing was clearing money. This had been planned for like 2 years, Brendan. So they were planning for this offseason, legitimately. Last year was basically just, they didn't even tank. They went 7-9. They were actually okay, considering how bad a roster they put out there. The Patriots were competitive. I mean, they almost beat the Bills on the road. I mean, they played the Chiefs tight. The Pats were planning for this though for years. So Nothing to do with Tom Brady. Nothing. Zero.
I don't
Zilch.
believe that.
Nada.
I don't believe that.
Niente.
Braiders, I just called them the Braiders, to mirroring
The
Brady.
Braiders.
The Braiders.
Wow.
The Bucks
Wow.
just punted.
What
Ever
time
since
did
Brady
what time
is
did
the reason
Kaufman? What time did Kaufman tuck you in last night?
3:30 in the morning. I woke up this morning to a text that said, "Going to bed." Top shot, Queenie. People questioned Belichick's coaching, and he freaked out. I think you're right. They were planning to spend some money, but not like this. No, not like this. Not $190 million in guaranteed money. No. That was not the plan.
You're insane.
I'm not insane.
If you think the Patriots spending has anything to do with Tom Brady,
yes,
anything, you're
Geoff,
insane.
If that Bucks team went 7-9 and missed the playoffs,
The Patriots would be doing the exact same thing because
I don't know about
Bill
that.
Belichick and Robert Kraft want to win. They don't care what Brady's doing. They care what they're doing, which is wanting to win.
I don't know about that. If the Bucks went 7-9 and missed the playoffs, Bill's not as worried about the. Bill's not as concerned with being 7-9 as the Patriots, seeing that Brady didn't do as well in year one with Tampa. I think there is a connection. There's a scoreboard. That's why we play the games. Bill versus Brady. They care. Thank you, producer Drew. Finally, someone from our production team has a take. Yep, very connected. It's connected here. Here in Boston, everyone, it's the scoreboard. Brady versus Bill. Just saying. A little bit. The fact that the Bucks won it, Bill has come out with vengeance, spending money.
I might have to get Buchanan on here at halftime to call you a dope or something.
You don't think there's any connection whatsoever?
There's zero connection. Like I said, what do you think they would have been doing anyways? If Brady had gone 6-10 last year, do you think the Belichick could just be like, oh yeah, let's just throw another crap roster, even though we got $100 million of cap space?
Maybe.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Brady's doing bad, so we can just flounder. I don't want to win anymore. I'm just coaching for the hell of it. No, he would have done the exact same thing. He's in a competitive division. They have to keep pace with the Bills. Everybody thinks Tom Brady's like the only guy in the NFL who wants to win.
I didn't say all the credit. I didn't say that. I just think a little bit. You know, it's the slow knife. You know? Amanda. Yes, Bruce. I know it's you. Brady dug the knife in a little bit deeper by winning the title. You're right. The Pats were going to spend like this. Unprecedented spending by Bill Belichick. He's never done this, ever.
He's probably never had that much room, though. That's the whole point.
They didn't.
Because they had, and you want to know why? Because they had Brady's ginormous salary every year. So. Yeah, it is Brady connected. He's given them the room to spend up on better players. I mean,
yeah. Screw the quarterback, right?
Huh?
Don't need that. Just spend everywhere else. They might be right if they get Jimmy G or they get a drafted kid like Mac Jones. Yes, people were giving Brady all the credit for the Pats titles. So Bill's like, well, not in my watch. I'm going to spend some money. A little more than usual. Yeah, producer Drew. I agree. Big salary from the guy who always took less. Who just took less again, may I add. Tom Brady restructured his contract so they can run it back. Run it back to stick it to Geoff.
Yeah, completely. That's going to happen. I have no doubt in my mind that the Bucs are going to win again. Zero doubt.
Ha! This is good. You know what you could
No, I
do,
mean, I've
right?
accepted it. I mean, I'm not even, like, they're just going to be my pick for everything next year.
Oh, come on. That's not fun. You know, I appreciate how we're on both sides of the spectrum, two different sides of the spectrum here, because you could just come in and go, you know, Brendan, that's really true. That's makes a lot of sense. You don't think it makes sense? That's okay. Plus, this is the time to get the Brady Pats talk out of the way. As the viewers start to climb, we'll pivot off of this and move on to the sim. Talk about it now before people get angry.
I think they only get angry when Kaufman talks about it, so it's okay.
Well, because Kaufman uses like 6 prepositional phrases before he actually gives a take. You see, here's the thing. Here's what I think about when I hear this topic, and this is brought up, and it's 0-0, 2:23 left, first quarter, ball at the 10-yard line. Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Tom, Andrew, Frangelico, smash the like button. 230 of you watching. Still not on to my take. Just going to keep setting up my take. And we got 3rd and 3 coming up. Good to have you with us. Here's the thing. Well, let's actually wait for the 3rd and 3 snap. So, Geoff, and for those of you in the chat, please weigh in when I eventually get to my take that I won't get to right away. Here's what I keep thinking about. Obviously, it's been a really tough year for the Patriots, trying to figure out what they want to do with their situation. But here's my question for you, as we have 4th and inches coming up. Do we believe that Bill Belichick really thinks he can do this without... Well, hold on. Let's watch this play from the 4th and inches. Jacobs. Good for the first. Hit that like button, everybody. Finally, my question. Do we really believe Bill Belichick is not motivated by Tom Brady? See how long it takes for the question to come out?
Wow.
I hope he was hearing.
Could have sworn I was into an Adam Kaufman sim right there. Not gonna lie.
Oh, it drives me nuts.
He does like to qualify things. He does.
He just freaking talks and talks. Just meaningless words. Get to the point. I don't even think he can impersonate me because I'm just so different.
That's right, Val. The only way to impersonate you is just do impersonations, the whole sim. Go watch Dark Knight Rises like 3 times. And...
Stephen Kennedy, I am like, spit it out, man. Thank you, producer Drew. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. You are special, Brendan. It's a good drive here for the Raiders.
Our special little guy of the Sims. Our special little sim guy.
Go to bed now. Oh, end of the first.
0-0. So a lot of Brady talk there in the first cue, like Brendan said. As the viewers go up, we'll probably pivot to the sim. But not gonna lie, that was a pretty boring first quarter. Anyway,
very boring. Extremely.
Yeah. Really didn't miss much. 23 yards passing for Carr, 6 yards for Tom Brady.
I might have to go back into that and clip that piece out and send it to Adam.
Send it to him.
What do you think?
See what he thinks. Working on my Kaufman impression. What do you think?
Oh, man. Yeah, I can't TikTok that. It's too long. That's right, producer Drew. I can't even TikTok a cough impersonation. It's too long.
It's actually true. Yeah.
It won't meet the 15-second or 60-second window. Brother Phil says the way the Bucs D was playing down the stretch, any of the very good franchise quarterback in the league could have won that title. Up there we go with that take again. It wasn't Brady waving a magic wand, Glashy. Yeah, just convenient as Jacobs comes up short at the 1. 4th and goal, no score. Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, and Frangelico here with us. I don't know about that. It's just convenient that Tom was in the big game again, huh? Any other guy, though, could do it. He went to an all-star team. I just want to keep beating Kaufman for the rest of the sim as Jacob scores.
Well, now here's the problem with that take.
I'm such a jerk. Jacob, 16% owned in the flex.
I mean, yeah, but you're very on point, jerk. So.
Hey, you've witnessed. I get my fair share of ragging on too, so I don't feel
absolutely. Bad. I think everybody in these sims does so.
Well, and they went for that on 4th and goals. That was
I know that was interesting. But Jacob's getting in there for the touchdown, so nice little pivot there for or nice little score there for the people who used pivoted off the pass game, as I was trying to say. To Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs, actually, this is there's been some interesting free agent news. I mean, Raiders given Kenyon Drake a big deal. I
don't get it.
No freaking idea why, man. It's what a waste of money. Like, I mean, just from a team building perspective, the idea that you need 2 running backs like that in there is just so. Ludicrous. I mean, what did they pay Devontae Booker last year? Like $1 million, $2 million. You think Kenyon Drake is like a massive upgrade? It's so ridiculous, man. Just a ludicrous move. And they're trading linemen as well. Yikes.
Germ, good to have you on Twitch. First time playing Fortnite. Wants Oral Roberts to win. Who does Oral Roberts have? They're a 14 seed, right?
I have no idea. I am not the person to ask about NCAA.
Ohio State right now. Ohio State had a guy out, I think, too. Major injury news. Derek, I like this take from Derek. Anybody could have, meaning any quarterback, but no one else could have put that team together based upon being Tom Brady. That's a very good point. I agree with that.
I don't think that anyone could have stepped in and won the Super Bowl. I really don't. But I do think that, you put a competent quarterback in there, Tampa would have still been a really good team. Let's put it that way. But
okay.
No, I mean, I don't think it's quite as simple as that. I don't think Jameis Winston's winning the Super Bowl with the Bucs this year. Absolutely not.
Brody Daniel.
Definitely will give Tom credit there. I mean, absolutely. No doubt about it.
That's nice.
And look, I'm of the opinion that like playing football it's somewhat how you process the game. It's a little bit mental. It's not all physical. I mean, it can't be. It's you're looking down players. It's part of it's just being able to read defenses and stuff like that, knowing when to take risks. Certain situations that stuff's not necessarily physical. That's experience, processing, whatever you want to call it. Some guys are innately better at that, and Brady, I think, is one of the best. So let's give him a little credit. Absolutely, man. Problem Kid Gaming says Koff is too professional for these sims. Yeah, let's just dial that one back a little. Coffin may think he's too professional for these sims.
There it is.
I don't think he thinks that, but can you actually be too professional for these things? I don't know. Sam, thanks for the kudos. We appreciate it.
Let's buy Stream Trash that topic. Brother Phil, this is your opinion. I'm going to disagree with it the more and more you present. He brought in Gronk. He brought in Brown. Not everyone else. I guess not. Brought in Fournette. Forgot Fournette. Just saying. Got the buy-in from the rest of the offense. Shady McCoy. Shady McCoy matters because he does play a part in these sims. If Tom Brady did not recruit Shady McCoy, you would not be able to roster him as a third down back.
There you go.
Think about that.
All the dominoes.
What else do we have here? Yeah, Sam, that was nice of you. What's up, Sam? Thanks. Appreciate it. Brody says because making fun of people is cool now, right? How old are you, Glash? I'm 28. I've also known these guys for like 5 years. We enjoy each other's company.
Yeah, do people think like we're really ragging on Kaufman here? Like we really don't like him or something? Yeah.
Adam craps on me all the time. Steve Buchanan blocked me on Twitter today.
Yeah, that's right.
So I give him a hard time because he goes on MLB Network during the baseball season with Robert Flores, who is a known host. He's been in MLB Network. So Steve would love to post the photo of him on MLB Network with Robert Flores all the time, going back a couple years now. And so now anytime he gives me crap on Twitter, I just respond with a GIF or GIF of Robert Flores. And I found one of Robert Flores waving goodbye when Steve's like, I think I'm going to block you. And I just said, go ahead, see you later. And he did it. I didn't think he would.
Oh, boy.
Problem Kid Gaming. Making fun of someone's troubles or appearance is one thing. Oh, that I'm with you. You know, once in a while we do get to that point where it's close. We might walk the line, but we walk it back. I think.
Of course, there's lines. Yes, I think we're generally pretty good enough across them, but yeah,
it happens.
Anyways, anywho,
when you're in Simland 6 a day, 7 days a week in the NFL offseason, you're gonna screw up from time to time. I think as Brady is sacked. Poor guy, broke a bone, I think.
A little bit of a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum.
Brian C. Anyone know how the energy in the sim is? Brian, I'll go there. There's a good energy in the sim. Obi-Wan, correct. It's a dysfunctional group. We are a very dysfunctional group. It's hard to believe that we still get on here somewhat on time and deliver these in some sort of orderly fashion.
I mean, it's a dysfunctional time, so you need a dysfunctional group. There's a nice screen pass there, down inside the 20. That was Shady McCoy. Is Leonard Fournette, this is actually a good question relating back to NFL and stuff. Is Leonard Fournette signed with anyone yet?
No, he's still out there.
He's still out there. Juju re-signed with Pittsburgh. That's another big free agent signing. It's probably fine for the Steelers because they only got him on a 1-year deal, but I absolutely hate that for fantasy purposes. Was really hoping he'd leave and Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool would just take over. I think Deontay Johnson's a guy who could have led the league in targets. Now that you got Juju in there, I just don't know. I mean, I think Claypool's a guy you try and grab cheap if possible, but from a season-long perspective, is he going to get in? No, Godwin's short. Godwin going back to the Bucs. Haven't had as much movement either, Brendan, with the wide receivers, have we? Like Robinson going back, the Burrs.
Juju today, back to Pittsburgh.
Godwin. So like 3 big names right there. None of them moved. Galladay's like the one lone dude who's out there. I personally think it was a pretty dumb move by Juju Smith-Schuster. So I just don't know how he's going to increase his value with playing almost like the third stringer behind.
Let's go.
Oh no!
Let's go. Punt play, baby. Gotta have him.
OJ! Hope you drank your OJ tonight, kids. A nice little freshly squeezed glass, Florida owned. OJ Howard. There's another weapon for the Tampa Bay Bucks, by the way. They're probably going to be better than last year. God, they are going to be my Super Bowl pick. I'm not even kidding. Like, this guy didn't even play last year. He's their best tight end when he's healthy. Oh, God. I have to move to another planet where Tom Brady doesn't exist and win everything. What is going on in the golf? Aaron Wise has 2 eagles today. He's at 11 under. How's that possible on this course? Everything is just crumbling around me, Brendan.
Dysfunction. I was born in it. Molded by it.
You got fullbacks scoring touchdowns. Our pets' heads are falling off. What is going on? Anyways, 7-7.
OJ Howard, 8% in the flex for the public free showdown. 0.5%. 0.5%.
Wow.
In the captain. Top Shot Queenie on YouTube. OMG, I never hit OJ right. Yes. So I guess that means you did today.
You never hit OJ right. If you're playing him, you're not hitting OJ right. Let's put it that way. Your mistake is probably just playing OJ right. He was great in the last sim.
Brother Phil, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying the team probably didn't need a quarterback as good as Brady. Maybe. To win games? Yeah, you're right. To win the whole thing, though? I don't know about that.
You see, the problem with that is...
You see, well, here's the thing. And here's what I've found being here in New England for my whole life. And that's a long completion. Henry Ruggs.
There he is.
My. Touchdown, Raider.
Capitano, 73-yard. That's why we roster Henry Ruggs. People, he's got the speed. He's got that flash force or whatever you call it. Speed force. Woot, woot. One play. Goodbye. Derek Carr all the way down, chucking bombs.
42% in the flex. Henry Ruggs, 8% in the captain spot. Wow.
Bucks, Mike, sorry. Didn't do me any favors either. What's going on with this Aaron Rice kid? This is insane. Anyways, nice little sim touchdown there. All the things are happening today, folks. Hope you're having a great Friday, though. Very nice out where I live, so starting to feel that spring pep, you know, Brendan. I'm not gonna lie. Like last weekend, the time change.
Yep.
It was feel a little weird around like the start of spring. I do, anyways. But you get that 1 week adjustment. Lots of energy. Great. Exciting time. What's the weather like there?
41 here in Boston, sunny skies. Let's go to sports with Adam Kaufman. 14-7, Vegas on top of Tampa. Adam Kaufman, Geoff Ulrich. Mike Evans with the catch, his first. He has the X-Factor capability. 2 catches, 10 yards for Evans. All right, I'll stop. I don't know why I'm in such a mood to do that. It's kind of fun. Maybe it's because it's Friday and I'm not working tomorrow and I'm just kind of leaving it all out there. So,
just leaving it all on the table.
When you have a day off the next day, you can get people to hate you a lot and then they'll remember that they like you by Monday.
No, I mean, I should be doing that too. Like next sim, I should just be, I'm just going to tell off everyone in the chat next sim because I don't work Saturday because we got the afternoon sims were canceled because of the American Cornhole Spectacular.
Yes!
On DraftKings. 4 p.m. Eastern, folks. Tune in. Cornhole. Seriously, though, tune in. 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We got it on the Dream Stream, so that'll be cool. Did they have contests associated with that? I actually don't know. I want to say there's a pool or something. Our producers are probably just like rolling their eyes. Like, how do you it's not like this?
Pools, yes.
Pool, see, I was right. There's a free-to-play pool. Andrew, let us know in the chat. Thank you very much, kind sir. So there's free-to-play pools on the American Cornhole. Again, what did I say? 4 p.m. Eastern time? I think that's right. It is. And check in the Dream Stream, free-to-play pools, DK Sportsbook, yada, yada. But yeah, American Cornhole, man. Why not? Get a little free action on. Check it out. But anyway, so kind of great. Anyway.
Bass Pops says, hate is good as long as you're getting attention. That's the play.
What?
Could be that.
Oh, Tommy boy! Oh, good old Simon the wheels here, Brendan.
Oh, Evans.
There's my boy, Mike Evans. Nice touch, Simon. Let's run it back.
This is it! This is it!
Hey, Gronk. Let's come back and sign another contract. You big wimp.
Yeah, how about Gronk? There was a report that he was actually considering going home to play for the Bills. And then he's probably like, you know what? I can visit home in the
That would have been cool. That would have been great for Josh Allen.
Right?
Gronk there, a tight end.
Oh, I guess with So Lee Smith, who we know in Simland as the tight end 1 in Buffalo, Lee Smith got dealt to Atlanta, and the Bills are connected to Zach Ertz in trade discussions.
Ooh, Evans almost got in there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because now that makes complete sense. The Bills getting a pass-catching tight end. I mean, Dawson Knox serviceable, but bringing in someone else who's got a little bit better upside there for Josh Allen, the way their offense runs, that makes complete sense. So there's been some weird signings though. Like I'm not gonna lie. I mean, there is every year. These teams are, as I always harp on, most of them are kind of mismanaged. Being dead honest, I just can't get over that Kenyon Drake one with the Raiders. What is going on? Oh, was he in? Was he in? Wow, I guess he came back out and caught it. Is that Tyler Johnson? It is.
Yes, sir.
He's gonna be. Actually, wait. The Bucs didn't re-sign Antonio Brown, did they?
That is not. Did they? I don't think so. Right?
No, I don't think so. So I was gonna say Tyler Johnson might be stuck behind the depth chart again, but look. If they don't bring back Antonio Brown, Tyler Johnson could be an interesting late round flyer next year, in that Brown role. Maybe seeing 5 to 8 targets a game. Always injury, possibilities too. He's pretty good. Yeah, he was a pretty good draft pick they got there. I think in the 4th or 5th round last year. So it's a player. Again, might be a good late round sleeper. But it's going to depend on Antonio Brown if he resigns or whatever.
I mean, is any other team going to take a chance?
I mean, New England might have been actually, New England wasn't going to resign. I shouldn't even say that. I don't know. Maybe like I was going to say the Raiders, but no, I don't think he'll be going to the Raiders. Maybe like the Eagles, because they're so wide receiver starved and they lost out on Juju. So they're purportedly trying to get him. There's probably a couple teams who might be desperate enough, but I think you can definitely cross the Raiders off. Remember when he got frostbite on his toes?
Right? That was before the 19th season. Yeah. God.
It seems so long ago that happened because of everything in the world that's happened since then. But do you remember when Antonio Brown was dominating the preseason news with just insane news reports?
No.
Oh, the Raiders don't have the right helmet for me, so I'm going to sit out. Oh, he got frostbite because he was trying to go in a cryo chamber and preserve himself or something. Just absolutely insane stuff. So, yeah.
What a mess.
So long ago.
What a mess.
What a guy.
Right now we have Cutler fan in first place in the thank you, Tom, for making the Pats spend. That's the correct take in the free roll. And a four-way tie for first place in the public free showdown that does not have an accurate title. It's just the $250 free contest. Henry Ruggs captained. Jacobs is in there. He has 42 rushing yards and a score. Brady, Godwin, Evans, and O.J. Howard.
Roosevelt in the chat actually brings up a good possible Antonio destination in the Ravens. They're starved. They're wide receiver starved. They were going after Juju. I think they struck out on another guy. So that is a possibility. I could see that. I could actually see him ending up there. Look, I think it's pretty clear the most likely destination is back with Tampa. But again, they got Tyler Johnson there. They've secured Godwin now. So.
Ash Pop says, you've come a long way, Glashman, since the Mostert debacle. You've honed your game to perfection now.
I mean, we're coming up on the year anniversary of the Mostert. Psycho. Crazy.
That was what was great about having Steve on Tuesday night, was we got into that again. And, I'm an idiot. Blabbering idiot. So, it's good.
You're fine.
Subscribe at postroute@substack.com, aka Cena472, promoting Christian's product. Very nice. Second in Clash's contest. Where are you at? Let me see. Yeah, there you are. Cena472. Second place. Mike Evans, captain. You have the Bucks defense and the flex. Yeah, so the Ravens have not... They haven't done anything, huh, at the receiver position?
Nope, they were definitely trying. Definitely trying.
I'm hoping if you haven't seen any news today, it's a big day for college basketball, of course. I think that's Ruggs with another reception out to the 40-yard line. Vegas by 7. Yep, there's Ruggs. Abby Rizzle says the glass lettuce. What a mess. Ruggs has already hit the bonus, which is awesome. Brother Phil, I think we're just going to agree to disagree, all right? Because I don't want to bother people with this Tom Brady thing any longer. Brother Phil, I'll just go talk to the tattoo on my behind that you told me to get. Brother Phil believes that I have a Tom Brady tattoo on my butt that I talk to. Express my love for the quarterback. That's how I communicate with him. Josh Jacobs making the catch out of the backfield. And we'll leave it there. I don't want to give any more detail about what I might discuss with this tattoo that I allegedly have. Prince of Darkness, Glash, you look like Kramer with that do. Wow. Might retire after today. So you got golf going on. I know you've been keeping busy writing your hockey NHL write-ups with the cheat sheet.
True.
What else you got going on? You have any takes you want to share? You anything that that's on your mind?
No, man. Just enjoying a little bit of where we're at in the hockey season. Definitely keeping me entertained. Golf, the Masters coming up. Obviously, some big stuff coming up for DraftKings on DraftKings with the golf contest there. Got a couple milli makers coming up for that. So kind of in the run up for that. Got a couple quiet weeks, and then we'll be doing build up. But no, just kind of getting ready for spring here, man. I mean, not too much on the go for me. Just regular stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of an interesting time in sports. I mean, it's kind of like the lull before the storm. Like I know everyone's big into the college basketball this week, but it's like the first round is fun, but then you got the finals coming up. You got the Masters around the same week, and then the NFL draft. So I feel like March is like just one big sort of slow build into the start of April. In regular times, like I think that first week in April when the Masters is on, it's always like the craziest time because like the NHL playoffs are almost there, the NBA playoffs are almost there, and then you got the Masters, NCAA, all that stuff. It's like the craziest time in sports. There's Gronk on the catch. Just doing my little Kaufman impression here, talking for minutes at a time while doing play-by-play. And but yeah, no, nothing serious going on for me. Just enjoy that slow build-up.
Gonna be fun, Jim. Gonna be fun. You're watching the NCAA tournament on CBS. Jim Nance and Bill Raftery here, Florida and Virginia Tech. Very soon, Jim, you'll be at the Masters. Gonna be good. The Masters on CBS.
There's John Gruden, his wife Maria. They do have 4 young sons who are all in the stands watching on the side. It's like Vern Lundquist on the 60-yard line. Hi, Jim. I've just been sitting in this tree watching golf balls land on the green for the past 10 years. That's going to be fun. I think Bryson's got a real shot, man. I think we might get a DraftKings logo in the Butler cabin this year. That'd be cool. Hey, Brendan?
Hey, how about Reed? Killing it.
Oh, Reed T. Fowler. Movista. It's too big to come on the stream this week because he was filming commercials with Bryson DeChambeau. Totally not jealous or anything at all. Totally not. But
yeah,
no,
funny
good
how
for
that
him,
works,
in all
huh?
seriousness.
All these guys now, Buchanan.
No, Buchanan's like
the host of Unreasonable Odds. Can't be bothered to call
MLB channel star.
So we get him on a sim. You get him on a sim on Tuesday night.
Oh, Cofield, who is just like her own brand now,
Yeah. Thor does all the talking for her now.
Yeah, basically. You expect to go for it, gotta go through a dog, a giant dragon dog.
Her dog's like Fluffy in Harry Potter, guards the door. To get through to talk to Jesse, you must get through me. I am Thor. I just gave her dog a voice. That just happened.
It's great. Right?
Yeah, you know, Buchanan on Tuesday. Hey man, so good to have you on the Dream Stream, and let's talk about your podcast. Oh, well actually, with college basketball, I'm not actually hosting the podcast. Julian's doing it with a guest. So we're going to have you on and pump up your podcast that you're not even going to be on for the next 2 weeks. Really, really great. Makes a lot of sense.
I'm hopeful. I will say this. I mean, I'm hopeful that there might be some more original programming with those guys, Steve and Julie. Oh
boy!
Talk. That's Leonard Fournette coming down the pipe though for the Dream Stream, so you might be seeing more of those guys. I'm not gonna release anything because I don't really know the details, but it could be more stuff. And there's Fournette, man. So now we got a Jacobs and a Fournette touchdown. Who scored the other one?
OJ Howard.
Oh, Ruggs. We got a Ruggs, Jacobs, Fournette, and
OJ Howard.
OJ Howard, right? The fullback. So there you go. 3 rushing touchdowns.
If you haven't already, smash that like button, everybody. We're only 30 away from 200. Prince of Darkness needs a passing old man Brady. Yeah, a passing touchdown. A lot of running for Tampa. But there's a good energy in the sim, tied at 14. Freak of Nature says Ducey thinks he is the Messiah. Well, yeah, no Ducey the rest of the week because of college basketball.
Why? Did he take it off specifically for that?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I mean, he wants to watch college basketball. I'm not saying he's not. I get it. You guys do other stuff too. I understand. It's too bad that some of us get ditched. You stay. You work us in. You make time for us.
Oh yeah, I always make time.
Oh, but if you don't even bother. Do not bother Edlow to ask him if he can call us in, because people need the college basketball takes from Edlow. It's too bad. Just remember that, everybody, when those guys come on here, they leave you from time to time. Is this the fullback coming back to make the catch? Wow. Ingold. Nicely done. Yo, it's Derek on Twitch. They are really going to let Matt Ryan be the leading quarterback today. If you're talking about your early classic paid contest, yo, it's Derek. Yeah, you might be right, because Brady's not throwing it. You can't trust Derek Carr. Finds Hunter Renfrow there. Producer Drew sharing the leaderboard for Mr. Derek. Yes, thank you, Producer Drew. Jordan Lindenbaum, stop with the worthless McCoy. Give it to Fournette. Well, you got your wish.
Yeah, that was a big run by Leonard McCoy. Or Leonard McCoy, oh my God. I think I wanted to say Leonard Nimoy there. Do 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 do. Leonard Fournette. That's what I meant to say. Not Leonard Nimoy. He was a movie star.
So the Raiders punt. Brother Phil, Godwin picking a hell of a day to pull a no-show versus Simland's worst defense, stuck in 5th place. So Brother Phil is in the paid contest I just referenced a moment ago. There he is, Brother Phil Guitar. It's a $10 entry. First place wins $2,000. Brother Phil is winning $80. That's good. It's pretty good. $10 to enter. He's sitting in 5th in the paid early classic. Trant 53 is in first place right now. Mike Drumma needs a Brate sighting. Okay. All right. We'll see. See what we get. Scotty Miller.
Scotty Miller, that's another weapon, the Bucks could just throw out there. Again, probably making, when you start to throw all these names out, probably making, O.J. Howard, making a Antonio Brown comeback seem just less likely. Like, do they really need all these guys? I mean, they needed them last year, I guess. But depth is a good thing, but we'll see. We'll see what the Bucks decide to do.
They can't keep everybody.
They can't.
You know?
I mean,
like, I kind of...
Scotty! Too potty.
He, in real life against the Raiders, in Vegas, if you remember, he was a weapon. Like, Scotty Miller caught that long touchdown in the back of the end zone.
Oh, Scotty Miller's good, man. I mean, he's got like a sub 4.4 speed. Didn't really sort of get on the same page as Tom Brady there because he had some injury issues and he lost out a little bit of time. But the guy's got ability. There's no doubt about it. He fits in well in the slot role. If they hadn't signed Antonio Brown, he'd stayed healthy. I mean, I think he could have been a bit bigger thing. And they got Tyler Johnson there too. So again, if you ask me, I think they'll probably skip out on Antonio Brown. I just don't know if you need to spend that much. In all seriousness, I mean, I joke. The Bucks are legitimately set up as the best team in the NFC again.
Well, their schedule too is not good. Like, they've got a good schedule because they were the wild card team.
Right? Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
And they're playing the NFC East.
The division winners. So it'll shock me if they don't return to the playoffs at the very least, right? Like that'd be pretty shocking. So yeah, man, that team is pretty stacked. They got good depth at some positions, wide receiver, even RB. Even if they don't bring back Fournette, I mean, still got Ronald Jones, who's a quality back. So
yeah, all those that stacked team.
They're absolutely stacked. They are, and that's the thing. They got the depth at the right places too, like the D line and stuff like that. So they didn't really lose anyone.
Let's see here. Brother Phil, speak Godwin into existence for me, Glashy, and I'll call my Brady dogs off for 2 weeks. Deal? Let's go, Chris Godwin. 2 weeks. So what's today? The 19th? We'll be into April. And if Chris Godwin does well, we'll just all play nice. That's not fun, though. Playing nice isn't fun. It's Derek needs Shady McCoy to catch a screen receiving touchdown. Okay. Right now in the free public showdown, Multi-Dave in first place with Henry Ruggs. Henry Ruggs has been really good lately in Sims, by the way.
All right.
It's been going off. He wasn't okay. He had 9.7 points against the Jacksonville Jaguars last sim. Last sim against Pittsburgh, 9 catches, 145, 2 touchdowns. He had 26 points 3 sims ago against Tampa. So they're meeting again. So he was good against Tampa when they met a couple of sims ago.
Oh, Tommy! Oh, yeah. Well, see, this is the difference in Simland. That's Dwayne Haskins or something. He's taking that sack. Or a guy like Philip Rivers. But Tommy's got that good awareness. He's got the good Madden ratings. Henry Ruggs could be an interesting fantasy one, too. I don't think he's going to turn into like a consistent 8-catch guy. But, you look what Nelson Aguilar did for the Raiders last year. I think you'll see more of that stuff go Henry Ruggs' way. I think he could be like a pretty solid sort of wide receiver 3, depending on where the sentiment lands on him. I think he could be a guy set for a jump. He didn't look that bad to me in spots. It just felt like they just didn't really use him as much because Aguilar was there and stuff like that. So, be interesting to see what Ruggs does in the second year. Dude's got a lot of athleticism, but again, I don't think he's ever going to turn into like a Tyreek Hill, but could certainly turn into some more useful for fantasy. So,
well, and now you start to really wonder what the heck is John Gruden's plan with the offensive line. right? Like we've talked so much about how much he believes in Derek Carr. I think he likes Carr. Would he like another option? Maybe. But Derek Carr's good enough. What about the O-line? They got nothing. Hudson's out, the center, who actually has superstar traits in this game. Trent Brown is now in New England. Like, what are they doing? Like, are they gonna? They must be addressing it in the draft, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, I don't know what their issue with their line was. They didn't run the ball very well last year, so maybe it's got something to do with that. But at the same time, like part of the reason why Derek Carr was proficient and has been proficient the last couple of years is because the Raiders O-line was okay. Yeah, they suck on defense and stuff like that, but like, I would not want Derek Carr behind a bad O-line, that's for sure. We've seen him in that situation. It generally hasn't been that pretty, so I don't know what the Raiders are doing, to be honest. I really don't. Like I said, the Kenyon Drake signing to me is potentially the worst investment, just from a team need and, what do you need to get over the hump kind of thing. Like, it seems so ridiculous when you have a very similar player there in Josh Jacobs. What do you need Kenyon Drake for? Like, just go and re-sign a Devontae Booker to back him up. I mean, it's not hard. You don't need to reinvent the wheel here by going like triple RB stack or spending all your money on RBs. So, I don't know, man. Anyways, I don't know, Jim.
Oh, Jim. Well, it looks like so. Okay, this is helpful. Thank you, Congo Cab, big Raiders fan. They added the center yesterday. Oh, my apologies. I missed that in the news.
Yeah, they've been doing shuffling. They did add someone, that's true. I can't remember who it was.
It says Nick Martin.
Okay, there you go. So,
all right, 21 hours ago, Nick Martin from Ian Rappaport signing with the Raiders as they work to – this was literally less than a day ago. As they work to rebuild their offensive line. After trading Rodney Hudson, Vegas brings in a player who started 62 games in Houston. All right, so my take was still a day fresh of they've got to get the offensive line put together.
Now here's some big news. Big. This is massive.
Right now?
The Bengals have agreed to trade Ryan Finley to the Houston Texans. Get excited, Houston Texans fans. Tyrod Taylor and Ryan Finley coming down at ya.
Oh, God.
Coming down the barrel. Oh, my God. That team is going to be horrible next year.
Question in the chat from Freak of Nature. Four Sims tomorrow, everybody. Noon, 2 Eastern, and then 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern. As Geoff mentioned earlier in the sim, we'll have American Cornhole Tournament coverage here on the Dream Stream. Derek Carr going for it all. Oh! Love the aggressive call on first down, but incomplete. Raiders down by 3 with 6 and change to go in regulation. American Cornhole Tournament coverage. DraftKings, official sponsor of the American Cornhole Tournament. We'll have coverage of that on the Dream Stream at 4 until the 8 o'clock sim. So, please. There's Jason Witten.
Hey, my boy Jason Witten. I rostered him. Put him in as my cheapie. I don't know if it's going to help me. I forgot to get in the league free roll, but I do have 61.31 points. I got Ruggs in the captain, Brady, Carr, Gronk. What is Tyrell Williams doing? He's 0 points. Heading towards a Babysitter Billy award here is Tyrell Williams. What did he sign again with?
Tyrell, one-year deal with Detroit, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. Again, I mean, they have to throw the ball to someone there. I mean, no Golladay, no Marvin Jones. I don't like that for Tyrell Williams.
Where did Marvin Jones go?
Jacksonville.
Right. Congo Cab giving us the 4-1-1 on the Raiders O-line.
4-1-1. Okay, what is it?
He says, listen, incognito, Trent Brown, and Gabe Jackson didn't play at all for us.
Fair enough.
Their replacements, Sam Young and Denzel Good played so good, we were able to make those trades. Incognito is back.
Yep, well. Incognito back, that's true.
Did Incognito just decide not to not play last year because of COVID? Or was he hurt?
Maybe. Yeah, you're right.
No, I'm just curious. I mean, that makes sense that he's back. I hear
No,
that
for
and
sure.
I go,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, I thought they had him.
Yeah, and they did sign Nick Martin. So okay, I think it was just some adjustment. I don't think I think some people were looking at they decimated their O-line, but it's a good points.
Well, and you know something with Trent Brown, having heard just here in New England about what was going on there, he kind of was a bad soldier there. Like, I would understand if I was a Raiders fan, I'd be really upset with Trent Brown. Like, the guy barely played. They paid him a ton of money to be. The Raiders radio network people were like, we wanted to pay him to be the LeBron James of left tackle.
Yeah.
And he just didn't live up to it. He didn't play enough games. Okay, so Congo Kev says Incognito he missed all of last year due to injury. So, okay, good. I didn't know that. I don't keep up on Richie Incognito.
They wanted LaMelo Ball, and they got Lonzo Ball.
Yeah. Trent says it's amazing the guys who go off on Madden. Sure wish we knew. Not complaining. I'm hopefully about to take down the 2K, but it's hard to figure out who's wrongfully good. So just basically, Trent, you're getting frustrated not picking the right players. It's part of the deal. But it's fun. I mean, when there's money on the line, I get it. You're invested. And we certainly appreciate that. Raiders, as Jeff predicted, have kept this close. And interesting. They can take the lead right here with less than 4 to go in the fourth.
Yeah, people want Waller. People want Tyrell the Gazelle.
Here's Carr. Got a man!
Oh! Bullet. 2. Darren Waller. Wait, is that Darren Waller?
Yep, you're right. Superstar traits and all. Darren Waller. Nice pass. Nice play call. Waller, 53% in the flex, 11% in the captain spot. Samuel Stern in the chat says, yes, Waller.
Yes, for 3. Yes.
Darren Waller able to walk into the end zone for a touchdown, Raiders. Darren Waller with a facial in the end zone.
Wow. Well, they didn't take OT off the table there. 4-point lead now. Tampa Bay.
Well,
I guess they scored quickly.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Because what if Tampa comes right back here, makes it 24-21, then you feel go.
One thing's getting cray.
You know, who knows?
Super cray.
Just a prediction. Just a prediction. Killa says, did Ruggs go home? Henry Ruggs has been really good. I mean, he hasn't caught anything in the second half, so I can understand what you mean.
I wouldn't be complaining about Henry Ruggs. With some of the output you got from Tyrell Williams and stuff like that. So,
yeah, I mean, Ruggs is return value at this point.
I'd be holding my Henry Ruggs points, tight to the chest. He's got over 20 points. What does he have? Exactly. He's got 23.5 points. He's got the bonus, 4 receptions and a receiving touchdown. If you're asking for more Henry Ruggs, you're getting a little greedy. Not gonna lie. This is Mike Evans. What's Evans up to? He's had a decent day, it feels like. Did I roster him? I did not.
I did.
Mike Evans, 87 yards, 5 receptions. So he's close to the bonus, 13 yards. Brady only 29 yards off the bonus as well. So.
Jarrell Justice in the chat. First place in early classic. Nice. Hope you hang on, pal. 2:54 left. And guys, don't forget, after the sim, I know there's a lot of talk college basketball-wise. So again, we could not bother Julian Edlow to come on and give you guys his NBA takes because he is just so focused on college basketball. So we found a replacement for him. Sharag Hira, who's the mainstay, and Matt Meiselman's going to be on with Sharag tonight. Right after the sim, you have questions for your NBA lineups? Stick around. Those guys will answer your questions. They will read the chat. So if you want to get in there and ask 4 or 5 questions, go for it. They want you guys to be there. They want you to feed questions. You don't even have to feed questions. Tell them that their takes are bad. That's good. That's good. They'll read it. They should read it. Like, make them say like, hey, I don't think you're right. Because it creates discussion. So if you have any interest in that, that's the wind up and the pitch. Producer Drew, did I do a good job of convincing everybody to watch Pre-Lock? No? Okay. I tried. Should not have expected a yes there. Derek Carr completes. Witten again.
Witten's got more points for me than Tyrell Williams, so that's pretty sad. What was Witten have? That was his second. Derek Carr, 199. Yeah, I guess the Raiders can pretty much put this out. We're going to get 2-minute warning here. So one more first down almost will put this to bed for the Raiders. We got NBA pre-lock coming up right after, guys. Get your NBA questions out. Wait, it's NBA pre-lock, right? We're not doing like...
NBA.
Yeah, I'm right.
National Basketball Association.
There's some basketball talk coming up. Just get ready. Get questions out. I'm sure they'll answer questions about other stuff, but just let's keep it simple. Basketball. This little run, burn their first time out.
Basketball.
How you been doing against Kaufman and heads up, Brendan?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. I've won 3 in a row.
Oh.
Don't let me get hot.
Maybe that's why he's sending you these late night texts, just to get in your head.
It's the hashtag Cliff. You know how Kellerman was always saying that Brady's on the cliff? Koff is on the cliff. Hashtag Koff Cliff. Yeah, producer Drew, he says Koff must not be watching Pre-Lock Live.
That's right. If he was watching Pre-Lock Live, he wouldn't be going on these three-day losing streaks. That was the first down there. So this one should be pretty much done. Probably going to run it once and kneel. 1 timeout to go.
Levante David X Factor lit. Not going to matter because the carry is completely the other direction. If you guys haven't yet already, please hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well on YouTube. We have 300 plus watching. Very sporty day with college hoops. So
extremely sporty day.
If you made it in golf as well, we've got NBA pre-lock, NHL.
NHL's on.
If you guys...
NBA. All the sports are on. We've got cornhole tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get much more sportier than
Very
that.
sporty.
There's probably a NASCAR race on this weekend too that I don't know about. But...
Like you said, the fact that the weather's getting nicer too, staying brighter out later. Oh, there's a good energy.
Very good. Solid energy.
So hit that like. Executive sessions. Koff is demand haters. Well, he hasn't been the man the last 3 days.
That's right.
Good question, Jordan. What time is NBA lock today? 7? 7:30? 7:30. Thank you, Shirag. He's nodding. I was kind of hoping he'd hold up an amount with his hand. But how do you do 7:30 on your hand? That'd be challenging.
Pretty demanding.
See, we're very needy here as commentators.
Extremely.
All right, that's going to do it. One final meal.
Yeah, they did get a throw in there, but that was to the Yalen Rocket Richard. Didn't amount to anything, so no garbage touchdown. Decent day by both QBs. I don't think Brady actually got the bonus, though, did he? No, 275 for Brady. I think Evans fell short as well. He did. 92 yards for Mike Evans. So,
yo, man.
Yo.
I know who the Not My Kid Award's going to be.
Oh, I think we all know.
All right. What am I thinking?
He rhymes with Smizel or Giselle. He's Tyrell.
Oh, okay.
Who did you think?
Gronk.
Gronk caught a ball, though.
He caught 2 for 27, but right, Tyrell didn't do anything.
Tyrell was 38% owned, 5.8% owned. The captain caught 0 passes, so that's terrible. Gronk was bad too, but not that bad.
All right, you're right. I'm wrong.
Of course, I'm right.
Really? Yeah. Brother Phil says, well, Flashy, you tried. You did speak the part, but the existence thing of Godwin never came to pass. I'll be sharpening my Brady talons for tomorrow.
Godwin was pretry bad too. He only had 5.8 points, but whenever you throw a bagel up and you're a fairly productive player like Tyrell Williams, it's going to get noticed, folks. This Tyrell averaging, 13.7 points per sim. Anyways, player of the game's Henry Ruggs. Had that one long touchdown. Play of the game, easy. Hit the bonus. 40.05 points in the captain spot. 5 receptions, 127. So,
Randy W says that didn't rhyme. Giselle and Tyrell.
It's close enough.
Close.
It's Friday. Who cares?
Right. This goes back to how we started the sim about being dysfunctional. We will stretch the truth.
Oh yeah, no, we'll
to extreme lengths.
Politicians here.
So because I have it up, the Madden Stream 6K early bird special. This is a paid contest. Yo, it's Derek. I'm going to read off the leaderboard because you asked. Vince Man Nurse, first place. $10 entry. Vince Man Nurse, $2,000 in cash. Going his way. Brother Phil, you still won $45.
Nice.
That's good.
Good day.
Here you go, Brother Phil.
Nice little sim.
Nice little sim. About 700 entries in that contest. So, very good. Tim the Man on Twitch says, still doubled my money with Brady and Godwin pooping the bed. Tells you how good it could have been. All right. Good on you, man. Cutler Fan comes in first place in our free roll. Thank you, Tom, for making the Pats spend. 11-point win for Cutler Fan. Pretty convincing. Ruggs captained, Carr, Evans, Waller, Jacobs, and Miller. No Brady. Nice lineup. Very good. And we're being told here that Trent... Oh, there's Trent right there on YouTube. Trent came in second place because Waller scored a touchdown in that $10, the 6K early bird special. So Trent is he's T-Ron 53. All right, Trent. Well, you came close and you still won $750. That's good.
Nice day.
Really nice hit, man.
Bill. Good job for you, Trent. Yeah, the Waller touchdown. That was obviously the last one, being a pivotal moment in the sim. Good job. So, I mean, if you went Waller over Tyrell Williams, I went Tyrell over Waller, then that pretty much won you all the money here. Nice work, everybody.
Very nice. So Geoff will be back for one more. He'll be here at 6 p.m. to start the late slate. There is paid options for the late contests. Also, the free public showdown with $250 in total DraftKings prize money. Also, probably a free roll contest at some point down the road here. So Geoff will be with Freeze Pops at 6. They'll have Giants at the Saints. That's going to do it. Thank you to Frangelico, who was solid job as always, updating the scores. Tom on the ones and twos. Producer Drew also holding down the fort. You guys are great. Hit the like button. And don't go, because as we teased in the final minutes of this sim, NBA pre-lock coming your way. Lineups lock at 7:30. Have no fear. Help is here. We have Shirag Hira and Matt Meiselman standing by. Fellas, take the mic. The floor is yours. Give the people what they need.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Geoff. I love your accent, by the way. It's been a minute since I've heard it, but happy to be here. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Friday edition, 10-game slate. I'm happy to be back with my boy, Matt. It's been a minute. Weeks since we've been on a show together. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Yeah, while you were gone, Julian and I somehow got into some reality TV questions, much more than the kind of thing that, you know, we were strictly business. And some weird questions popped up over the week or so while you were gone. So nice to have you back.
Yeah. Happy to be here. Let's get into the slate. To start off, we have a bunch of games that have totals over 230. Are any of these games standing out to you? And then also few games, close spreads, and then bunch of games that are potential blowouts. Any of those standing out to you?
Yeah, there's one game in particular that I think we will get news on in 20 or 30 minutes when the 5:30 blast comes through that has a pretty high total, and that's the Jazz Raptors game.
Yep.
So Utah played last night in Washington against the Wizards. They actually lost the game, and a lot of their key players struggled. And then earlier today, we got Rudy Gobert downgraded to questionable.
Yep.
I was thinking even before that someone on Utah would sit this game out. Conley didn't play yesterday, and then with him back, it kind of just made sense that they would give someone else a night off. I was probably expecting it more to be Clarkson or Mitchell, one of the other guards who had to handle more of the workload with Conley not playing. But it would make sense for Gobert not to play. He wasn't that good last night. And so what would happen there is we get just a much higher scoring game without the league's best defensive center in there. So that game could get pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I think if Gobert sits, I mean, I don't even feel like we have to look at Favors as a guy that to plug in. Yeah, Favors can step up and do well. He's shown about 30 fantasy points upside this season, so that's 10x from his spot here. But there's so much value on this slate that you might not even need to go there. And then if you do, it sets up really well for a stars and scrubs lineup.
Yeah, that's what's really tricky about this slate. So ordinarily, I would say that the timing of the Favors news would be key. But for one, the game starts only 30 minutes after lock. So most likely we're going to get it before lock. Yep. But all of the rest of the value on this slate, for the most part, is coming from point guards and centers. So you've got these cheap Warriors point guards, yep. And you also have potentially Favors as a cheap center. And then the pay up guys are Luka and Harden, who are point guards, and then maybe Towns and Jokic, who are centers. Yeah. So depending on the way the Favors news breaks, you could swap from, let's say, Harden and Favors to Doncic, Jokic and Nico Mannion. You know, you just switch center and point guard for another center point guard, and they're all kind of the same salaries.
Yep, exactly.
So I think it'll be tough to figure out which of these guys is the most chalky. Like, they're all going to be pretty popular, but I think Favors probably winds up in the same neighborhood as a lot of this Warriors value, unless that news somehow gets delayed until right before the game. So the only real edge with Favors probably comes if the news is very close to that game. And most importantly, that it comes after the slate locks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, that's how I'm feeling about it too. And I think, you know, another piece of important news that came through was DeMar DeRozan at that 7:30 lock. You know, he was projected to be out, but now due to him being back with the team, he's going to be back in the lineup for the Spurs. Yeah, his salary is not coming down since his absence, but still, the last time he played, 37 minutes, 56 fantasy points. How do you think that impacts the rest of the lineup in a slow-paced matchup with the Cavs?
Yeah, it makes it hard to play too many Spurs guys because the other players are priced up a bit since DeRozan was out. So we have higher price tags on guys like Derek White and Keldon Johnson. Even DeJounte Murray, I think, is up into the 7,000s. Yeah, 7,300.
7,300, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard to play the Spurs. Then again, they should be really low owned in a really good matchup against Cleveland. But there are some other players in DeRozan's price range who might have similarly low ownership, considering the stars and scrubs build that we alluded to. So De'Aaron Fox against the Celtics, or Zach LaVine, or Gobert if he plays. You know, there are a lot of players in the 8-9K range who are going to be very, very low owned. And DeRozan just seems like one of them to have in the mix, you know, not a priority over those guys. But yeah, all of them seem pretty intriguing if, you know, they could come in between 3 and 5% in a lot of tournaments with how easy it is to just play Doncic, Harden, Towns, Jokic, two of those guys, and then, you know, all the cheap players.
Yeah, speaking of Doncic, this game, Dallas and Portland, is one of the ones with the higher totals on the slate, but then also we have a decently close spread. Does that make you feel like Doncic is the guy you want to build around? He's coming off that monster game. He played 43 minutes against the Clippers. It's not like, and that wasn't even an overtime matchup. So I think that it just sets up where his safety at 10,700, like that's not even really that expensive. Yeah, it's near the top of his range of his salary structure, but he's been as high as 11,400. So do you feel like on this slate, like Doncic is the guy that you want to build around?
I'm not sure that there is one singular player to focus on at the high end, but he is certainly in the mix. Like Harden is a little more expensive, but it's just as good of a situation for him with Durant continuing to be out, and their matchup against Orlando it's probably a neutral matchup, but Harden is great against anyone. He's probably a better fantasy player than Doncic in a vacuum. So Doncic gets the slightly easier matchup, and then it kind of makes them around the same. And then Jokic also around the same. So yeah, I mean, all of them are great choices. I don't really have too much of a preference between any, but I will say that Damian Lillard, who is more expensive than Doncic, almost by definition has to be much, much lower owned with CJ McCollum back. So if you think Lillard has the upside, which he has shown even when CJ plays, I think in larger tournaments, thinking about Lillard probably makes a bit of sense.
Well, Lillard coming off that game where he didn't blow the doors off of the Pelicans that second night. So one game he goes for 75 fantasy points, dropping a career high 50 actual points, and then he follows that up with 43 fantasy points in 38 minutes. Not like he played bad, still 36 actual points. So the problem was he got no dimes in that game. So the passes he was making, some of them were to to McCollum, and McCollum was just coming up short. He just doesn't have his legs under him. So some of the passes that he was making, 0 assist for a guy like Lillard from the point guard position seems like a big spot for regression, considering the previous game was 10 and he's hit double digits multiple times this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you think Doncic has a big game and it stays close, Lillard is probably the guy that keeps it close. And he clearly has the upside, like you said, from 2 games ago, he put up 70 plus fantasy points. That game, McCollum was on a minutes limit still.
Yep.
And then the second game, McCollum just played more, but played poorly. So it's kind of hard to know what to expect from CJ McCollum for this one. Like maybe he looked a little rusty and they want to keep his minutes more in check. It's third game in 4 nights. So if McCollum is back down to like 25 minutes or something, Lillard has much more of an upside. But yeah, this is just an ownership thing. Like in most cases, Doncic outscores Lillard here just because of the shared usage on the Portland team. And Doncic will never have a 0 assist game. He does a lot more. He's a lot more of a regular producer in other stat categories.
Yeah. Let's get to a question we got from Twitch right now. Do the Warriors' points come from Draymond and Wiggins, or are you looking at more of the value guys, Poole, Bazemore, Mannion?
So this is a spot we probably need to talk through at some length, because whether or not you think this game stays close has a big impact. So we probably agree that you need at least one cheap Warriors player in every lineup, just considering how many of them there are and how underpriced they all are. Like someone has to score points for them. It's not like they're going to score 80 points against the Grizzlies. So then whether or not you play Draymond or Wiggins would depend on if you think it's a close game. And if you don't, then probably you need to go with more of Mannion, Poole, Bazemore. Like you could play 2 of those 3, Damian Lee even. You could maybe even go with 3 cheap Warriors if you think it's a blowout. So I think it could be either. I'm skeptical it stays close though.
Really, I'm skeptical of Draymond because most of his upside games comes when he gets those assists, and those assists are passing to a guy like Steph Curry, who's more than likely going to hit his jump shot. Whereas now you're passing the Poole, Mannion, Bazemore, even Wiggins, who's not a good shooter, has proved all season that his shot is not there. I don't see the upside with Draymond Green in this matchup. He's going to have to get like a bunch of steals and blocks to get there, because I don't see him being able to accrue double-digit assists.
Yeah, it's much harder for him to produce, at least from that angle, without Curry. So if you think Draymond has a big game, you're probably expecting that some other Warriors player also has a really good shooting game and just makes it work. You know, Nico Mannion just plays like Steph Curry for a game, and then that's how Draymond, that play works out. But I would say if you're playing Draymond or Wiggins, it makes sense to play someone from the Memphis side. I think that's more of a game stack move. But if you're playing just cheap Warriors, then I don't think it's necessary, because the game staying close I don't think that affects whether Jordan Poole or Mannion has a good fantasy game at all. But I think if I'm playing Draymond or Wiggins, I want Morant or Joe Val or maybe Kyle Anderson as a run back with that.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards Poole, honestly, as the guy that's the most secure. Yeah, his salary is at $4,500, but I feel like, he has a chance here to play 30, 36 minutes. Mannion can get there too, but the time that Mannion played 31 minutes, he scored 24 fantasy points. And Poole kind of shows he's flashy upside. He scored over 34 fantasy points 2 of his last 5 games. His minutes have already been up, so it's not like he's just jumping back into the rotation and he's gonna like get these random minutes and be, I'm playing 30 minutes. Like, no, he's been 24, 26, like he's been up there. So I think that of the cheaper value guys, maybe Jordan Poole's like the safer one. And then Kent Bazemore, it's a scenario where if you feel like Bazemore, like he has the biggest range of outcomes of these guys because he's just so cold randomly, and then he'll just be monster hot and play 38 minutes. You saw in that game in February where he played 38 minutes against the Heat in an overtime matchup. So he has the minutes capability there. Do you prefer Poole over Mannion and Bazemore, or do you feel like it's definitely two of the cheap warriors?
I mean, you made a bunch of good points there, and I still don't think I have a clear path for it. So, one of Damian Lee and Kent Bazemore is probably going to get the run. I would think the Warriors go with more of a hot hand approach. Like, this is a shorthanded team. There's no reason to expect that one of these players is significantly better than any of the other players. So I think just whoever gets going could have a really big game. And that, like you said, that could be Bazemore if he makes a couple threes early when he checks in, even if he comes off the bench. Like, he could stay in and play 30 plus minutes and score 40 plus fantasy points. It is a good matchup against Memphis. I also think that it's worth considering Kevon Looney if you think that this is more of a close game. He would not be in if they're down a bunch at the end. But you have guys like Kevon Looney and Juan Toscano-Anderson. And then the interesting dynamic we had the last time Curry didn't play when he got, not the one where he got ruled out late against Charlotte, but the game where he sat against Phoenix right before the break. We had a very popular Brad Wanamaker who was expected to start, and then he ended up not starting, and Mannion got the start. Wanamaker shouldn't start this one, but he could play a bunch of minutes, and no one will have him. Like, if you want to pivot away from chalk here, I think the guys there are Wanamaker and Looney. In terms of like what we expect them to do, they're not as good of plays as the rest of the guys you mentioned, but as contrarian pivots, they may be worth looking at.
Here's another contrarian pivot that I'm considering. With Rodney Magruder out, Frank Jackson started for the Pistons in their last game, played 31 minutes. Yeah, he didn't score a lot of fantasy points, only 10 fantasy points, but in the matchup versus the Rockets, I think there's some potential to be gleaned here. 28 minutes is a minutes projection is what I'm looking at. What do you feel about Frank Jackson?
Yeah, we definitely need to see if he starts again. But yeah, that was crazy because I thought he would have a good game last game when he got moved into the starting lineup. He played a ton and he just did nothing. But if he plays 31 minutes again, like, we should expect him to easily pay off value at 3,200. I'm not sure what happened to him. He just didn't get involved at all the last game. But it's pretty significant for this game overall whether or not John Wall plays. Not sure how much it affects the Pistons side. I mean, Wall is not really a good defender, and he does increase the pace a lot. So you should see a little bit better production from Detroit if Wall's in. But then we have to talk about Kevin Porter Jr. So whether or not Wall plays, like, that could be a sneaky play too. He's still priced around 7K and
7-8.
Yeah, and if we don't know whether or not Wall's in, I think no one goes to Kevin Porter Jr. at this price with the possibility of Wall being in and with Oladipo in. So this game could be pretty interesting. I think you're right to call out Frank Jackson, and then we kind of need to look at the Rockets side too.
Yeah, looking at the Rockets side, Wood was able to make his return after missing basically a month and a half with that ankle injury. And in that game, he had a 32% usage rate. Yeah, he only played 26 minutes and that lost to the Warriors, but that usage was something that was really appealing to me. And I think that, Wall actually sets it up better for him because of the drive and dish that he can have. If Wall plays, Wood might be able to take advantage in a revenge spot. I know I was talking about Meredith Street last time when Julian was on yesterday, but this is an actual narrative street because he got lowballed by the Pistons in free agency and then came back and whatever happened with the Rockets. Like, I think there's something that you can work here, but 8,500, all these other good cheap centers and then also viable centers in the upside spots. What do you make of Wood?
Yeah, it sucks that he's not just a little bit cheaper. If he was 7,000, 7,500, he probably would still be pretty low owned, and then it could be a good contrarian play.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a chance they give him more minutes because of this revenge spot. They may just want, like, the Rockets may feel like he deserves to go after his old team that didn't give him enough money.
Yeah.
So I wish I could like it more, because the price is just a little bit high, and I still think his minutes are at least somewhat limited. But he certainly has the upside. The usage is going to be there, and I'm not sure if Wall being in or out helps him more. Wall may look for him more. It's an interesting situation that just happened for the Rockets, though. Like, there were no high usage players on the team for a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden now we have Oladipo, Wall, Kevin Porter, and Wood, all four of them potentially being high usage guys on the court at the same time. This is a weird spot.
Yeah, it really is. We got some more questions coming in from the chat. What's your views on this Minnesota-Phoenix game? Second night of a back-to-back. Phoenix double-digit favorites again after losing last night with Karl-Anthony Towns going off for a monster game. Anthony Edwards also dropping over 40 points, joining, I think it was, I saw he was joining Melo, Durant, and LeBron as the only four guys in league history at the age of under 20 to drop 40 points. So what do we make of this game, though? Is it possible that Phoenix is angry and they want to make a statement here? Is there a betting angle to take here? Phoenix 11 again? I don't know if Phoenix can beat them. Last night, what Karl-Anthony Towns did is he attacked Ayton, put him into foul trouble, and that's what really opened the game up, because Sarge couldn't guard Towns at all.
Yeah, Ayton's foul trouble was a key factor for sure. I think this is a game you want some piece of. I think it's hard to have a totally concrete take. Like, the betting line seems pretty fair to me. I think that there's a chance that the Suns come out and play with more intensity because they lost last night. But I think the Suns were live for a blowout win regardless. Like, I thought that they were live for one yesterday.
Yeah.
So if the game does stay close, Towns or Edwards probably ends up being really good. And that also means that Paul or Ayton or Booker or even a couple of those guys end up being really good too. So this is a compelling game stack. But if you think the game gets out of hand, the Suns have a lot of cheap bench players that are really productive from a fantasy point perspective. And the Suns are very willing to leave their second unit in the game when the game is only a bit out of reach. So, like, we've seen the Suns be up 12 or 15 points mid fourth quarter and just not put starters back in because the second unit is just, they're one of the deepest teams in the NBA, if not the deepest team. So we could see, especially with Cam Johnson still out of the lineup, guys like Cameron Payne or Dario Saric or Frank Kaminsky, those guys could produce in a big way if they are in the game for the fourth quarter. So I would say play some Towns or Edwards or Paul, Booker, Ayton, or maybe look at some Suns backups. One or the other probably has a good chance to work out.
Yeah, I'm leaning a little bit safer just because of Edwards. 7,100. He's going to play regardless of the score at this point. And I think that that's what makes it really appealing for him, because he's played in overtime matchups. He's played in blowout matchups. He's played in close games, and coming off that monster game. Yeah, he shot it really well, 15 for 31. He might not take 31 shots again, and they might attack him a little bit more, but his floor is really, really secure at 7,100.
Yeah, I think so too. And the Wolves are still pretty shorthanded with guys like McLaughlin and Jared Culver.
Yep.
They don't have as many bodies as they normally have. Those guys are still out. So yeah, Edwards should be in the game regardless of the score. It wouldn't even be a bad strategy to have a lineup where you have Saric expecting him to be in for a blowout and then still play Edwards, because Edwards will play anyway. The thing with Towns too, matchup wise, the Suns have all these good perimeter defenders. Ayton is a fine defender, but if the Suns are beatable, it's probably by a center more so than by guards. The guards have to go through Mikal Bridges, who's a great defender, and Chris Paul, who's a great defender, and then Jake Crowder, who's a great wing defender. So maybe the matchup is a little better for Towns than it is for Edwards, but those guys are just so talented that I think you can justifiably play them against any team.
Yeah. What do you make of this situation with the Magic? We have Aaron Gordon, who, he hasn't been that great, but, at least he was able to return in that game last night. 34 fantasy points, played 31 minutes. Do you see him potentially sitting here, on the second night of a back-to-back. Is there something to be made with the Magic just because of how weird the lineup is? You know, we have Michael Carter-Williams, who is, you know, questionable now. He was out last night. Now he's questionable. Terrence Ross questionable again. Does it make any sense to look at this from the Orlando side, because they are playing a Brooklyn team that doesn't play much defense? They know that they're going to outscore you. So is there something to be had with, you know, coming back with Randall or maybe Bacon or something like that?
Yeah, so James Harden will be pretty popular tonight for sure. And I think it makes sense that if you're playing him to get a kind of contrarian Orlando player on the other side, or just play them for their own merits. Like it could be a really good spot for a couple of them if Terrence Ross and Michael Carter-Williams are out. And then I think we would have seen Aaron Gordon's name pop up on the injury report if there was a chance they were going to rest him tonight. Yeah. So maybe it's just restricted minutes. Maybe he just doesn't play as much. But that still benefits Vucevic. It still benefits Evan Fournier. So if Ross and MCW are both out, and especially Ross because he takes more shots, I think Vooch and Fournier become really good plays in a good matchup against the Nets. So that's who I would prioritize. But Tristan Randall is still really cheap, and he kind of got benched down the stretch last game because I guess Chuma Okeke was just playing better, but he should be able to do well, and he's still very inexpensive. So if we get news on those guys for Orlando being out, then yeah, I think Randall's back in play too.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And there's so many cheap options on this slate that I just think that it really breaks down to debating what expensive options we really, really don't want to play. I think that's what's setting up here. Yeah, we talked about Harden in a great matchup, and he usually plays regardless of score. You don't have to worry about Harden sitting too much in the blowout. We've seen blowout situations. The last time that they played the Magic, it was a blowout, 129-92. He scored 43 fantasy points. So maybe that pushes a little bit of people off of him and is fearful because, you know, if due to the fact that if they blow them out, he has a chance that he might sit. So let's talk through guys that we might not want to play. Is Jimmy Butler somebody that you don't look at? Yeah, he's been playing really well lately, but 9,500, it might make more sense to spend up a little bit or spend down a little bit. We talked about Vooch, but do you look to potentially make a different move just because of the fact that that game could blow out?
Yeah, I'm a little torn on if I think Orlando keeps it close, and I guess it'll depend on if Michael Carter-Williams and Terrence Ross play. So that's a little bit hard of a call at this point. Yeah, as far as fading the high-end guys, like I think even in a blowout, Harden would still probably produce pretty well, but he wouldn't produce as well as some of the, like there are a lot of good high-end choices. So if Harden puts up 60 and the Nets win by 20-something points, 60 may not be good enough for his price because Doncic could go for 70 or Lillard or whoever. So if you think there's a blowout, like I think you have to pivot off Harden. We did just get some news though. Kelly Oubre was upgraded back to questionable, or maybe the reporting on this was kind of wrong. So Oubre is questionable, and then JaVale McGee was just ruled out, which may not matter much. But the Oubre situation could be interesting now because that Warriors game is 30 minutes after lock. So that sounds like a game time decision coming up.
Wow. Yeah, because he was doubtful, right? So he got moved up from doubtful to questionable, and then midday upgrades, kind of leaning in the direction that he could play now.
Yeah, this is one of those weird ones, though. Like you don't see doubtful to questionable upgrades. This could be where he was listed doubtful because the coach said, like, I doubt he'll play, but it wasn't formal. So I think this is a situation where it's really hard to know what the true meaning of these terms is, because I think Curry was more straightforward. He got injured last game and we saw him leave the game, not play the fourth quarter against Houston. Oubre was more of a low key thing. He actually played out the end of that game.
Yep.
So maybe he was never doubtful in the first place. I don't know.
Yeah. So, but that really messes with the value though. Now, you can't trust Kent Bazemore. You can't really look to build around him. If Oubre plays, Bazemore's value could take a hit. Damian Lee, he plays a shooting guard, small forward, hybrid kind of position, but I think the only person that I feel now safe is probably Nico. who doesn't have as much upside unless he starts in Jordan Poole, who's been playing regardless of Oubre being in there or not. Those are the only two guys that I can trust now in this scenario with Oubre's questionable upgrade.
So from a GPP perspective, Oubre is only 6,200 and he gets a big usage bump without Curry playing. So if he's in, I mean, you may have really low ownership on him in a really good matchup, and there's a much better chance the game stays close with Oubre in. I mean, the Warriors would still be a pretty bad team without Steph Curry. It's not like the rest of their players are great. And like you said, Draymond kind of needs Curry for his production to make more sense. But Oubre, if he's really low owned, like he's a better fantasy player than Wiggins. They're about the same price. So Oubre could be interesting. And then if Oubre doesn't play, you just play Wiggins instead.
Yeah, and Oubre, the thing is about Oubre too, if he plays, he's gonna play 37 to 40 minutes tonight. So that's what really is appealing there for me too.
Yeah, we just we had a quiet slate where it was like we're waiting on this Rudy Gobert thing, and everything else, you can kind of plan it out in advance. There's no late injury news. The Magic game is pretty early, and now it's getting weird. This is the kind of slate I like.
It's getting weird on the game that everybody's probably going to stack the value options on. So I think to be contrarian here is really beneficial because that most people are going to go for that chalk and look at those cheap guys. And so I really like that Kelly Oubre call. If he plays, like that really flips the slate on its head, and you have a guy here that can now drop 40 fantasy points. He's shown it multiple times this season, gone over 40 fantasy points, 40 minutes in his projection range. And even if he doesn't go off, the floor seems safe at 6,200.
Yeah, for sure. So now that I'm looking at the schedule, there are only 2 games at 7:30, and they are 2 games that I don't think that we need to worry about too much. We have the Spurs and Cavs, and then we have the Celtics Kings game. It's a really good spot for Boston, but they just have a lot of bodies now.
Yeah.
They have Kemba playing. He's been resting a bit, but he's playing. And we have Marcus Smart back. Daniel Tice is still benefiting from, and Robert Williams is still benefiting from Tristan Thompson being out, but both of their prices have come up. So in my mind, you can just fade this early block for the most part. You play a guy or two and just kind of build your lineups as though the slate locks at 8:00.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. So that means tonight's Friday night party, you cannot wait. You can't get it started until this 8:00 slate locks.
You got to push back your plans by 30 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you to this one in the YouTube chat. He really likes pre-locks and he's thanking us. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Another question coming in also. Any player props that you can be potentially considering for tonight's slate?
So the Warriors situation got interesting, and I think this is a place to focus because I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are, but I would have to think that the Wiggins props are higher with Oubre and Curry having been expected to not play. And then if Oubre does play, it's much more likely that an under bet on anything involving Wiggins would come in. So you kind of need to monitor how those move with the news coming in, but that could be an interesting scenario if there's anything available on Andrew Wiggins.
Yep. Wiggins 19.5 plus 100 on the under right now.
That's for his points. Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds a bit too low if Oubre's out, but it sounds a bit too high if Oubre's in.
Yep. And also the only other person on the Warriors side that's available for this game is Draymond Green. And his points prop is at 9.5.
That it's so hard to figure out if Draymond's going to score points or not. Does he decide to shoot, or does he just stand at the 3-point line with the ball and wait for someone to get it open? I'm never confident in anything involving Draymond scoring.
Yeah. So this all comes down to what's going to happen with Oubre. Attack the Oubre situation. If he's in, play the under on Wiggins. Another question that we got was, what about Vooch over 25.5 points for his prop?
That seems like a tough line. My feeling on it is that you want MCW in and Terrence Ross out to bet the over there. So MCW in keeps the game closer, and Ross doesn't really help keep the game as close. He's a high volume guy, but he's not that efficient, but he takes away shots from Vooch. So you want MCW in, but you don't want Ross in, and then it makes more sense.
Honestly, from this perspective, I'm looking at the rebounding prop for Vooch. 12.5 plus 100. It's coming off a game against the Knicks where he grabbed 16 boards. There's going to be a lot of shots in this game. And if it stays close, or even if it's even potentially close, like plus 100, 12.5 rebounds, that's in the range of outcomes for him because he did grab 12 in that blowout where they lost 129-92. He did grab 12 rebounds. So I think this 12.5 rebounds prop is a little bit more appealing than the points prop, because with the points prop, like, he has to get there. He has to get all the usage and he has to really attack. But rebounds, he can get on both ends of the court if Kyrie and Harden just chucker mode, and with guys that are shooters, they're going to get a high usage rate, but their field goal percentage is not going to be sitting at 50-60%. They're shooting a lot of threes. So I think there's more rebounds to be had than points for Vooch.
Yeah, it obviously depends also on whether the game stays close for that too, but I think he could get it even if they play poorly. For that one, you definitely want to be mindful of the Aaron Gordon situation because Gordon would affect the rebound equity more so than the guards do.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean if Gordon starts, you can't bet it. And if you think Gordon is on a minutes limit, then yeah, that becomes a lot more appealing.
Yeah. We're going to bring up the injury report list right now. I think that the news situation, we don't have as much news flowing in at this 5:30 because of the 7:30 lock. If it was a 7 o'clock lock, I think we'd have a little bit more news rush, but we're waiting on guys like Gobert, who's at 8, the Warriors now at 8. So it sets up where let's look at these injury reports. We have DeRozan available. As we said, it's better to fade the 7:30 games and try to build your lineups with the 8 o'clock news in mind. So with the 8 o'clock news in mind, we're watching for this Terrence Ross, Michael Carter-Williams. If both those guys are out, then you can consider Justin Randle. And then moving on to the Houston-Detroit game, this John Wall situation really sets up where if he's playing, he's going to be under-owned. And if he's playing, he might be beneficial for Christian Wood. We're looking at probably Christian Wood as the guy that you want to pay up for, if anybody, from this game. But maybe it's a spot where you actually fade it because Kevin Porter Jr. then will be overpriced due to Wall's return. Then moving on to this Golden State Memphis one, Oubre was just upgraded to questionable. Steph Curry, he's doubtful due to the tailbone injury. And I think the values that we talked about, you cannot make a move on that. Really, you can't really even start building your lineups now until 7:30, I say. And then moving on to, this situation with Indiana, Jeremy Lamb, questionable. Even if he does end up playing, I don't think that that's a game where you need to sit there and be like, hey, let me go get TJ McConnell. He's 5,200. Oh, let me go plug in Doug McDermott if Jeremy Lamb ends up sitting or whatever. I think Lamb hasn't been playing a lot of minutes, so that's something that we don't need to worry about too much.
Yeah, I'm thinking through 7:30 now that you mentioned the injuries there. And with JaVale McGee out, Larry Nance probably is the guy that gets a bump. Like, I don't know if they go to a backup center on their roster. I think they may still have Thon Maker on their team, but
Yep.
I think that they may just play Nance as the backup center.
Yep.
And that probably just gets him a couple extra minutes. And Nance has been really good lately. So that potentially could be the one player from the early block that I'm especially interested in. But yeah, the other thing that's notable here is that we don't have anything on Gobert yet.
Yep.
I thought for sure that, or I was pretty confident that we would get Gobert ruled out as part of the wave of 5:30 updates, and they haven't said anything. So
yeah,
maybe that gives us more of a chance to get a low-owned Derek Favors if Gobert is ruled out late, or low-owned Gobert if he plays.
Yeah, I think that really makes a lot of sense. I like that Nance call because I like him at 5,200. So even if you do end up playing him from this game and you're basically setting your lineups around, he can fit in at that small forward, power forward position. And power forward is a spot in this slate where we don't have a lot of guys that we're saying, hey, you need to go play a power forward from this slate. If you look at the guys that are valuable in the power forward position, you have Maxi Kleber, Sadiq Bey, Jeremy Grant, Draymond Green, Daniel Tice is the guys. These are all guys that looking to fade. So Larry Nance stands out as a guy you can plug in at power forward and not even worry about it because A, he's 5,200, and B, you weren't even looking at any other power forwards on this slate.
Yeah, my two favorite power forwards, I think, would be Larry Nance and then possibly Kelly Oubre. Like, there's not a lot of great choices.
Yeah. And you get the savings with Nance at 5,200, and you got this JaVale McGee news where he's sitting out now. He's played over 36 minutes in back-to-back game. I think that makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah, for sure. The Kevin Love news has helped Nance lately. He's had 2 big games in a row. And this is now a thin Cavs front court. They were kind of cramped for a little bit there, but Taurean Prince is still out. And now with McGee out and Kevin Love, who had returned but is now out, I think it paves the way for Larry Nance to play 30-plus minutes almost for sure without any foul trouble or injury or anything like that. And, I mean, there's a case for him to be playing 35 to 40 again.
Yeah, and the thing is about Nance, he gets the steals and blocks and can knock down the three. So you have opportunities where it's not only about his rebounding and scoring. You have other stats that he can accrue, and that will actually bring up his ceiling a little bit more. The floor play now becomes there because he can get more minutes, and the rebounds have been there. But now his ceiling is a little bit stretched too because he gets those steals, blocks, and threes.
Yeah, so this is how our lineups are going to look. At 7:45, it'll be Nance and a bunch of empty slots with just like names of players we're not going to use anyway, and then just start clicking them in after the first wave of games locks. I mean, Nance could get pretty popular now, so it's worth keeping an eye on that. But I think the McGee news could go overlooked, and I honestly have no idea who else they could play at center when Jared Allen's not on the court. But do you think Allen maybe plays more minutes because of this? Allen is 7,400. Like, it's a pretty reasonable price. And Allen doesn't need a lot of scoring to have a big fantasy game. So if Allen gets 5+ extra minutes, something like that, because they don't have a backup center, I think he could work out too. And that price tag had gotten a lot higher, but it's come back down a bit. He was over 8K for a few games.
Yeah.
Now he's 7,400. So I think Allen or Nance, that's kind of the take. But like you said, Nance is power forward, so that makes him easier to play.
Yeah, and I don't understand why Allen's been struggling. I haven't been able to catch any Cavs game lately. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot of people that have,
you're not missing out on not seeing.
I'm missing out on the young bull. I miss watching Colin Sexton play. I actually,
you've got the former Lakers there that you used to root for in Nance and McGee. I mean, those are like two of your guys.
Nance for sure. But I don't understand what's going on with this Allen situation. It might be because McGee has been healthy and he's been playing rotational minutes, but I can't really trust Jared Allen in this spot. The only person that you can even look at is Nance for sure.
So we just got our Magic news. There's no Ross and no Carter Williams. They're both out tonight. So I think Vooch is in play. I think Fournier's in play. I think Tristan Randall's in play. And then I think you can look at Dwayne Bacon or Chuma Okeke. Those would be more of a stretch, but is there anyone else? I think it's those main 3 guys in Orlando that will probably all start: Randall, Fournier, and Vooch.
I think Fournier is the one that I like the most because if they're going to stay close, he's going to have to score over 20 actual points, play 36 minutes or so. I think that's the one that stands out to me. Vooch can get it done, but his salary at 9,900, you need him to score 50 fantasy points. Otherwise, you're not going to be happy. But with Fournier, you only need he scored over 36 in 3 straight games. And now if you go back to him, he's 6,200 and he can get you 30 fantasy points in an up-tempo matchup.
Yeah, and in my mind, the Magic are just as likely to get blown out as an Oubre-less Warriors team. I think that those spreads should be closer than they are. I think one is 10.5 and one is 7.5, but I think that those are both maybe should be a little closer to 9. The chance of Wiggins failing for blowout reasons is similar to Fournier fail. Like, I think Fournier goes overlooked, and I probably prefer him to Wiggins by a significant margin now. Yeah,
I agree there. And just because of the fact that Fournier, with all these guys ruled out, the usage is going to either him or Vooch. And we've seen that Aaron Gordon is not really a high usage player. He hasn't really. The only time that he gets high usage is when other guys are totally sitting, and his usage kind of is setting up the assist factor here.
Yeah, so it's not obvious. It's obviously not exactly this binary that it'll work out this precisely, but I think for me, if I'm playing Harden, I want Vooch or Fournier, and more specifically Fournier in that lineup. Like, Harden will be chalky because it's easy to fit him.
Yep.
And he's not going to be he won't be the highest scorer on the slate unless the game is close. And if the game's close, you're probably getting one of these late Orlando guys to score a lot.
Yep. We got another question from the chat asking Vooch or Butler.
Vooch or Butler? I think it's Vooch now. I probably would have said Butler if Orlando was healthier. The ownership will probably be moderate for both guys. That's not really the consideration. Positional scarcity favors Butler. We have a lot of centers like we've talked about.
Yep.
I think you can definitely play either though, but I slightly prefer Vooch.
Yeah, definitely prefer Vooch because of the fact that that the interior defense for the Brooklyn Nets is not really existent. DeAndre Jordan is a weak side shot blocker. He's not a straight up shot blocker. Claxton coming in, he's also not one of those straight up defenders where he's going to shut you down. So I think it sets up really nicely for Vooch over Butler. Yeah, Butler's in a good spot. He's been playing well, but that he can kind of disappear on the offensive end. His 3-point upside is pretty limited. Yeah, he hit 2 in the last game, but it's one of those scenarios where he's more of a facilitator for the Heat. And whereas the ball goes through Vooch and he has a rebounding upside that gives you a safer floor. Yeah,
it mostly comes down to two things. The Heat have way more other good players than the Magic, and the Magic are in a much better matchup. Like you said, DeAndre Jordan is, the Nets could use Jared Allen. They could use James Harden more. So it's not that they shouldn't have made the deal, but they are suffering by having DeAndre Jordan being their starting center and compared to Jared Allen. His defense is not great. His offense is worse. So maybe they'll do something at the deadline. But yeah, it's a really solid spot for Vooch.
For sure. Well, we have Terilyn coming up next. She's going to be hosting the rest of the Dream Stream. And then we have Geoff and Tom on the call for Giants at Saints. Before we jump off, just want to say thank you for hanging out. This show actually went by really fast. I love these bigger slates. There's a lot to talk about and everything going on. But keep in mind that there's a promo for new users, 64-1. If you're making bets for college basketball, go check those out right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Before we jump off, Matt, any final thoughts?
Just keep your lineups open until 8. I think that's regardless of what we're waiting for. Prioritizing the games that lock at 8 o'clock compared to the 7:30 games is the way to go. So play a couple of guys from the early games, but be around for those 30 minutes. That's kind of when the real stuff will happen.
Sounds good. Thanks, brother. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Appreciate you hanging out. Be back on Monday with Julian. Take care.
And clear. What's up, people? Happy Friday. I'm feeling good, and I hope you all are feeling good too. And welcome to the latest and greatest edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. You know the deal. I'm Taryn Azak, and I'm here to help you get your weekend started with a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. Those games are featured in our Madden Stream 4K Friday night special. So this classic contest is $10 to enter and features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 going to first place. Here's what, we got a lot on tap tonight, so let's get through it. The Dream Stream is the only place you can still see Drew Brees under center for the Saints, because at 6 p.m. Eastern, New Orleans plays host to the New York Football Giants in our first sim of the night. We got on standby, right back behind me in the Zoom, Geoff Ulrich, Moose, and Tommy Smokes, Tommy Freeze Pops. They're going to be on the call for that one as Tom pulls a triple header duty tonight. Round of applause for him. Then at 8 p.m., we're heading out west as the 49ers, they welcome the Steelers to the Bay Area. Tom will be joined by Denver inside Brandon Cristal to call that game. And then at 10 p.m. Eastern, Tom is back once again with a new partner, this time the one and only, my arch nemesis of all arch nemesises, Adam Kaufman, will be behind the mic for the Packers at the Broncos as we wrap up our Friday night slate with Madden After Dark. All those games are coming up shortly, but first, here's what else is happening. Right now, you can find it in the DK lobby and on the DraftKings Sportsbook. We have a little later lock tonight for a huge 10-game NBA slate, which means you have until 7:30 p.m. Eastern to get your lineups in for the NBA 400K shoot-around contest. A $20 entry gets you a shot at a top prize of $100K. Imagine what your weekend could be like after that kind of a win. Then we have a 5-game late slate in the NHL. It locks at 7 p.m. Eastern. You can try out the NHL 50K Twine contest. That's a classic contest with a top prize of $10,000 for just a $10 entry. And of course, we got the NCAA tournament. It's underway, so check out up-to-the-minute odds for that one, as well as odds and lines for weekend event in NASCAR, UFC, the PGA Tour on the DraftKings Sportsbook. We will have some tourney talk later on, and we got Julian Edlow. He's going to walk through some of our Saturday big games. But right now, let's get our Friday night Madden party started with the Giants and the Saints. For the call, here are Geoff Ulrich and Tommy Carroll. Take it away, guys.
All right. Thanks a lot, Tara Lynn. Appreciate it. A little Friday night action. Got Tom going on. He's got the tie-dye on. Everyone's raising the roof. I guess I better raise the roof too, guys. I mean, it's Friday. Let's go.
What's up, buddy?
What's up? I mean, haven't seen you in a bit. We got the Giants, we got the Saints, obviously. A couple teams here, a little bit interesting going into free agency. And yeah, I mean, look, Tom's doing 3 in a row here. The start of a trio of action. The trilogy, the Tom Carroll trilogy. Give the folks what they want. Who'd you start in your captain spot for this one, Tom?
Traquan Smith. Got him in the captain spot there. Tried to get some value because there were quite a few Saints I wanted in my lineup. But then as I started building my lineup, I got lots of Giants. So I was sort of all over the place, but put Traquan Smith in the captain spot, $7,500, 10 points a sim. Someone that he can go off for the Saints every now and then. Then I got both the running back ones. I got Daniel Jones. I got Emmanuel Sanders and Sterling Shepard. So no real punt plays. A lot of value throughout. Honestly, the guy I'm least confident in is my captain.
Fair enough, man. I do not know if I may have forgot to hit click on my lineup. I had Kamara in the captain spot. I may have screwed this up. Not shocking. I think I forgot it. I thought I submitted. Okay, whatever. I had Kamara in the captain spot. I was going heavy on the Saints. I was going to fade Drew Brees, though, so we'll see how that works out. Anyways, who cares? We'll track your guys' performance. You can tell me who you roster in the captain spot. You got Tom there with the value play in Traquan Smith. I like that play. Traquan can bust out the big upside. So Daniel Jones, not that high-end a quarterback, but he does break out the rushing touchdowns from time to time. We'll see if that prevails or if Saquon's going to have a monster game. So Saints a really good sim team. Giants not so much. See it all breaks down. See how it all breaks down, my friends. So
I love it. I love Saint sims because they are liable to just have crazy games. Like Alvin Kamara is one of those guys that just absolutely kills it in Madden. I love it. One of my favorite Madden players.
That's why I wanted to roster him in my captain spot with my lineup that I apparently didn't hit go on. Okay, I have to, yeah. Oh no, there it is.
There it is.
I got Kamara in the captain. I got Michael Thomas, Daniel Jones, Evan Ingram, Traquan Smith, and apparently Will Lutz. So I don't even know what happened. It's like the internet just stole my lineup from me for a couple minutes.
There you go. You got a kicker in there.
Anyways, yeah, I did. I threw a kicker in there. I got all the pass catchers I wanted. I got Daniel Jones and Evan Ingram, and I kind of like my lineup. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm probably gonna win. I don't even know what I am today. Anyway.
Oh, there you go. Confidence. Love it.
Confidence. I'll do it for you. So, Mr. Tommy, what have you been up to, man? You got a busy Friday night here.
Yeah, triple header, man. This is the second time I've ever done a triple header. Feeling good about it. Made sure I carbo loaded before, hydrated, got some good rest. Made sure I got my electrolytes in there. So feeling confident, feeling funky, feeling fresh, ready to go. 3 in a row, baby.
Yeah, it's a task. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you get tired of hearing your own voice. It's not like these are Herculean, efforts we're doing or anything. Obviously there's more important things.
Well, talking for 6 straight hours is
it can be a lot. I mean, look, I did the golf show on my own this week, and I mean, like, good God, I need like my mouth was parched after that. So
yeah, gonna have to work in a hot tea in between one of these sims.
Absolutely.
Work on the vocal cords.
Who are you with for the last 2? Is it Kaufman? Oh, a pick right off the bat.
Wow. Early pick for the now retired Drew Brees, showing why he had to call it a career. Garbage throw by one of the all-time great quarterbacks. I have BK in the 8 o'clock slot, and then I have Mr. Adam Kaufman in Madden After Dark.
Are you in the announcer's chair for the next one?
I am not.
Oh, BK.
At least not to my knowledge. I was on Monday with Christian D'Andrea.
Oh, nice. And was that the first time you guys worked together?
The first time we worked together and my first time in the one chair. So all sorts of firsts happening this week on that day specifically.
Edward, I don't know what player you're asking me about, but anyways, that's cool. Definitely, if you got a question about a player or golf or whatever, throw it out there. There's Saquon on the first run there, so big turnover. Giants almost in the red zone already. I had an eventful pre-sim action too. So there was, I guess, a piece of my siding got like loose on the house. We had a couple windstorms during the winter. We didn't really notice it till the snow thawed, right? So I go out there. Go my roof, go out my window on the second floor, and I walk on the roof. It's a little
moosing around.
Little stable, a little unstable. I'm not gonna lie, but I got out there. I got myself in a good position. It wasn't too dangerous. So I'm fixing my siding. And one of my neighbors starts talking to me. Like, she's just like, oh, that's a nice tree you have. Did you see there's some fungus on it and stuff? And I'm, she's talking away. And I'm up there, like, I'm just trying to concentrate. Like, I'm trying to get back in the house as quickly as possible. And I ended up being
I assume
there
it's very cold.
Yeah. No, it's not that cold.
Okay.
It's nice out here right now. It's actually surprisingly warm. It's like unseasonably
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you said the snow thawed, but you just didn't want to be on your unstable roof.
Yeah, totally. I probably wouldn't have gone out if it was, like, icy or something or cold. But
yeah.
I would have because I'm an idiot. But anyways, so I'm out there for like 10 minutes. I'm like, finally, I'm just like, look, I got to just get out. I got to get off this because I'm starting to get like vertigo up here. It's a pleasant conversation. But
did you go inside and throw up?
There's a touchdown. Golden Tate. He ain't going to be on the Giants next year, but he is here.
Yeah, he's also not in my lineup. So congratulations to him for not helping me.
But yeah, anyway, so I had an eventful in-between sims. There's no rest. To go fix the house. I got most of it fixed, though, so that's good. I'm going to have to go back out there and throw a nail or two in there. But anyways, always fun.
There you go. Well, that I would call that a very eventful day.
It's always fun to go on your roof. It's kind of fun. You're like, wow, I'm up high. This is what birds are like, Just sitting on my roof all day getting sun. It's fun.
You feel like a bird.
You just feel, like you just fly.
You feel invincible. You feel like James Bond, Indiana Jones, action hero.
Oh, Edward. Oh, you asked me about Willie Mack. There you go. No, Willie Mack ain't going to be in the Masters. Sorry. The old Willie Mack joke never gets old.
We are a few weeks away from the Masters.
We are, man.
Do you have an early favorite here? Are you thinking DJ repeats? Are you thinking DeChambeau, our coworker here at DraftKings, has a big weekend down at Augusta? How are you feeling? You thinking that Justin Thomas can maybe work off some of this momentum? Where are we leaning?
I'm pretty big on the Bryson train. I do think our coworker is going to have a big week. This will be like his fourth time playing, I think, fourth or fifth. He's just in such solid form. He's in better form than he was last year, if we're being honest. His iron play is better. Everyone last year was like, well, he's hitting drives. Wait till Bryson gets his irons in form. Well, he's been hitting his irons well all year. So I think Bryson could come in there and really blow the doors off, because that, unlike these Florida stops where he was winning and contending, Augusta doesn't have water for him to worry about. They got bigger fairways. I'm as long as Bryson stays above plus 1,000 in the betting odds, I love that play. So I am leaning towards Bryson getting his first green jacket this year. Look, it's a wide open tournament. There's a ton of good players. Anything can happen, but I do like Bryson this week.
Gonna have to make sure they get those, athletic cut jackets. Fit those jacked biceps in there. Dude is so huge.
XL. Yeah,
that guy is yoked.
He really is.
Guy eats like a carton of eggs a day.
I mean, he definitely he's changing the way people think about golfers, man.
Him and Brooks, just two massive dudes. Even DJ's a pretty big guy.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. Dustin's just more of an athletic specimen, if we're being honest. He's flexible, he's big, like you said. And Brooks is kind of the same way as well. But Bryson's the guy who's really put on muscle. He's legitimately gone and changed his body. Brooks and Dustin are more just athletic guys who are they're like the high school QB. They're just talented. They're athletic. They're just good at golf, right? And they're totally big guys for sure. But Bryson is legitimately changing the way people might think about training for golf. So we'll see. Anyways, I do think he's got a great shot at getting the green jacket this year.
I love that. I always like when we get a new champion. Unless Tiger is in the mix, which I'm always rooting for Tiger if he's in a tournament. Clearly he won't be in this Masters. But when he's not there, I'm always rooting for a new guy to get the jacket. I just think it's cool to see that guy have that moment,
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. I'm usually same way. How many green jackets do you need? When you get one green jacket, you're allowed back into the tournament for life. So
exactly.
You don't need two. Let's not overdo it.
Right. Let's get as many dudes coming back to this tournament as possible.
That's right.
Unless Tiger's there, then I'm in favor of him stacking jackets, because I just love watching that guy play.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll get to see him again at some point.
Yeah.
In our lifetimes, but obviously lucky he's even alive.
Absolutely.
Just Drew Brees chewing it up over the middle here. Jared
He
Cook,
heard me talking junk.
Yeah, he did. And Michael Thomas there on that catch. Definitely heard you, Tommy.
Where do you rank Drew Brees among Saints quarterbacks all time? Go.
Among Saints quarterbacks? Oh my God. Okay, who else played for the Saints? Archie Manning?
So Archie Manning clearly number 2. And then number 3, it's got to be a battle between Aaron Brooks and Bobby Hebert. I think Hebert actually probably gets the nod, right? Because he was a part of more winning teams.
Is there someone else famous that played for the Saints that we're missing? Maybe not.
Quarterback?
I don't...
Jameis Winston? Is Jameis Winston a top 5
Taysom
Saints
Hill?
quarterback all time?
Taysom Hill. Oh, I thought Kamara might have got in there with the reach. Didn't, got tackled around the 1. Uh-oh.
I'm going to look up Saints all-time.
Yeah, that's actually a good
leaders.
idea. I feel like we might be missing someone else. Maybe it's just Archie Manning, and I'm just thinking of that.
So it's Drew Brees is number 1, Archie's number 2, Aaron Brooks is number 3, Bobby Hebert's number 4. Oh, Jim Everett had a cup of coffee in New Orleans. He was there for 2 years, and he is 5th all time in passing yards. Oh, I guess that they're just ranking it by career passing yards here.
Yeah,
because he's got over 10,000. He definitely didn't get that in 2 seasons in New Orleans.
They were all with the Rams. I don't know if he started for New Orleans. He might have just been a backup there for a couple years.
He was there from 94 to 96. So there's a chance. That's he was the starter all 3 years.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
They were bad, so
that was my memory.
yeah. I don't expect you to know who the quarterback of the Saints was from 94 to 96 when they weren't winning any ball
expect
games.
myself to know, though.
Hey, Kenny Stabler was there for 3 seasons in the early 80s. That I should have known that.
Right.
Morton always talks about his time with Kenny.
Yeah. I guess the Saints, really, good at getting quarterbacks in the back end of their career there. As Kamara gets a touchdown there, so the Kamara chalk is paying off. My lineup that I guess I did enter likes that. But yeah, good drive for Kamara. Had the catch down into the red zone, and they got rewarded. I thought we might see Latavius Murray there. We did not, though. So yeah, I think I would give the edge to Aaron Brooks. I would give the edge. Aaron Brooks was pretty good.
Those are the four. Those are the 4. That's the Mount Rushmore of Saints quarterbacks.
Aaron Brooks was a pretty serviceable QB, to be honest.
Yeah, I think if he came around now, his staying power in the league would have been a lot longer.
Yep, I think I would agree with that. He had a good arm. He's just hashtag good.
Big arm, athletic.
Yep.
Just made a lot of mistakes.
He did. Like for every awesome play he'd make, there was he'd just miss a guy or whatever.
Yep.
Hit that like button, folks. Got a little Friday sim action. It's off to a pretty good start. 2 touchdowns already in the first Q, and that's with a Saints INT to boot. So
that's a lot of action for a first quarter.
It is for a sim these days in this economy.
Michael bringing up a good question on Slack for us. What do you think about Juju staying in Pittsburgh for seemingly less money?
Yeah.
Staying home, Steel City.
I mean, I think it's dumb. If I'm being dead honest, I mean, I really do. I don't think it's a good deal for him. I don't know how he's going to increase his worth over the year with Claypool and Deontay Johnson there, right? Like he's basically, there's a very good chance he's going to end up 3rd on the team in targets. He's not under contract to them for a long term or anything. The Steelers don't need to play him as their favorites. What is Juju going to come out looking better next year out of this? Dude, get your money. Go to a situation where there isn't 2 studs already there. Could have gone to the Eagles and been the man there and probably got a ton of money. The Ravens were interested.
I was surprised when I saw that Baltimore was interested that didn't happen because they clearly need a number 1. And look, Juju is a guy that I feel like on this stream is very polarizing amongst the DraftKings announcers. But I think he has the talent to be a number 1 guy. He's definitely got the size. He's got the build. And he's not afraid of the moment. So you get him in there, and you got Hollywood Brown as your number 2. That's a much more palatable situation for Ravens fans.
I agree. Yep.
And then you got Lamar Jackson just doing his thing. I think that would have been a great fit. But he clearly likes Pittsburgh, man, and it's one of the best organizations in sports. He took less money to stay there. He wants to have his career be in black and yellow down there in Pittsburgh. So we kind of forget that sometimes, right? We're always looking at money and focused on what rosters look like, and I feel like we lose sight of the fact that these are human beings that have to live their lives in these communities. And he must just really, really like his setup down there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he's still got a $7 million signing bonus. He'll be fine. I mean, let's be honest.
He's a young guy.
He'll be fine. But it is it's a short. NFL players have short lifespans, man, regardless of what position you play.
You got to maximize that earning potential.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's just I think I hate it. I think I hate it even more from the perspective of it really ruins Claypool's and Deontay Johnson's fantasy value. I think that's why I mainly hate it, if I'm being honest. I really like Deontay Johnson. I thought he had a chance to lead the league in targets for next year. Probably not anymore. So
you wanted a definitive number 1 in Pittsburgh. You don't like these shared target situations.
No. And look, you can have 2 guys like Claypool and Deontay Johnson, but then you throw Juju in there and it's okay, where's the ball going? Like, it's like the Cowboys last year. Clearly someone is going to lose out in that situation. And last year, you know, they kind of just like ate away at each other. Like CeeDee Lamb was okay for a bit. But Gallup was useless, and Amari Cooper even dipped a little bit, although that was probably more.
A lot of it, as someone who was a season-long owner of Amari Cooper. Incredibly inconsistent.
Yeah, especially when Dalton took over. So, anyways, it could still work out. I'm sure those guys will still have okay years, but again, I just don't know how Juju's going to come out of that situation looking better than he was this year. He's still a really young guy. I'm sure he'll be fine, but feels like a bad decision. Here's a long field goal, but if you don't know, now you can know. And that's not even close. Thanks for coming out, though, folks. 57-yarder. Well,
so you think that Juju 3 years from now regrets signing this deal?
Yeah, I mean, it might not be that big a deal. Like, if he has an okay year, someone will probably overpay him next year anyways. But, you know, he had that one monster year where he got like over 100 passes or something, right? Like, the further he gets away from that, the less likely teams are going to be like, oh, okay, we can like pay this guy. You know, that potential was there for a 100-yard, you know, a 100-catch guy. You know, the more they see him as like a third option, the less likely it is he's going to get paid like a wide receiver one, right? So, again, if he only makes $5 million a year from this, I mean, you know, going in his next contract, he'll be fine. But, you know, the potential for a blow it out of the water contract was here this year. I just don't know if that's going to be there next year. Maybe it is. Maybe he like takes a step back as the dominant, and Deontay Johnson takes a step back. It's a possibility. I don't think that's what's going to happen though. So, Kamara over the middle.
And I do think a lot of the production for these guys, and this isn't, you know, groundbreaking stuff to say, but depending on how Big Ben looks, right? I mean, we know that he didn't finish the year off all that hot. I know that they're, in theory, as of now, he's the starter week 1. So what are we looking at from a production standpoint from Big Ben? That's going to be a huge factor for how these guys feel about their situations in Pittsburgh.
Problem Kid Gaming. I'm not saying Michael Gallup is useless. I'm just saying for fantasy purposes.
Michael Gallup is a good player. I would take Michael Gallup on my team any day of the week.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of talent.
I like that draft pick.
He just shares targets.
I mean, and he could bounce back pretty big next year as well. I mean, Dak is back. You know, that offense was supporting like 3 receivers before Dak went down last year. But, you know, it's way harder to gauge, man.
Edward Pride on YouTube saying, Tom and Moose, that's the best move for Juju. He figured out that he doesn't want to be a wide receiver one with all that smoke and all that pressure. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know him personally, obviously, but you have to imagine a guy that has sort of capitalized on his celebrity as much as you possibly can so early in his career, being in all these commercials, and the way he celebrates and carries himself on the field, on top of the fact that he was the #1 guy at USC, and he's been sort of this heralded talent most of his football life, that he probably is extremely comfortable being the wide receiver one. So maybe, you know, on its surface, you're looking for a reason why a guy maybe comes back to a team where it's not clear that he's going to be the #1 option. That makes sense. But then when you look back at Juju's history and think about how he is as a player and how he is within media here as Kamara stopped short of the end zone, I don't think that adds up for me.
Yeah, and look, I'm not like that high on Juju, if I'm being dead honest. Like, I don't know if he is actually like a true #1 wide receiver. I think he's good, but I think there is some argument to that. Like, he works better in a situation where he's not like the guy. But, you know, like the Ravens had Marquise Brown there. They have Mark Andrews. Like, I don't know if he would have had that much pressure on him there. The Eagles, I think, would have been a different situation. He would have been really kind of looked to.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
the same way Alshon Jeffrey was when he first got there.
Exactly, right?
Yep.
So,
and never really lived up to that hype.
No, Alshon, unfortunately,
Injuries, man.
Yeah, he was a great player coming out of college. Lots of talent. Great guy.
I wanted the Pats to draft him so badly.
He could just go up and get it. One of those guys who can just go, even when he's not in shape, quite frankly, could just go and dominate.
He's just huge.
And he did for years in Chicago. But, I think a little of his speed is sapped, a little bit of his hops are sapped. Oh, he caught that.
That was a semi-vulturing here.
Is this Dan Arnold? No, Josh Hill, excuse me. Dan Arnold's on the
other Hill.
Now.
Unreal.
Hill.
So that was a play action. Looked like it was going to go to Kamara. And then we hit the the tight end too for the touchdown.
1 Tree Hill. Actually, 2 Tree Hill because he's the tight end too. But anyways, it's the tight end.
Found that funnier than I probably should have.
Anyways, there's a bit of a vulture.
Josh Hill owned in less than 2% of lineups in the flex.
And that's kind of my point, Ricky Robbie. Like I agree. He had his best year playing behind Antonio Brown, who himself that year had like one of the best wide receiver years we've seen in a long time.
Yep.
So I think he really benefited from that, and I think there's merit to the argument. He doesn't really want that kind of pressure. I think that's probably what factored into it. He just wants to be part of the team. He likes Pittsburgh clearly, so I don't know. I still long term, I just can't stop thinking like, oh boy, you left a lot on the table here. But,
yeah, I mean, and look, you mentioned it. Like he's going to be fine financially. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars here.
Millions.
But the difference between 8 and 13 is a lot. Like that's millions of dollars that he's saying no thanks to.
Well, and it's not just the, 13 and like 13 over 5 years or something, right? Because he's a really young guy. Like I'm sure he could have got a really good terms, right? Like. So, anyways, Daniel Jones is going to take off. Don't trip, Daniel. Don't fumble.
Oh, he got stuck.
Got absolutely flattened, but he did hold on to it.
We have Jason Garrett joining us on Great Dane Nation next week, and he has a lot of really interesting things to say about Daniel Jones. Yeah, Jason was the backup quarterback for the Giants for Morton's 1 year with the New York Giants. So he was his holder. So they have a very, very funny friendship. Morton was sort of his boss on the field for a season. So they get into a lot of funny stuff with that. But Jason Garrett high on Daniel Jones. And obviously, he's not going to come on a podcast and rip his dude. But you could tell that he's excited about his development, especially now that Saquon Barkley is going to be back in the mix. That comes out on Wednesday. Jason Garrett, Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's Saquon there himself. Yeah, I'm sure he is happy to get Saquon back, Jason Garrett.
It was funny when we brought that up. It was like, you were game planning for Saquon Barkley in your first year as the OC, and then obviously he goes down and everything goes to crap. And you got to feel good about him coming back, putting together a game plan for next season. You could almost, as Morton's asking that question, you could almost see like the sigh of relief over him, like, oh, you don't even know how much better it is to have that guy healthy.
Yeah, for sure. The Giants, they're competitive at times last year. They're still trying to get Golladay. I don't think anything's dropped on that news front, but it'd be a good get for them if they could. That's for sure.
Totally.
Big body.
That's already a sneaky good set of hands there up in New York. Obviously, Saquon out of the backfield. Evan Ingram, one of the best pass-catching tight ends in the NFL. And then, a bunch of good receivers who are sort of underrated league-wide. I like the talent in New York, but I don't think they're Super Bowl caliber yet. No way.
No, I mean, Daniel Jones would have to take a step up. Their O-line definitely would need to improve. That's probably still their biggest weakness. Their defense did play good at times last year. Again, they looked competent at times last year. Like, you almost feel like they could have done more there. You know, maybe even won the NFC, but I don't know. They just feel like a little bit of a step behind here. I don't know if Joe Judge
down the stretch. I mean, they finished the season very strong. I think they started 0-5.
Yeah, they did.
0-6. Something very poor. But they sort of got everything together. It was that close loss to Tampa that they had on Monday Night Football. And it was after that where they sort of clicked and everything fell into place for them. And I believe they finished 6-10. And if the Eagles had tried to beat Washington the last week of the season, and if they did win, then New York would have gotten into the postseason.
Yep, absolutely, man. They were right in it down the stretch. They had a tough
bad
stretch.
Field goal miss by Gannell.
Yeah.
That was bad.
Crossbar. Doink. Joe Judge, not impressed.
Joe Judge was so mad at the Eagles. Do you remember that?
Oh, why? For what?
When the Eagles were tanking, basically, against Washington the final week of the season. And the Giants were sitting there watching the Sunday Nighter going, hey, we need you to try here because if they lose, we're in.
Right.
Joe Judge to the media, I think it was the next day or 2 days later, just went off on Philly.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
It's pretty funny, but in the end of the day, like, Joe Judge, win more games. Like, then you
well,
don't have to worry
exactly.
about
I mean,
other teams.
you can't blame a team. I mean, Philly can do whatever they want there. I don't understand people like getting all on Philly there. Like, the game is meaningless for them. I mean, they can do whatever they want.
The weird thing to me about it is if you're going to tank that game, why even start Jalen Hurts?
Yeah. I mean, look, the bringing in, who was it? Not Nathan Peterman. It was...
No, but someone at that caliber.
Yeah, it was close to Nathan Peterman. It was weird. It was weird. Like, we got to evaluate this guy in the last quarter of the season. Really?
Right.
Like, I don't disagree. I do not know why that was
just
a thing,
don't play Jalen Hurts,
Yeah.
and no one, and honestly, no one would have questioned that, right?
No.
Like last week of the year, you want to make sure he's healthy heading into next year, but maybe they thought, oh, that's showing that we're committed to this guy too much, so we can't do that. It was handled poorly.
Yeah, it was handled poorly. They did say they were going to do that. Like, I know Doug Peterson said in the media, like, we're going to probably bring this guy in for the third quarter. And I always forget his name.
Sudfeld.
Nate Sudfeld. See, it was another Nate. Again, like, what to what point? To what purpose? I mean, like this is the time. The last quarter of the season, this guy's so valuable that you got to bring him in.
Right. And, like, what do you need to evaluate with Nate Sudfeld?
Yeah.
We know who he is. He's a warm body that can wear a number that quarterbacks wear. Like, he is a person you can put in your quarterback room. You're not winning a Super Bowl with Nate Sudfeld.
No.
We all know this.
1st and 10, 17 for the Saints. They're up by 7. Touchdowns from Josh Hill, Alvin Kamara. Touchdown on the other side by was it Saquon? No.
It was Golden
Tate. It was Golden Tate passing touchdown. Oh, we're gonna get here. Michael Thomas just short. No, sorry, that was Traquan Smith, your boy.
Come on,
Traquan. There on the catch. Down to the 2.
That's upsetting.
Clock is ticking. That is upsetting. Tom's extremely upset. His tie-dye shirt is turning from colorful to pure red as we're talking.
That
was
ticking. Upsetting.
One timeout. We're not going to burn it here. Going under the shotgun. Stack formation. Kamara. Oh, Kamara going for a second. Stuffed short. Timeout, New Orleans. What are they going to do here, Tommy? They go for it. They got to pass the ball now. Or are they just going to take the field goal and be chickens?
No, go take an end zone shot here. Come on.
13 seconds. This is.
I can see a little Jared Cook here. I wouldn't like it for my lineup, but I could see it happening.
Okay, they're spreading it out. This is smart. They should do this. Just don't take a sack. Don't throw it like 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage either. There we go.
Touchdown.
That's too easy. And there
Called
it is.
it.
Jared Cook.
They call me Tommy Romo.
Jim! Jim!
I don't know, Jim.
Too many Cooks. You bought it at Jared, whatever you want to call him. It's a touchdown, folks. Two touchdowns to the tight ends now. One was to One Tree Hill. One was to Jared Cook.
Jared Cook now in Los Angeles, playing with Justin Herbert and the Chargers, replacing Hunter Henry.
I like Jared Cook, man. I mean,
I like Jared Cook. I also like Hunter Henry a little more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up to New England, baby. Let's go.
I mean, if you're choosing between the two, you're taking Hunter Henry. He's a younger guy.
Better player.
Yeah, probably better. You're right.
And Michael hitting the nail on the head costs more money. Yep.
All right, so eventful end to the half there. 21-7. Obviously, 2 Gano missed field goals.
There's 10 seconds left, Moose, okay? Do not give up on this first half.
I've given up.
I think we see a kick return here. I'm calling it.
Oh, okay. Kick return touchdown. I've not seen one of those for a
Working
while.
6-7, saying Juju didn't stay with Pittsburgh and take less money because he's scared of the pressure. It's called good business. He thinks he can get more per year and go to a contender. He's thinking long term. What say you, Geoff Ulrich?
I mean, I've already said what I think. I just hard for me to envision him coming out with better stats next year. You got Claypool. It's not like I don't think Juju's going to keep Claypool off the field. That dude is an absolute stud.
Ooh, Saquon getting stuck there.
He did.
Giants using a timeout here.
Apparently the Giants are bullish here. 6 seconds left.
All right, maybe we see Daniel Jones's arm here.
We're definitely going to get a gauge on Daniel Jones's arm here because they gotta go now. But yeah, that was my take. It's just hard for me to see him putting up like bigger numbers. But it could happen. I could be absolutely wrong. He could just be the dominant guy, slot guy, lead him in targets, whatever. Here it goes, all the way down. Follow the rainbow.
I respect the move. We don't see that enough at the end of the half.
No, I know. There's been I haven't seen as much of it lately, for sure.
Like to see that.
It's good effort. Good effort.
Here you go. I'm going to check out where my lineup is. I am in 77th out of 87. So not really bad, actually. Like, almost as bad as you can be.
Hey, you're not first or last anyways.
Great point.
Like Ricky Bobby said.
That's a great point.
All right. Drew Brees, 18-20, 172 yards, 2 touchdowns. Nice little half for him. Daniel Jones was pretty good too, 9-12, 75 yards and a touchdown. They just
Drew Brees really just proven me wrong. What I said after his initial interception.
Yeah, you got him fired up, Tommy, after that first interception. I'm not going to lie.
He is trending towards the B word. He's got 2 tuds. He's firing on all cylinders here.
Absolutely, man. Great half for him. Over halfway to the bonus. I'll say it. I know it's like the jinx thing, but Kamara, 23 yards and a touchdown. So he really didn't do much on the ground other than that touchdown. Saquon, 22 yards. He didn't do much either. Both those guys getting a little bit involved in the pass game, though. Cook, 6 for 69, nice, and a touchdown. Traquan, 3 for 28. Kamara with three grabs. Ingram with 2. Sanders with 2. I don't even remember seeing Emmanuel Sanders. Yeah. Anyways, Emmanuel Sanders. Who did he sign with? Buffalo?
Manny Sanders?
Bills, right?
I actually don't know off the top of my head. He's a gamer, though. I love Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah. I got to double check that.
He did. He signed with the Bills.
Yeah. I like that move. They got Diggs on the outside.
He's just bouncing around to contenders these last few years.
No, and look, when you're Emmanuel Sanders' age, that's fine. No one's giving him 15 mil a year anymore. But
right.
I don't know. I make too big a deal out of it. I mean, Juju's young, whatever. He's like I said, but I just figured he would have taken some money. Good for him though if he likes the spot. But I like that signing by the Bills. Emmanuel Sanders. You got Diggs on the outside. Emmanuel Sanders, we've even seen him act as a wide receiver 1 in spots for New Orleans, so he can definitely be that guy with like Cole Beasley underneath.
Totally.
I think that's what the Bills want to operate. They want those slot guys, making teams pay who double team Diggs. Like the Patriots used to do with like Edelman and stuff like that over the middle. So I think you'll see a lot of that between Beasley and Emmanuel Sanders. Then you get a tight end there like Ertz. Oh man, it's gonna be tough to stop.
That would be scary. Yeah, I saw they moved Lee Smith, correct?
Yeah, they're trying to. The word is they're trying to grab Ertz. I think they were in on Jared Cook or something too. Or no, they were in on Gronk. That's what it was.
That's right.
Gronk was thinking about going.
No
there.
chance. No chance.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's.
Come on.
That's his hometown, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, who cares, right? You're
I know.
a millionaire. Hop on the private jet and you're back in Buffalo in a few hours.
Yeah, it wasn't very likely. I think if there was anywhere he would have gone, it would have been Buffalo, other than Tampa. But
right. But as long as Tommy's playing for Tampa, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah. That would have been an interesting connection, though.
It would have been cool. I'll give you that.
All right, Daniel Jones. Mr. Jones, stunning interception almost. That was a terrible throw.
Yeah, who was that supposed to be to?
I don't know. I was just lobbed up right in the middle of the field, basically. There was a receiver over there, but it was more to the Saints than anything, so. Shotgun. Daniel Jones, second down. Back. Oh, little screen to Saquon. Gonna get 3? No.
He didn't get enough space.
Shoestring tackle. That could have gone if he'd gone by that dude. Saquon definitely has the speed on the outside.
So, Jeff, I know you follow the Seahawks somewhat closely. What have you thought of their lack of movement in free agency so far?
Yeah, they shored up their old line a bit, which is interesting. Maybe trying to pay a little bit of lip service to Russ. But not a team I expected to be overly active. Like they traded first for Jamal Adams. Like they kind of made their bed there. They don't really need a whole ton of offensive depth. Like Daniel Jones on fumble, just short. They don't need wide receiver. They have Metcalf, Lockett. They're good there. Running back, they got bodies. Actually, they do need. Actually, isn't Chris Carson a free agent? Running back could be a spot for them. I have to check that out. I think they might be trying to bring back Chris Carson because Pete Carroll just loves him from Chris Carson. So that'll be interesting. But, what I make of their lack of moves is, they're not winning any more favors with Russ than they already didn't have. So that situation is going to be weird. It's going to be weird to see play out. Russ clearly is not happy there. So nothing the Seahawks have done is going to change that right now, right? So does it come to a head where Russ is just like, I'm done, like you have to trade me? Or does he just, kind of be like, okay, I'm come back again, see how this goes? That one's going to come to a head. I mean, obviously with the Deshaun Watson off the field stuff right now, that's kind of on the back burner and see how that plays out. But Russ is clearly in a sort of a feud with the Seahawks, and they haven't done anything. So I don't know, man. That one's going to be interesting to watch. I could see that spilling over, going right into training camp.
So I just looked it up. Chris Carson is a free agent. He's in talks with possibly going to the Dolphins. The Seahawks are still interested as well. If the Seahawks re-sign Chris Carson, Russell Wilson should, even more so than he already is, demand more of a trade. Because Pete Carroll is obsessed with giving the ball to Chris Carson when he's healthy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking the ball out of Russell Wilson's hands should be illegal in the NFL. What are you doing? Let him get a majority of the snaps, way more than a majority. That guy should be a part of like 45 out of 60 plays. I mean, it's absurd. He changes the game. If I were him, I'd be mad too.
It's pretty interesting, Seattle's RB position right now, because outside of Carson, they lost Hyde. They have Rashad Penny, Travis Homer, and DJ Dallas. So
It's always a roller coaster ride at running back for them post Marshawn.
It is. It really is, right? Yeah, they brought back. God, what did they bring back for like 2 games? Oh God, what's his name? Alex something. I can't remember. Anyways, they brought back some old fossil from the past for like 3 games this year. He's not even under contract though. So Alex Collins, that's what it was.
Ah, Alex Collins. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, maybe they might be looking to spend another first rounder on a. Actually, do they even have first rounders? I don't think so because of the Jamal Adams trade. So,
yeah, I don't think they do.
Anyways, not really the greatest offseason so far. Lost David Moore too, wide receiver. Nice depth piece. So, yeah. Maybe you're starting to understand why Russ wants out,
Totally. The more you talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, New Orleans, maybe not as likely now, right? Because Jameis gets that contract. Although, it's only 1 year, and we all know how the NFL works. So,
yeah.
Or if the Saints and Seahawks want to make it happen bad enough, it can happen.
It's interesting.
Dak get paid with Dallas. We saw Bears signed Andy Dalton, but again, that's only a 1-year deal. So Russell Wilson's options getting more limited by the day when it comes to trade partners. Patriots just spent a whole bunch of money. Not like they can afford Russell Wilson at this point, I don't think. But again, NFL cap is fake. Who the heck knows?
They still got a lot of space, though, the Pats. They still have space, hey? I mean...
They do, but is it Russell Wilson space level? I don't know.
Maybe
not a math guy. I don't have that in front of me, but I know Russell Wilson gets paid a lot.
I think the Pats could still do it if they want, but he wasn't on their list. They also weren't on his list, right? So
yeah, but screw your list.
At this point, yeah, you're right. I mean...
And who was the list? It was New Orleans, Chicago, and Dallas, right?
And the Raiders. Las Vegas was on it too.
Okay, so Vegas is still a viable option, but these other 3 teams seems like they made up their mind. No.
Yep. Yeah. No. I think the Bears' door is still open. They're still shedding cap space, which is a good sign. The Saints are really in cap hell. I just don't think it's going to work there. So I think you can cross the Saints and Cowboys off. I think the Bears would be the leaders right now. We haven't heard much about the Raiders. Who knows what's going on behind closed doors there. John Gruden, an interesting dude. I know him and Russell Wilson get along real good.
They just signed Kenyon Drake yesterday.
Yeah, that was...
Which is incredibly odd.
It's just insane.
For so much money, too.
Yeah, I know.
It's not what they need. And look, Kenyon Drake is a good player, and that immediately becomes one of the best 1-2 running back combos in the league. But they don't need that.
Yeah, you need a defense. They have no defense.
Raiders love offense, man. That's Al Davis from the grave making that signing.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Gruden just likes to run the ball, and I think he wants workhorses, whatever you want to call them. But that was a strange signing, dude. The Raiders. I mean,
so
really
weird.
All the places Kenyon Drake could have gone.
Why would he want to go there? I guess it's because they paid him. But...
I think because good guaranteed money. He's coming off a bit of a down year too. So, but yeah, man, that was not. I did not have that one on my bingo card. Ooh, Kamara almost breaking free there. Back inside the red zone are the Saints getting a first down there. Alvin Kamara, and look. I made this point on the last broadcast. They paid Devontae Booker nothing last year to be the backup. Devontae Booker
and he was good.
Fine.
He was good.
Fine.
I think they had one of the best running back combos in the league,
sure.
Top 5.
Yeah, what is Kenyon Drake worth that much over Devontae Booker? Even if Drake is better than him, and we'll give him that. We'll give him a slight edge. He's not worth as that much.
Okay,
bizarre move.
Let's play devil's advocate here. Gruden looking at Cleveland and what they did last season with that 2-headed monster and kind of taking some of the pressure off Baker Mayfield. Maybe looking at Derek Carr thinking, okay, you're sort of like Baker in the fact that you're inconsistent. Why don't we try and take the ball out of his hands a little bit more than we already were and have an offense similar to what Cleveland did get in the playoffs and make some noise here. Become
Yeah,
a running back and tight end heavy team. I don't know. Maybe that's the mindset.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's thinking something like that for sure, right? So,
because Waller's a beast.
Ooh, Kamara just missing getting in. Yeah, I keep forgetting about Darren Waller's on the Raiders. He's so good. Yeah, I honestly think it would be a good landing spot for Russ. Like, I really do. It's a tough division, but the Raiders have some interesting pieces there. I think he'd actually work well with Gruden too. But who knows? I'm still of the opinion. Again, something comes to a head there with Seattle, and he gets traded. But you know, I mean, he might have to wait a year. He might have to suck it up for one more year.
AE 812 saying, "Where's Smith at? Give him a touchdown." Drew Brees. Well, looks like Alvin Kamara is going to get in. But seeing the name Smith reminds me of Alex Smith. Where do you see him landing? I know Fitzpatrick is now in Washington, and Smith and WFT amicably split. You know, they were like, "Hey, you came here, you had your good comeback. Thanks, we're gonna move on."
Thanks.
So he's a free agent. Do you see him going somewhere and being a mentor at this point in his career, or do you see him getting an opportunity to start? Michael bringing up a good point, saying that he thinks he ends up in Jacksonville there with Urban Meyer. That's a great call. If you can get Alex Smith in there to mentor Trevor Lawrence, a former #1 pick who's been through everything you can go through in the NFL, getting benched, dealing with concussions, leg injury, bad teams, beginning of his career, kind of became a late bloomer, comeback guy, has mentored Mahomes. I mean, he's got everything you sort of want to be in that Mr. Miyagi role. That's a great call from Michael.
Yeah, Jacksonville definitely would be on the list as well. They still have Gardner Minshew there as well. So, but
I think they'd gladly part ways with Gardner to bring Alex Smith in with Trevor Lawrence.
I think they will. I think there's some trade discussion around him. I think they'll try and get some value for Gardner Minshew, like a draft pick, which makes a ton of sense. There's a couple spots for Alex Smith. Might even throw Vegas out as a possibility if they move on from Mariota, although Mariota's options are dwindling here, because I thought Washington was a good landing spot for him. Seattle, if they have to trade Russ, could definitely be a spot for Alex Smith. I think the other one that makes sense, and it's kind of similar to Jacksonville's Philly, they've talked about wanting to bring in competition for Jalen Hurts. Alex Smith is the perfect guy, a guy who can still play, but he's more of a veteran. He's not going to take offense if you start Jalen Hurts over him. In reality, he might be like the perfect guy to pair with Jalen Hurts. So I think Philly could be on the table. I haven't heard any chatter or anything, but I would not be shocked if he ended up there. There's tons of places that could use backups, though.
Anywhere with a young quarterback, it would be great to have Alex Smith, right? Like, I was just going to say, New York would be a great landing spot for him.
I think they still have, I want to say Colt McCoy in New York. Maybe it's Case Keenum. Those guys.
Right, yeah, I mean, these teams have these guys, but if you can bring Alex Smith in at the right price, obvious upgrade.
Yeah, maybe the Chargers.
Hell, I'd take him in New England over Cam Newton right now.
Yeah, I probably would almost second that. Definitely be a close. Ooh, who is that pass to Daniel Jones? Nobody.
But talking about the Saints here, since they're in front of our faces, Jameis Winston next season. What do you think about his prospect of starting, what that offense looks like with him as a down-the-field thrower? All things Jameis Winston. Go.
Man, I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot of the same. I think he's going to be a good fantasy quarterback, and I think he's probably not going to be that good a real-life quarterback. I think he'll still throw picks. The Saints have a better O-line, so I think that'll help a bit. But I mean, I'm not expecting any kind of like Superman, like 40 touchdowns, like 2 interceptions. The Saints regressing a little bit, perhaps getting a little bit older. Maybe their defense isn't as good. I think it's going to be a lot of the same if Jameis Winston starts. Maybe you can get him to like a 9-7, maybe even a 10-6 record. But...
So I was going to just ask, so how many dubs do you see him getting? 8 dubs, 9 dubs?
I'll say 10, or I'll say 9. I'll say 9 because again, Jameis Winston is just not good at winning games. Like he's just not. And
in
look,
college, he was great at winning games.
Yeah, absolutely. When he was on
gets to the NFL,
one of the most
that many dubs,
dominant football teams of our lifetimes, football programs at Florida State. Sure, against lesser competition, right? But he's just not good at closing out games, making those crucial turnovers. Those things change fortunes a lot. Not sure if the Saints are going to be. Again, I'm not sure if the Saints are going to be the Saints. They're in a tough division now. Like Carolina's on the rise a little bit. Tampa's clearly the lead dog there. I think 9-7 is actually a fairly good call. I think I'd stick with that. Again, I'm not expecting it to be a complete dumpster fire, but I think he'll be more good from fantasy than real life for New Orleans. So.
Interesting. I know they lost Trey Hendrickson in free agency.
You got a different take. Like, what's your take? You're obviously like big in on the Saints with their news and your podcast. What's your feeling?
I don't know that they regress as much as you said, but and here's my main reason for it, and maybe it's too simple. Drew Brees was their quarterback this past season for a lot of their games, right? He wasn't very good, and they were one of the best teams in the league. And Michael Thomas was injured most of the season. So you get Michael Thomas back healthy. You get a younger quarterback in there with better arm strength. And I know the Saints are sort of a quick strike offense, but having Jameis in there allows you to open up the offense a little bit more. You still have Kamara there. You still have a very good defense. Like I said, you lose Hendrickson, but still one of the best defenses in the NFL last season. So even if they regress a little bit, it's still probably the best defense in the NFC South, right there with Tampa. I don't know. I just don't see them regressing as much with Jameis at the helm. And again, maybe I'm thinking too simplistically because in theory, Jameis is an upgrade from Drew from last season, right? So I don't know. In theory, right. And people seem to be very high on him internally. The fact that he sat there for a season and was just in grad school basically with Drew Brees as his professor, and they liked what they saw enough behind the scenes to give him this contract.
Right.
I think speaks to something. It's interesting. It's definitely something I'm going to have my eyes on for next year.
And look, I'm a little bit jaded on Winston because ever since he's come out, I just feel like this guy's gotten a free pass, like as the former number one. Like, oh yeah, this is the year Jameis doesn't. Like, Jameis is going to turn the corner this year. And the guy's, if we're being serious, if anything, he's gotten worse. Like he had his worst
totally worse. Yes, definitely.
Record his last year with Tampa, but I do see the potential there for a potential Ryan Tannehill kind of like turnaround. He sits for a year, he's mentored. The game slows down for him a bit. Now comes in a really good situation. It's all kind of things that happened to Ryan Tannehill. So this is it. I mean, if he's ever going to put together some kind of really elite season or stats, if he can't do it here, he ain't going to do it. So
again, 100%.
I don't want to
it's go time now. It's go time.
I've just been so correct in fading Jameis Winston being good that I just don't really feel the need to change my tune. But
coming out of FSU, did you think he was going to be legit?
No, I didn't. Not for a second. Not for a second. He never looked the part to me. He just looked like a guy who was succeeding in a really sort of easy program to run for a guy. He's got a big arm, absolutely. He's a big guy. He's athletic, but he just never looked like a guy who was going to sit there in the pocket and pick apart defenses. He was just a guy who relied on his arm, made a few throws, ran it in when he needed to. There's a touchdown there.
As I'm jib-jabbering away here.
Saquon
there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was going to double check. We didn't get like a Goldman or something like that crazy. But that was Saquon Barkley there, folks. The chalk has paid off. But no, I've legitimately from the start, I've been, this guy just is not nearly as good as he's going to be. So getting credit for it. But, look, I'm not saying I'm right about everything either. I think I said Mariota.
Sounds like you're saying that you are Mr. Know-It-All here. Come on.
Just call me the quarterback whisperer, right? as an example, I also thought Mariota had a very good chance to be like an elite QB, and clearly he's not either. So, well, I got one of them right. The other one I was far too bullish on. So, anyway,
hey, if you're batting 500, you're the greatest hitter of all time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that take. He's a great deep field passer. He's been that his whole career, but like you have to do other stuff too. He turns it over too much. He misses on the easy throws sometimes, and guys like that they're just so tantalizing, right? Like they're like even just on that one flea flicker Jameis had,
everyone. That's what Saints fans are all focused on.
That's what we should have been doing all year with Jameis. We would have won 14 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. That's like the one thing Jameis can do good. Like, get him out there.
In one spot too. He doesn't have to make any reads. Go out, get the ball, throw it. That's it. No thinking involved there.
Ask him to get rid of the ball quick or something. With like his third read when the blitz is coming, and
there's the bonus
away and is accurate every time. Like it's a different story, right? So anyway.
Get the bonus here for Jared Cook.
Okay, bonus for Jared Cook. Yeah, he was having a good game. And Edward, he was in the exact correct offense there in Tampa. I don't disagree. So it's going to be interesting to see. I do think he's going to be the starter. I don't think they're just. I think they know what they have in Taysom Hill. He's going to be a good backup. He's serviceable, but I think they're more comfortable with him in that gadget role because I think they know he has a bit of limitations, obviously, as a passer. So I do think it's going to be Jameis starting, but I don't know. Again, I'm not going to sit here and change my tune 100%. I think it's more likely they just struggle a little bit. 9-7, 8-8. Maybe they get to 10 wins. Still a good team. I mean, I don't know. Still get to play Atlanta a couple times. Although Atlanta always plays them tough.
Atlanta almost won so many games with that awful defense. I'm one of those guys that thinks Atlanta's going to take a step forward this next year. I really do. I can't imagine that an offense that good is that bad at winning football games for 2 straight years.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, the they're a weird team.
And I know their defense stinks, but like everyone's defense kind of stinks, right?
Yeah,
like how many really good defenses are there in the NFL? Let's be honest.
Atlanta,
New Orleans, Tampa, LA, for the Rams.
Yeah.
Chicago.
Baltimore's is pretty good. I guess.
Baltimore. Yep. So that's 5.
I mean, even Baltimore didn't really look that great at times last year. The Bills were okay, but they have issues.
Opportunistic more. They kind of regressed this year on defense.
Yeah, a little bit. The pass rush is a little bit. You're right. I wouldn't put them as like
less than 10 really great defenses in the NFL.
Absolutely. So yeah, you're right. They just get a little bit of a boost on defense. Atlanta could win some games. I don't disagree with that. But I think that's even more of an argument to fade the Saints next year. Who knows what Carolina will do? I don't think they'll get worse. I like the system Matt Roll had in there. So
what do we got here? 28-14.
Saints just in complete control now. One more first down. We're out here, folks. Not gonna lie. It's Kamara. Oh! Is he gonna come back, or is this roughing the pass or something? I think it's holding. No, legal hands to the face. Who's it on? Oh, it's on Michael Thomas coming back.
Wow, no composure.
Block in the back. Oh, some of those yardages for Kamara count though, right? Because it was during the run. So Kamara at 69 rush yards. You basically need to take one to the house here to get the bonus. 2nd and 4. We'll go down to the 2-minute warning here. So you're just running out the clock, Tommy. Just running out the clock on your first one. So who are you with for the second one? You're with Brandon?
BK. Yes. BK? So the NFL talk will continue, which I love.
Yeah, absolutely. BK, the old Denver insider.
I've done one sim with him, and I was picking his brain all over the place on NFL stuff. And I know people in the chat jokingly are like, oh, here goes BK with his, name drops and this and that. And it's like, I don't get to work with him that much, so I enjoy it,
No, it's true. I mean, he obviously is like a, kind of
He's an insider, man.
for the Broncos. So I'm kind of the same way when I work with him. It's interesting to chat with the guys got it in tune to it. So soak it up while you can. DK Simpam, get BK and Tommy Boy on the next sim. Who's playing? Tom, do you have it in front of you? I got it. We got Steelers at 49ers coming up next.
There we go. So more Juju talk. Maybe talk about the 49ers having a bounce-back season next year with all those guys coming back from injury. I am one of those guys that also is backing San Francisco for next year. Atlanta, San Francisco, those are two teams that I think take a big step forward.
San Francisco could go either way for me. I really like what they've done with just some of their – with Ayuk and Deebo Samuel's a stud and Kittle. They just got to stay healthy, man. Like, they just cannot get those guys on the field, and they need their quarterback to stay on the field. There's the dagger. Drew Brees over the middle. Accurate as always.
Showing why he's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Saints quarterbacks, as we discussed.
Giants burning another time out there.
Firmly in the top 4 for Saints quarterbacks.
Yeah, but he squeezes in there just to, with Aaron Brooks. He's in there. Bobby
Did you know Jason Garrett was on the practice squad for the Saints early in his football career?
No, I didn't.
I didn't know that either until we had him on the pod the other day.
Did he spend most of his time with the Cowboys, though?
Yeah, so most of the 90s, actually I think the entirety of the 90s, it was like 92 to 2000 or 99.
Yeah.
He was with the Cowboys. Then he was with the Giants for a few years. Then he went to Tampa for a year-ish. And then he went to Miami where he signed as a quarterback, but then Saban turned him into a quarterback coach.
Okay, right. And, I mean, like, I'm old enough to remember, like, Jason Garrett, like, on the Cowboys, just being the backup. I mean, he was like a backup his whole career, though, right?
Yep, career backup.
Career, like,
he started like 8 games in 16 years or something
like,
crazy
he's
like that.
He's basically, Jason Garrett was like Chase Daniels. Like
yes.
Chase Daniels is the modern day Jason Garrett, if we're being honest.
Jason Garrett walked so Chase Daniel could run.
Yeah, completely. Like, so.
I wonder if Chase Daniel becomes a coordinator turned head coach at some point after he's done playing. But he keeps getting contracts, so why should he retire?
We're going to get the let's field goal and snap it. Oh, no, that would help my team. You guys.
No need.
Black and gold, guys.
They get the win.
Darn you to heck. All right, anyways, 28-14 for the Saints. I'm not getting my Will Lutz field goal. Sim doesn't like me enough. Wouldn't have done anything. Wouldn't have mattered anyways. 4 points from Lutz. 36 points in the captain spot for Kamara. Not a terrible day. Cook had the massive day.
Yeah, Cook's going to get the wooden nickel here, guys.
Okay.
He's going to win the Krusty Kaufman wooden nickel. Congratulations.
Yeah,
he gets a free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis.
When I was growing up, it used to cost 10 wooden nickels. 1 copper dime.
Hey, man, those wooden nickels come out at a premium.
Jared Cook did have a monster day, in all seriousness. 103 receiving yards, 9 receptions. So he was just getting targeted. We'll see if Justin Herbert targets him like that next year. I could see that duo working pretty fine. Jared Cook definitely should be on your radar for fantasy. Smashed his sim long average there out of the water. Who's your Billy Madison, babysitter Billy, not my kid person?
You know, I'm looking at Daniel Jones here.
Mr.
Not a pretty line passing here. 14 for 19, 125. I think he's going to get the babysitter Billy award. Not my kid, not my problem. Not great.
Daniel Jones, I like that call, to be honest. He was pretty bad. Like, Breeze didn't have the monster day either, but at least he played well. So Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he was trending towards the bonus at some point. Daniel Jones just giving you nothing if you had him in your lineup.
Kind of stunk. Let's just be honest.
Sneaky stunk.
All right, folks. Anyways, that's going to do it for your fourth sim of the day. We got 2 more coming up. We've got Brandon and Tom on the next one. Like I said, BK and Mr. Tom Ace for Steelers at 49ers. So you get some 49ers talk, some Steeler talk. And then to wrap things up, you got Kaufman and Tommy Boy coming back for the third one. Tom just doing yeoman's work today. And he's got to do the last one with Kaufman. Oh, my God. I feel sorry for you. Packers at Broncos. So that'll be a good one as well. Good little sim matchup. We got, again, tomorrow, just to preview, guys, got the American Cornhole Tournament at 2 p.m. Eastern, at 4 p.m. Eastern, on the Dream Stream here. So there'll be 4 sims, the 12, the 2, the 8, and the 10. 4 sims tomorrow. And then you got the Cornhole Tournament in between that. So any last words, Tom, before we get out of here? Or
No, I mean, 1 down, 2 to go for me here in the Friday evening. See, I don't even know what time of day it is. On this triple header here, so I'm excited. Cornhole, just the idea of cornhole got me excited. It kind of threw me off my game there. I have to tune in for some cornhole tomorrow.
I mean, it's on tomorrow, again, 4 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, for our guys in the back, Michael, Daniel, Zach, thanks a lot. And look who it is. She's back. Guess who's back? Back again.
She's back.
Take it away, Terlin.
Back again. Hey, what's up? All right, coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. Wait, I just have to pause for a second. You guys didn't know the time or the day or whatever's going on just now, and I feel like that too. So I feel like we're all on the same playing field here. But I have to give a shout out to Tommy Freeze Pops. Wow, we got to go second and third sim tonight. Let's get it going. Coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern, 49ers host the Steelers, and Tommy Carroll gets paired up with a new host for saying bye to Moose. That would be Brandon Cristal, as he helps Tom call that showdown, which will be featured in the Madden Stream 1K Fleet Flicker contest. $5 entry gets you a shot at a $150 top prize. In the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool of $25 going right to first. And it has been a very busy week in the NFL. If you've been under a rock, you should know it's been very busy, okay? We have the perfect guy to break it all down for you. Here's a clip from the latest edition of the one and only Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Check it out.
So, mentioned the Patriots background. Obviously, you live up there. We got to dive into it. And people are saying, well, there's been other years where they've spent, and that's true, but not to this extent. Field and not to this volume. What's your reaction to what the Patriots have done these first few days?
Well, this is also the first time they've had this kind of money to spend, right? Because for the past 20 years, up until last, they had a franchise quarterback. And I understand that early in Tom Brady's career, it's not like he was paid at the top of the market until he reached his first deal, which I believe was 2003. But the Patriots did have a few players who were on the higher end of the pay scale when Bill Belichick was initially hired from the previous regime. Guys like Ty Law were well compensated amongst others, Lawyer Malloy. But this is the first time the Patriots have had this kind of money to spend. And I was mentioning some of the rules I have in free agency. And, I mentioned I want to try to understand a team's thinking. I also have a rule that, I try to evaluate each deal independent of other deals that team may have made financially, as opposed to looking at them all in sort of in conjunction, which when the Patriots spend so much money on so many players, it's hard not to look at them in total. Ross, I think that when you have the year you had last year where they went 7-9, and that felt honestly, it felt like the apocalypse up here in New England. That's how disappointing a 7-9 season is. And I don't think you're going to be satisfied with incremental improvements, especially when you have this unique window with all the money to spend, the cap being so low that other teams were ill-equipped to make significant investments. And also, I understand that some of the money seems substantial on these players, Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry, Matt Judon amongst them. But I would just say this, is that I don't look at any of the investments they made as bad players, right? We'll see how the contracts age. I think all the players are really good players. And I think that, who knows? Again, free agency, there's so many examples of deals not aging well. But, if you, in a vacuum, I don't know that any of those deals struck me as significant overpays. I think when you stack them all together, people feel like the Patriots have just opened up the bank and, what is it being done carelessly? No, there's more than enough of a track record to show us this team does not make decisions carelessly. They've earned the benefit of the doubt 100 times over. They're markedly better in terms of talent. It's a much more professional outfit on the roster going into next year. So I think the team, honestly, on paper, I know that's sort of a dangerous thing to do in the middle of March. Like, on paper, strikes me as a team that, like, I would expect them to be very much in the playoff mix coming next year.
Yeah, I guess the one that jumps out to me the most, probably just because I live near Philadelphia and I do the Eagles pregame and preseason TV, the Nelson Aguilar one, where he gets $22 million for 2 years, $16 million of it's evidently guaranteed. Man, I think like John Brown's getting $3.8 million, Emmanuel Sanders $6 million, Keelan Cole $5.5 million. Even Will Fuller is less than what Aguilar is getting. So that's the one that seems out of character because he's had a lot of really bad moments. He had some really good moments last year for the Raiders, but man, he's had some rough moments that I've seen personally in Philadelphia. That one, I would say that one's the one that probably surprised me the most.
Yeah, I think that's been the one that has probably caused the most reaction just because of how slow the wide receiver market has moved otherwise. At the time that you and I are having this chat, Kenny Golladay and Juju Smith-Schuster remain unsigned. Curtis Samuel wound up getting the 3 years and $34.5 million from Washington. That's $11.5 per year. Corey Davis got 3 for $37.5, which, talk about a great contract for the player. That's awesome. Corey Davis right now atop the wide receiver market. And I'm not saying the Jets made a bad move, but just like, that just struck me as like good, really strong deal for the player in that regard. I think with Aguilar, it's a good reminder to me that like we're paying for projections. We're not paying for past performance in free agency, right? At least that's what you should be doing for things to work out in your favor. It's a significant investment in Aguilar. I know that Philadelphia, even with some highs, as you mentioned, and playing really well against the Patriots in the Super Bowl, ironically, I understand how that's going to be a sort of a radioactive signing in some ways because of his 5 years in Philly. I also know that in Vegas, he was loved. He was a guy that immediately won over the organization. So many players there, played really well, finished second in the NFL, 18.9 yards per reception last year. We'll see. But, Ross, I know you watched the Patriots offense last year, and while Damiere Byrd is a useful sort of third or fourth wide receiver, the lack of playmaking was so evident in the passing game for them last year that running it back without a significant upgrade at wide receiver, and I understand there are other options, but I think part of the Patriots thinking is let's get the guy that maybe was our preference out of these free agent wide receivers and figure it out from here. And Aguilar has a unique opportunity, and we'll see whether he can cash in on it.
Field, last one, and this has been phenomenal. Can't thank you enough. What do you think the Patriots are more likely to do at quarterback moving forward? We know they have Cam. Think they're more likely to sign a guy or maybe even make a trade for Marcus Mariota? Sounds like the Raiders might release him, or draft somebody high, like maybe even round 1 or round 2. Which do you think is more likely? Because it feels like they're going to do one of those two, or maybe even both. Like get another veteran guy, but also get a young guy.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to draft a quarterback early. And by the way, Ross, that may come with some sort of audacious compensation to get to where you need to get to make a reasonable quarterback, right? I don't know that if they sit and hang tight at pick 15, whether they will actually have a quarterback available on the board. It's one of the 5 we've all been talking about. So they may have to move up the board, which is not going to be easy, especially because we have a lot of other teams that are interested in those quarterbacks. But the Patriots going 7-9 last year left them where they are right now in the draft order. I personally, and there's a lot of football left this offseason, I personally believe, if I had to guess right now, the Patriots are going to be picking, more like 20 next year, maybe even low 20s next year, than 15 again, which means that in 2022 during the draft, which as of right now, people who are tapped in with the draft say the quarterback class is not as strong as this year's, means you're going to be further down the draft order with less options available. So I understand that moving up the draft board can be difficult and pricey, but at some point you need to identify the quarterback of your future.
UFC Fight Night in Las Vegas is upon us, coming up this weekend, and here to help us break it all down, our MMA contributor here at DraftKings, Tim Finnegan. Tim, what's up, man?
Hey, it's great to be on again.
So we've got a big one, obviously, people need to be aware of here. It is the MMA $400,000 throwdown, $100K going to first place. You've got a handful of fighters priced at $9K or above. Who stands out to you?
Gregor Gillespie, he's $9K. He's fighting in the co-main event. Gillespie's a great wrestler. He was a national champ in college. He was an All-American multiple times. He averages a ton of takedowns. He's averaging about 7 takedowns per 15 minutes. Like, that's a massive number. He's coming off a knockout loss, like a really bad knockout loss, but he didn't use his wrestling in that fight. I think he'll be able to use it in this fight. He's facing Brad Riddell, who's a good kickboxer, but Riddell doesn't really have a strong grappling background. And Riddell only has 1 knockdown in 45 minutes of octagon time, and he has no knockouts in the UFC. So I don't really see him as like a huge knockout threat in this fight against Gillespie. I think Gillespie's in good position to win this fight using his wrestling. And he's averaging 107 DraftKings fantasy points for all of his fights. So he has like really high fantasy scoring upside in this fight as well.
Assuming you are paying up for one or even multiple high-priced guys, where's the DFS value coming from?
So Kevin Holland, he's 8,400. He's not that cheap, but I think he's a pretty good value play. Holland is super long. Like, opponents really struggle with his size at middleweight. He's got an 81-inch reach. So he just looks massive. He has these really long arms. He's a really unorthodox striker too. So opponents like really struggle with Holland. He's also a BJJ black belt, so he's a competent grappler if the fight hits the ground. He's facing Derek Brunson. Brunson's been knocked out 5 times, and Holland really has pop in his hands. Like, he just knocked out Jacare Souza from bottom position in his last fight, which is like something you never see. It was like amazing. And 4 out of Holland's last 5 fights are finishes. So I would look at Holland at 8,400 for some value on this slate.
Let's check out the main card here. You have Adrian Yanez, who's been hot. 5 straight wins, also the favorite on the DK Sportsbook, minus 225 against Gustavo Lopez. Do you expect a 6th straight win?
So the sample sizes are really small of these 2 fighters because they both only have 2 fights each. But if you look at their striking metrics, like, Yanez's metrics are great. He's landing about 7 significant strikes per minute, which is a really high number. And he has 2 fast, explosive knockouts where he landed like this really impressive head kick knockout where he just landed the head kick and just walked away. It was like really bad. And Lopez is absorbing a lot of significant strikes. He's taking about 5 significant strikes per minute, and he's only landing about 2 per minute. That's a really poor ratio. So I would look for Yanez. Like, this is like a really good matchup for him.
That was bantamweight. This is lightweight here, and the co-main event. You've got Gregor Gillespie, who is the favorite, minus 265, and taking on Brad Riddell, who, of course, you've already talked about. Now, as we know, Gillespie coming off his first career loss. So is this a good opportunity for Riddell? Is it a bounce back for Gillespie? How do you see it?
So, yeah, we talked about this before. Gillespie got like brutally knocked out in his last fight, but he didn't use his wrestling. I expect him to really use his wrestling in this fight against a kickboxer that he should be able to out-grapple Riddell pretty easily. And like we were saying before, like, Gillespie averages 7 takedowns per 15 minutes, and he has a great wrestling background, All-American, national champ in college. And he's a good finisher too. Like, he has really good instincts when his opponent is hurt, and he really knows, like, when he smells blood, he really goes for the finish. So he's finished 4 out of his last 5 UFC wins. So if you take Gillespie to win by finish on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get plus odds, which is a good way to get the money line down from about minus 275.
Main event we have in front of us here. It's middleweight, Derek Brunson, Kevin Holland, and the 37-year-old Brunson is a plus 150 underdog here. So you think he can pull off the win? What do you expect?
I mean, it's MMA, like, anything can happen, but I really like Holland in this fight. Like, he's so long and he's so unorthodox, and he has such great pop in his hands. Like, we were talking about before how he knocked Jacare Souza out from his back, which is amazing. Like, you never see anybody do that. He's finished 4 out of his last 5 fights. So Holland by KO or TKO at plus 110 on DraftKings Sportsbook. You can take that to get the money line down from minus 182, but I even like the money line for Holland in this fight. Like, and something to watch out for in the future. He was joining with middleweight champion Israel Adesanya after one of his fights because Adesanya was in attendance. Like, that could be a fight we see down the line. So I really like Holland in this matchup.
One guy who was undefeated, Tim Finnegan. Thanks, buddy.
All right, thanks.
All right, Sim Fam, it's time for me to tell you guys about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. So the madness is not exclusive to basketball this weekend because on Saturday, we got Cornhole Mania. It takes over the DraftKings Dream Stream. It's the American Cornhole League singles tournament airing Saturday, March 20th at 5 p.m. right here on DK's YouTube and Twitch channels. And, that's not all. You can follow all the action while taking a shot at 1K in total prizes with our free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's right. It is free. You heard me. Most correct answers wins the top prize of $100. So head to the pool section on the DraftKings Sportsbook, enter your picks by 10 a.m. Eastern on Friday. Follow along all the DraftKings Dream Stream to see if you are a winner. We've all tried our hand at cornhole at one BBQ or another. I mean, I personally haven't. I probably am just the observer on the sidelines over there, but let's take a look at how the pros do it. I want to see in this video from our friends at the American Cornhole League.
What's up, Cornhole fans? This is Trey Ryder with the ACL, and this is Cornhole 101. All right, Cornhole fans, let's look at the main different types of shots in the game of Cornhole. For years and years, they were really only viewed as 4 traditional shots in Cornhole, but here, coming out of the 2020 year, a new shot has been really invented and created, so we're gonna cover that one as well. We'll get to that in a minute. 5 main shots in Cornhole. We'll start with the most basic shot, and that is the slide shot. In the slide shot, a player is going to attempt to throw what we call a flat bag, a bag that is parallel to the ground in its rotation, similar to a disc or a frisbee as it travels through the air. It will hit the bottom half of the board and then slide up the board. That momentum will push it up and hopefully into the hole. The second main shot is trying to combat the slide shot. That is the block. The block shot is a shot thrown similar to the slide shot, but instead of going all the way up and into the hole, a player is going to attempt to have the bag stop before the hole, creating an obstruction for a traditional slide shot to go up the board and into the hole. So, if you're a player that sees a block shot and wants to go through it with your bag, what do? We execute the third shot in Cornhole, that is the push shot. A push shot, again, thrown very similarly to the slide shot, but oftentimes on the slick side of the two-sided bag, will push the blocker up and into the hole, possibly having the thrown bag follow in with it. A difficult shot in Cornhole that requires a lower trajectory and often a higher velocity on the throw. On the fourth shot in Cornhole, we call it the money maker here. It is the airmail shot. Oftentimes, if a blocker sits in front of the hole and a player does not want to go through the bag, but would rather go over the bag, leaving the blocker in place, a player will choose to throw an airmail, a bag that goes directly into the hole without touching any portion of the board. The most difficult shot in Cornhole. If you can master it, you're well on your way to become an ACL pro. The fifth and final shot of the game of Cornhole is the flop or roll shot. Now, many Cornhole diehards will argue that there are many small variations to this shot that can call it a bunch of different names, but in essence, they all accomplish the same goal. The flop or roll shot involves a blocker bag that is sitting in the center of the board, and instead of trying to go through it with a push shot or over it with an airmail, we're actually going to roll over or flop over the bag. It requires having the bag landing before the blocker bag, making contact with that blocker bag, and rolling over, or like we said, flopping over and into the hole. It requires different wrist action, different angles to release the bag, but if you can master it like some of the greats like Eric Davis, Noah Wooten, or Tony Smith, you are well on your way again to becoming an ACL pro. Those are the 5 main shots in Cornhole. Try them out on a board near you, and like I said, we'll see you in the ACL Pro Division in no time.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Atlanta. Whose salary jumped up this week? Cole Custer, $6,000 up to $7,600. He's busted 2 weeks in a row. Now he's going to cost you $1,600 more. Hope you've got diamond hands. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $5,500 up to $6,300. He did it. He was optimal last week. Now he's more expensive and he's starting closer to the front. Stonkhouse. Kyle Larson, $9,600 up to $10,400. Best driver on the track, worst driver on pit road. If he can run a clean race, then he can be optimal. Whose salary dropped this week? Joey Logano, $11,100 down to $9,400. He struggled mightily in this racing package this season, but he almost won at Atlanta in 2019. Chase Elliott, $11,500 down to $9,800. What's up with the 9 car? Is he struggling? Are the expectations too high? Is he even the best driver for Hendrick? Eric Almirola, $9,000 down to $8,000. Track history, not looking good. How about current form? Not looking good. I'm not seeing it for Eric Almirola this week. Favorite play of the week, Kevin Harvick, $11,000. The reports of his death have been greatly exaggerated. SHR will nail the setup, and Kevin Harvick will do what he always does at Atlanta, score a bunch of points. Ryan Newman, $7,100. He's back, or at least he's getting top 20s. That works at this price with this starting position. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter or YouTube at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All right, our next Madden Sim is minutes away, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. The main slate in the NBA is already underway, but fortunately, you still have time to get into our 5-game turbo slate. It locks at 8 p.m. Eastern with the NBA 25K pull-up jumper contest. That's a $10 entry classic contest. It gives you the opportunity to win a top prize of $5K. There's no 8 p.m. slate in the NHL, but there is a 2-game late slate. It locks at 9 p.m. Eastern. You can play in the NHL 4K Twine contest. Just a $10 entry earns you a shot at a top prize of $1K. And of course, the NCAA tournament is underway, so check out up to the minute odds for that, as well as odds and lines for weekend events in NASCAR, UFC, and the PGA Tour on the DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, it is almost 8 p.m., 1 minute away, which means it's almost Madden time. Let's send it over to Brandon Cristal and Tommy Freezepops, Tommy Carroll, as they bring us our second sim tonight's late slate. It's the Steelers and the 49ers. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. And I guess when I work with Tommy, I'm not a bozo, so I appreciate that.
Not a bozo.
No name calling. But I was supposed to be on Madden After Dark with you, Tommy, and then our pal Koff needed to do a little switching around. And so happy to be here with you for this one. We might have got a better game. I guess we'll find out. Lineups have locked, though, for Niners hosting the Steelers. We got plenty to get into with these teams. News directly related to Pittsburgh, with Juju Smith-Schuster agreeing to a deal today, turning down what we think might be upwards of $5 million to go across the division to Baltimore to stay in Pittsburgh. So let's start there. What'd you think when you heard the news, Tom?
I was really surprised, to be honest, because I think that's a really good situation for a young receiver like Juju, who people around football, especially fans, were like, man, this guy, maybe he isn't the star that we thought he was going to be. And I know that he was sharing touches with these dudes in Pittsburgh, so I think that had a lot to do with it. But, you know, he's got more money to go in Baltimore and be the guy with Lamar, and he said, no thanks, I'm going to stay here in Pittsburgh. I was surprised.
Well, and here's the thing. He's 24 years old. He's just kind of a different dude, right? We know that from the get-go, from the story about the not having a driver's license, getting his bike stolen. You know, he's got his pup Bougie on
Right.
on Instagram as an Instagram star, right? And it's he's just wired differently. And at 24, he knows he has plenty of good football left, and so isn't worried about breaking the bank. Even though it almost feels like there's a couple things going on, that he's betting on himself to some degree, thinking that instead of signing for 13 when he sees what the franchise tag number is or what some of these top free agents have signed for in recent years, that if he has a huge year, which is going to be tough with all those receivers there, that he could command even bigger money, a nice long-term deal, and he'll still only be 25 a year from now. And also, it should very likely be Big Ben's last year. So maybe kind of all of that together is what got him to stay. So we can talk a little more about Juju, get people's thoughts in the DK Sim fam in the chat as well. The other news that broke just a little bit ago as well, Chris Carson, one of my favorite plays every time the Seahawks have a sim, is back in Seattle, and I'm sure Russell Wilson's appreciative of that. We'll see. Double checking the numbers. 2 years, up to 14,625. So that's kind of in a down year, which is what this is. I get a couple people have gotten paid. Justin Simmons got paid today. Just signed his deal a few minutes ago here in Denver to be the highest paid safety. But that's basically the same deal Melvin Gordon signed a year ago in Denver. It was 2 years, 16, down economy, 2 years, 14,625. Or that's what it could be, I guess, if he hits all the incentives.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was on with Moose last sim, and he follows the Seahawks pretty closely.
Right.
And I said to him, if the Seattle Seahawks bring Carson back, does that mean Wilson has to even get more furious and try and get out of there? Because Pete Carroll loves Chris Carson. He loves running the ball with Chris Carson. He loves taking the ball out of Russell Wilson's hands and giving the ball to Chris Carson. And they're bringing him back, and Russell Wilson's probably sitting here going, why is this the guy you're bringing back? You're showing him love. Give me the love.
Right.
Bring in guys that are going to allow me to continue to make plays for you guys. Stop taking the ball out of my hands and giving the ball to Chris freaking Carson. It's Chris Carson.
All right, so we can get into Chris Carson as well. Tell me how your lineup looks now as we're just getting underway here with the Niners having the ball first.
I have Raheem Mostert in the captain spot, and I will put him there every time I have the Niners for the rest of time, because I don't think you and I were together. I think I was with Glash. Mostert had the greatest performance I've seen in the history of American football. Just
better than Lamar's
dominated.
300-yard rushing day?
Yes, I'm going to say yes, because Mostert was, I think he had like over 200 after the first quarter. I mean, it was insane. He was catching the ball. He was running the ball. It was nuts. So he will be in my captain spot forever.
We're going to need some people to corroborate that. I always put Mostert in the captain spot too when it makes sense. I think I was a fan of the story. I put Juju in my captain spot because I thought it'd make for a nice story, even though we know that real life and what happens in the Sims almost never correlate. But Juju's my captain. Then I got Big Ben. I did, of course, roster Mostert. You would be crazy not to in a Niners sim. And then I rounded it out with James Washington because he's affordable and he'll find the end zone from time to time. Pettis, same thing. And then I seem to almost always roster Robbie Gould whenever I'm in a Niners sim, or whether, calling it or if I fill out a lineup.
Nice.
So
we got a lot of crossover here. I have Washington, I have Pettis, and then I have Ebron, Johnson, and Kittle.
And I'm trying to see how many people signed up for 141 entries in the prime time, the BK, not AK with TC free roll. And then we'll check out numbers in the $250 free showdown. Nice toss there. Jimmy G. Is that my guy Pettis? Probably not. Looks like it's Mostert out of the backfield on a wheel
Telling
route.
you, man. Watch out for Mostert.
Have we seen, because I think it might have been Mostert. Somebody came close just a couple weeks ago in a game that I was maybe doing with Glash that we had a double bonus possible in rushing and receiving. Just seeing a wire report come across now, or Ian Rappaport. Texans giving, it says Pro Bowl running back Philip Lindsay, former Pro Bowl to be fair, his rookie year. 1 year, 3.25, 500 in upside incentives. So Philip Lindsay's headed to Houston. Now,
I feel bad for him.
I'm not surprised he's not in Denver, but Houston's got a lot going on the field, off the field.
Yeah.
They can't, they've already signed Mark Ingram. They lost one of the Johnsons. There's Kendrick Bourne. He's a New England Patriot now. I don't know how you feel about that and the addition of Nelson Aguilar. But it's weird that I know that the Cardinals at least kicked the tires on Lindsay. I know the Niners kicked the tires as well. I'm guessing they didn't want to go as high as 3.25. So Philip Lindsay in a true prove it deal where he's going to share. Oh, there's a touchdown. Raheem Mostert. God, that was easy. Man, I wish
Raheem
I captained
the stream, baby.
I wish I captained him now. I feel like an idiot. Eckler had passing and rushing bonus yesterday. Says meager 66, and I think we might have got. Well, all right. This was weeks ago. Somebody came close, and Glash made it sound like he had never seen that. Glash or Koff, but Eckler did it yesterday. Well, that makes me think differently about Eckler.
Glash was pulling an Emerson and saying it was the greatest sim he's ever seen for every single sim he does.
Well, it's good to have enthusiasm for what you're doing.
I love it. I'm all in.
Here's your some of your numbers in the free showdown as the Niners go up 7-0. Raheem Mostert, like you did, captain 78% of the time, or 38% of the time, owned almost 79% of the time. George Kittle, captain 14.3, owned almost 67% of the time. Jimmy G, quarter ownership a little more, 27.1, just captain 2.3%. Debo owned 35.2% of the time, captain 4.7. Kendrick Bourne had that big catch there, 2.8% in the captain spot, 27.1 ownership, 56 TD for Raheem the Dream there, Raheem Mostert. I guess I should have. Well, we'll see what Juju does, but I'm feeling like I'm going to be looking up at you at this point. And I'll get the numbers in the free contest. We'll look at those after the first quarter because I'm in 115th place in our contest.
One of my favorite things about doing these sims is guys like Raheem Mostert that are just so dominant here in Simland. And look, he's a good player in real life, but we're not talking about best player in the league status. But
no,
it's just funny that there's certain guys, they just pop off. In Simland, and I don't know what it is.
I don't know who would qualify. Mostert for sure. Lamar's good in real life, so he doesn't really qualify. Chris Carson, I think, is another one. Like Chris Carson feels like a top 5 back in Simland. He's not a top 5 back in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think who else falls into that.
I know
category.
those Packers receivers outside of Devontae Adams always go off.
Right.
Funchess and MVS.
I feel like I captain Funchess all the time, and we'll get to hear in the chat. Feel free to chime in though, and I've got both chats up here on Twitch and on YouTube. Saw people giving each other their lineups in terms of what they were. Oh, and now they're all talking. We got some Top Shot conversation going on.
Oh boy,
have you gotten involved in Top Shot?
I have not.
Lamarca spent about 40 minutes on a stream explaining it to me a couple weeks ago, but that was.
I have not gotten into it because I have dove into the sports cards game during the pandemic, or just like all these people. Oh wow, bouncing around,
lucky.
Falls on it. You know, all these people that are digging up their old collections. I sort of did the same thing, and looked around on the internet, saw what some stuff was worth, and then got interested in it. And I've been scooping up Brady rookie cards online.
Okay.
So that's sort of my hobby right now. I actually just got my 10th Brady rookie card in the mail right before this sim. I'm showing it to BK off camera here.
Nice. That's his first. That Michigan card was his first before anything. Patriot like that. I guess those college.
Yeah. So this was his rookie card for this company. There's all sorts of rookie cards out there. In the year 2000, there was all sorts of companies making football cards. Now, I think only one brand has the licensing for it. But back then, every card company was making football cards. So there's probably 45 different Brady rookie cards out there.
Oh, really?
So I kind of like the idea of trying to catch them all, if you will. There's super premium ones that I'll never be able to afford. I mean, there's some that are going. One just sold for over $1 million.
So I don't know.
I'm not going to be able to afford that.
You get paid for these sims, but odds are you're gonna have to.
That'll be tough.
Yeah.
But I mean, because there's so many, you can get value. I'm looking anything 200 or less. I'm scooping up if they look like they're in good condition in the pictures, and then my plan is to get them graded and then just sit on them because Brady rookie cards will hold value. It is sort of a little bit of a bubble right now, the card game, but guys like that, super all-time greats, they kind of hold strong if you get high grades.
Yeah.
So I've learned over the last few months. I've become an expert.
No, I'm more intrigued by the card. The Top Shot thing's interesting, but it feels like it has a chance to burst. There's still the idea. I realize we do a lot digitally, but the idea that, hey, look at my Tom Brady rookie card, like you just showed me. If you have a bunch of cards framed in your house and somebody walks in, oh, you've got a Brady, a Peyton Manning, and an Aaron Rodgers next to each other. Cool. Like versus, hey, let me grab my phone or my laptop and show you.
Check this out.
LeBron dunk, right?
Right.
So.
It's so weird to me, and it's interesting. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and it was someone talking about Top Shot, and they were like, "Think about this in the future. You go to a hotel, and there's a screen on the wall, and you have an app, and all of your Top Shot and all of the moments you own, the digital art from your home, you can bring with you to hotels." It's like. Cool.
Where in the
I
hotel?
guess.
In your
I
room?
don't want to sit in my hotel room.
Yeah. I need a big TV for if I feel like watching TV, a comfortable bed, blackout curtains, and a nice shower. And other than that, we're good. And if the room service is available late, if I need it, that's all I need.
Maybe a nice robe if I'm feeling fancy.
Well, so speaking of podcasts, and I was going to wait, but you walked us into it. Your podcast had one of my all-time favorite guys, Sir Charles Barkley, this week. He's kind of making the rounds, even though I don't think he's, he's obviously doing the March tournament stuff, right? He's on Turner or whatever, doing all that stuff.
He's doing all sorts of stuff for the NCAA.
For college hoops. Yeah. So, and they had that documentary about the TNT show, which was really great. And if you haven't watched it, go find it. It's really good. I imagine NBA TV will put it up, and you can probably find it on demand at some point. Yeah. But I think. He's just kind of, he's on Rob Lowe's podcast. He was on with Simmons, and then he's on with you. And I'm not sure if he's done any others. He obviously has his own podcast that he does with EJ. Chuck's my all-time favorite guy. And, in fact, I brought the family photo album I can show you.
Yes. That's awesome.
Yeah, I guess I could show the Sim Band if they care. They don't usually like my stories as much. But,
I love
I need to go listen to it. I've got it marked. I've had a really busy week work-wise with free agency that I haven't really done much of anything. Certainly had time to listen to podcasts because I just have to keep listening to the radio in case something breaks.
Right.
While I'm driving to or from the Broncos facility. It's the only place I've gone since I've left the house. But how was it? I mean, I imagine I know the answer, but tell us how it was talking to Sir Charles.
He was the best. I mean, it was by far my favorite interview, and that's no slight against all the other guys we've had. It's just, it's Charles Barkley. The guy can talk about anything. The podcast could have been 6 hours long, and I would have been laughing the entire time.
How long was it? And then how long did you cut it down to? Or did you just put the whole thing up?
So we kept it to about an hour because that's what he had for us. And sure. I basically kept it about an hour because I didn't want to lose anything. So we're keeping it long because it was that good content.
Yeah, I thought you meant like you went 2.5 hours and you were debating. An hour with Chuck. That's about what Rob Lowe did. That's what Simmons did. Yeah.
We could have. If he had the whole day, Morton and him would have talked the entire day.
Now, do they know each other at all from just running into each other?
Just like golf stuff.
Yeah, golf stuff.
Morton lives in Atlanta, and Chuck's there for work a lot.
Yeah,
so
every week. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Just classic Hall of Fame dudes running into the Hall of Fame circles. There's that whole Hall of Fame society that you and I will never know that exists. It's a secret society.
On the fringes. I try to sneak in when I get dragged along. Morton was neighbors with Steve Atwater, who lived in Atlanta for a bunch of years.
Oh, awesome.
And then Steve moved back to Denver a few years ago, and then started working with the Broncos website and on the radio with us. And now he's in the Hall of Fame. So. Atlanta's an interesting town. I remember John Kincaid.
I've never been.
It's a really cool town. John Kincaid, who did radio there forever, I remember him telling me that Atlanta is the best city to live in if you're certainly an athlete, but really just if you're African American and have a little bit of money, because it's so populated with so many athletes that aren't even tied to Atlanta. Steve Atwater had no Atlanta ties. It was just kind of in that part of the country, and his kids were on the East Coast in school, and that's just where he ended up. Chris Webber, I get that he works for Turner now. He moved down to Atlanta. Allen Iverson was living in Atlanta for a while. I don't know if he still is. But, and I'm just naming people off the top of my head, but so many. There's a comfort level there versus a lot of cities. If you're in St. Louis and you're a former Ram that's still there, or a Cardinal, but certainly, just because you look at NFL or NBA players that might just stand out because of their size, and you're African American, people are just going to assume that you were a pro athlete, and you might be a target at times too for, certainly potential crime, but even just to be bothered when you're in a restaurant, and in Atlanta you're not, because there's so many retired athletes.
Yeah, I've heard it's such a cool city.
Their downtown's
cuisine
really cool.
There is amazing. Great sports town. I certainly want to get there whenever the whole pandemic deal kind of sort of subsides. I plan to get out to Atlanta and hang out with Morton.
I wonder when the Patriots play the Falcons, because Morton's
great call. They do have the NFC South.
Oh, this year? So you could look right now and try to figure out. By the way, that punt went inside the 5. What a punt by the Steelers. Of course, it's been all Niners to this point. Robbie Gould punched in banged in a field goal that I didn't tell you about, but you can see it 10-0 San Francisco. And we can get going here with the chat as well. We haven't intentionally ignored you. It's that Tommy and I just talk so infrequently, and we just start talking.
Right.
Another deal just came across. Former Super Bowl hero Malik Jackson, who got paid after Super Bowl 50, where he scored on that Von Miller strip sack, went to Jacksonville, then Philly. He just was released by the Eagles and signed by the Browns. So Malik Jackson is now a Brown.
Browns continuing to be an interesting team heading into next season. There's no question. I just like talking with you, man. Yeah, we don't get to talk that much. We don't get to work together.
We'll just do our own podcast separately.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll look at the stats here real quickly, and we'll look at some of these scores. I'm in 91st, so I'm not that excited. But Jimmy G, 4 for 5, 68 yards, nice passer rating. Obviously, no touchdowns yet. We'll see if he can get going. Big Ben's not doing anything. Mostert, 27 on the ground, and that easy touchdown. On the other side, Jalen Samuels, 1 carry, 2 yards for Steelers. Looking at the receivers, Mostert, 2 catches, 41 yards. So, bonus aware after just a quarter, right? Certainly, if he averages that, he'll get there. Debo, 1 catch, 11 yards. Ebron, 1 for 7. Kendrick Bourne, 1 for 16. So you're all caught up. We know that Jones obviously had a sack for the Niners that resulted in a fumble. But not much going on other than some Niner scores. If you got Mostert in the captain spot, you're in good shape. In the $250 free showdown right now, RP 631, slight lead over a bunch of folks. And, of course, Mostert in the captain spot there. In our contest, Fooligan, Mostert in the captain spot there, in first place by less than a point over Dasher's account. So I'm going to assume that
I am in
Dasher.
72nd.
Well,
so
you're better than me
good.
by about 19.
Obi-Wan, to answer your question, I don't know. Tell me who I should.
What was the question?
He's asking where I'm going to get my stuff graded. I don't know.
No. That's the biggest thing right now, too, with that industry, right? Is it's backed up for months. So you send it out.
Literal months. They have millions of cards backloaded. So that's why I'm sort of I want to wait because I know one of the really good brands to grade with just got a new owner, and I guess they're going to try and digitize a lot of their process. So I sort of want to wait to see how that all works out before I send my stuff in.
Yeah, it feels like, and maybe somebody in the chat is listening and realizes if you can find a legit card grader, you could start a business right now and just create competition, right? Because there's only two or three companies that do it.
Yep.
I don't know exactly how you go about. It's like if you open a restaurant, you go get a sommelier, but there's a lot of those. There's a lot of people that know a lot about wines. Have you guys had Dick Vermeil on yet?
We haven't, but he's definitely on the list because Coach Vermeil is awesome.
So make
Guy
sure
has
you bring up
amazing
the story. The year I covered the Chiefs in 2003, and they went 13-3. Mort was the kicker, and he made a game winner. I don't remember the game, but he makes a game winner, and Vermeil says, "Oh, I'm going to give him this really nice bottle of wine," or somehow it gets out. Then it becomes a potential salary cap issue that he wants to give him a super expensive bottle of wine. Had he not said anything, obviously no one's ever going to know.
Oh,
right?
That's funny.
But because it got out or he said something, I don't know if he ever gave it to him or what, or maybe Mort could buy it from him for $1, right? Because they can't stop the actual transaction, right? He can sell it for whatever he wants. That's what I was thinking about, like, what's stopping Michael Jordan from making every free agent / Charlotte Hornets player a Team Jordan guy? Like, hey, you want your Jordan
that is
signature
such
shoe?
a great call.
I don't
Such a
know
great
if there's
call.
language in his ownership agreement or what. And obviously every team in the league has a Jordan logo now on that third or fourth jersey. So it would seem like that would be an easy selling point. Like John Elway owned all these car dealerships. Why wasn't he giving, and he didn't have any, he's John Elway, so he doesn't need True Lock to be promoting, or even Von Miller to be promoting John Elway's Chevrolet.
Right.
But what, you can get creative. The NFL or the NBA or any of these leagues are only going to go so far in terms of their forensic accounting.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that stuff goes on, and you probably know a lot of stuff off the record that I don't, but like, I know Simmons on the Bill Simmons podcast would always theorize that Mark Cuban was giving Dirk Nowitzki like millions of dollars on the side to take these team-friendly deals.
It's hard to say if he let him invest in companies, right? Like
that's what it was. He would invest in his media company,
Yeah, I don't know. Well, the weirdest one is LeBron owning, right? It's blind ownership in his agency, and they represent other players. And I get that he's not an agent, but we know LeBron's kind of the shadow commissioner.
Yeah.
But what'll be interesting to see if it actually happens, because a lot of the speculation has been, and I know I've helped perpetuate it, another sack for Jones, is that Tom Brady's going to end up owning a small piece of the Pats. Not a real ownership stake, but a percentage point or two that'll tie him to the organization forever. He'll just get, a check every year, dividends, and that'll be that, because he took all those team-friendly deals, and he and Bob Kraft are neighbors. There's no proof of this, right? It's never been written, and there's no expectation. It just seems like a couple of years after he retires, and who knows when that'll be, it would not blow my mind if all of a sudden they say, hey, oh, by the way, Tom Brady owns 2%, or we've folded him into the, like, we don't know what the ownership group is with LeBron for Fenway Sports Group.
Fenway Sports Group. Yeah, I got to be completely honest about that thing. When that news broke, a bunch of my buddies and I were texting because we're from the Boston area. And we were like, I kind of already thought this was a thing. Like, we all kind of already thought he was.
He was already a part of their ownership group.
Owner. Yeah.
He was already a part of their ownership group with Liverpool, but I get that they're set up separately. But him becoming a part of their ownership group of the Red Sox just felt like probably accounting, right? Like, hey, LeBron, we're good. We're already giving you this check, or you and Mav are getting this check. Here, we're also going to roll the Red Sox in to you now have a % of the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Yeah, he owns, so he bought 2% of the Red Sox when they bought in, or however it worked, or 2% of Liverpool for, I saw the number the other day, $6.5 million. Wow, it was valued
what a great investment.
It was valued literally a year or two later because they won. I think they won Champions League and they won the Premier League. It was valued at like $43 million, just having done nothing. So,
wow,
it's
I gotta get investment advice from that guy.
No kidding. You also have to be invited to invest.
I'm over here buying Tom Brady rookie cards, thinking I'm changing my future.
Well, it seems like, so what's the most you paid yet?
Everything has been between like 150 and 170.
Okay, so that's reasonable. But because there's somebody that paid $1 million and it's a bit of a saturated market, like you said.
Yeah.
This seems like it's more of a labor of love. And
also I'm buying ungraded stuff. All the stuff once I get graded will go up by, X amount.
Yeah, sure. Miami Misfits on the Twitch chat. Nice stories, BK. Enjoy the insider info. No Vermeil wines well since I live down the street. So.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention that. So Dick Vermeil's still in the wine biz, from what I understand.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be?
Sounds like a good life.
First topic. El Paso #1 just killing us on this Montez stuff. Well, I don't know how Montez is relevant other than he was a buff when Philip Lindsay was there for a little bit.
I was just going to say the quarterback from CU.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how he's relevant to today's conversation. Not that anything's necessarily relevant. What else is going on in the chat? I see a bunch of people in there. Obviously, the Niners trying to keep the Steelers from knocking on the door. What's everybody need here? Connor, I need Juju, who's not even on the field. Or Samuels, one of these tight ends. That's a touchdown. No. How about that?
He's short.
James Conner, stick your arms out, dude. That would have been a touchdown. Instead, his knee goes down. Jordan Lindenbaum needs Ebron. Bring Juju in. Come on. 2nd and goal. Give me some Juju or James Washington. I got Big Ben, too. I'll take a Big Ben sneak. I don't see that happening. Is that Juju on the bottom? Probably, right? He's the number 1.
I think we're looking at a run to the right here.
No.
Sends a man in motion.
Little play action. Not. Juju on the slant. Come on, hit Juju on the slant. No, easy money.
There we go.
Who's got James Conner? I thought about rostering James Conner. I know.
James Conner has stunk for me in these.
Yeah, for sure.
As has Ben Roethlisberger. Like I fade them perpetually with the Steelers.
Brian Anderson says no Conner, please. Sorry, Brian Anderson. He was excited about the stop. By the time he hears this, he will be less excited.
BK, so I know that you're day-to-day, you're covering the Broncos, but obviously you're an AFC guy. Patriots, one of the Broncos' rivals. What do you make of the week they've had signing and trading and doing everything they've done up in New England?
So it's interesting because this doesn't seem like what Bill Belichick has done. He's brought in free agents before, just never for top dollar because he's always had Tom Brady. Now he doesn't. It means he does have a cheaper quarterback. And they were able to kind of get out of salary cap hell after last year and have a lot of room this year. They obviously have their own guys coming back off of the COVID opt-out list or whatever, like Hightower. We know that Patrick Chung retired. But you look at the moves, they feel like Patriots players. The most Patriots move of all time is bringing Kyle Van Noy back and getting the 4th-round compensatory pick for him leaving. So that to me feels like the most Patriots move of all time. By the way, in the big contest, Connor just captained 1.9% of the time.
Wow.
And owned only 19.8% of the time. Could he end up as the Krusty Carroll player of the game? I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. The receivers I don't love. Aguilar obviously had his best year last year in Vegas. We'll see if that's a turning point. Kendrick Bourne, we see flashes, but if he was really good, the Niners would have kept him. But they have Debo and Ayuk. Matthew Judon can really rush a passer, so I like that move, especially in a new defense. Maybe Bill gets even more creative. But most personnel people tell you, or GMs or people that really follow the league, Mostert, look at this big 25, 30-yard run there.
Such a beast.
They'll tell you if you're building your roster through free agency, it means you don't have a very good roster. And you could argue that the Patriots don't have a very good roster. A lot of holes, and they needed to fill it. But it's one of those deals where you really want to draft and develop something that the Pats haven't always been good at. They've been good at identifying bargains on the market and or guys that are looking for redemption, so to speak. And Jimmy G all day to throw there. There's Kendrick Bourne again, right? So I don't hate the moves. Teams. I don't hate the moves, but I'm not like, oh, let's pencil them in the AFC title game.
Yeah. Two things. The Patriots dynasties were sort of built off of two draft classes, if you think about it. Well, not specific draft classes, but, periods of time where a bunch of dudes were good that they drafted, and then those guys became the core, and then they fit in pieces around them of guys looking for second chances. It was sort of all the guys Parcells drafted where they won those first Super Bowls.
Right.
And then it was all the guys that they drafted in the Gronk era. It was McCourty, it was Gronk, it was a whole bunch of other dudes right in that time frame that sort of led to the second part of the dynasty. And this was sort of their refresh moment, right?
Yeah.
The last 2 or 3 years, but Belichick didn't hit on any of these guys that he normally hits on in the past in the draft, or the organization hits on in the draft. So now it's like they're sort of making up for having been awful at evaluating talent coming out of the draft the last few years. And I don't want to pencil them in yet either, but I definitely feel much better about the team heading into this season than I did last season. There's no question.
Yeah, it's hard not to, even if you don't know exactly what you're going to get in Cam, because it's just unpredictable to this point. They'll have another year, right, with Cam, so that'll help. But I think, I don't know. I didn't think anybody would sign there unless they paid top dollar, which they did. I don't believe in Cam, and so
I don't either.
because of that, you can't get that excited about these moves. They're looking up at the Bills. We'll see what the Dolphins are. The Jets are going to take a while, whatever they decide. The Jets obviously are the worst roster and maybe worst team. So it's interesting to see Bill get out the, Mr. Kraft's checkbook, but you kind of had to.
Had to do it, because what would that roster have looked like if they didn't just go out and sign a bunch of dudes? We'd all be thinking about them third place in the AFC East next season, maybe. I mean,
which is
kind of
where
Miami
I'm
continues
still,
to take a step forward. Oh, you're still, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were, to be quite honest. I mean, Miami looked like they were headed in the right direction as last season came to a close. Obviously, Buffalo, if they keep right at the pace that they're at, they're going to be the top dogs. Yeah, I guess, when you say it out loud and you kind of map it all out, it makes sense that New England is sort of looking at third place next year and going, all right.
And did the Jets do anything? I feel like they
signed Corey Davis.
Oh, Corey Davis, right. There you go. So you have Corey Davis. You have Corey Davis and Denzel Mims. Okay. I don't know. Bad Boys of Pop says the defense forgot to cover Kittle. BK and Tommy forgot to cover the game.
Burn.
You got us. I guess I didn't realize Kittle scored 24th time. Jimmy G, 76 TD pass. All caught up. Sorry I didn't have the play-by-play call, but no one's confusing me with Kevin Harlan or Gus Johnson. How many people got in that NCAA tournament pool that you sent to all of us?
65.
And you said, I'm doing the math on that. Okay, all right. Well, I had Ohio State as one of my 4 teams making it to the Final Four.
As did I, BK.
A lot of people may have, and if everyone else had Baylor and Baylor also doesn't get there, then it kind of cancels itself out.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't believe in Baylor based on what I've seen after their COVID issues. So we'll see. I saw where Kenny the Jet Smith today posted his bracket, and I had to give him a hard time because he picked Kansas to beat North Carolina, which to me is crazy all the way around. And I texted him and tweeted him. I'm like, dude, I didn't even pick Kansas to get to the Final Four, let alone win it. And he knows what a big Jayhawk fan I am from our days working together and then seeing him in all these Final Fours every year. And I'd love for Kansas to get there. It's just not going to be the year. I think it's Gonzaga's year.
I mean, they've been in the conversation every year for 20 years, 20 plus years with Mark Few. Every single year, Gonzaga is one of the top seeds. They're always winning out there in that rinky-dink conference. And how many Final Fours have they been to? One?
Yeah,
Two?
just a couple of years ago when they lost to Carolina.
So, I guess at some point the math has to lead to them getting,
well, and this
the
might be
chance
their
to cut
best
down
team.
the nets.
They have 4 NBA players on that team. And
Right.
so I think that'll make
It might be their best roster.
Yeah. One of the kids actually went to my high school. And I didn't know that until my little cousin told me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There you go. So it gives you a little rooting interest.
Yeah, for sure. And so it's funny, I guess somebody, David Gorgie just told us, Kenny the Jets alma mater, where his son is like a 9th-year senior walk-on, KJ, Kenny Jr., is getting killed by Wisconsin. So I had all the games on behind me before we got going, and I will likely fire it up as soon as we're done because I only have this sim tonight. I got 2 tomorrow with Koff and 2 Sunday night, either with Koff or Glash. I want to say it's with Koff again.
I have the late slate on Sunday, so I don't know if you're in.
So maybe it's me and you then. That could be.
Cool.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. No, you know what? I'm earlier in the day. That's what.
Okay.
It's
I
you
think
and
I'm with
Glash.
Glash.
It's you and
Yeah.
Glash. And then next Sunday I took off because I'm getting my second COVID shot, and I just.
Oh, there you go! Congratulations.
Thanks, man. I didn't want to take the chance that I have any. I had really no effects the first time, but I certainly don't want to jinx it. I don't want to have to bail or be sick on camera or trying to make a salient point. But
Yeah,
tomorrow,
I'm thinking about that because my second shot's coming up, and I was like, I don't really want to miss any days on the stream if I don't have to, but feel like I might just need to be smart and take that next day off.
well, tomorrow, when my alma mater, Kansas, plays, they tip right as the first sim of the day ends with Koff and myself, and then the second half will be going on during said sim. So I obviously have 4 TVs behind me. There's no way that I want the game on the screen in front of me on one of the computers, either my laptop or the desktop that I have. So I'm thinking about grabbing a TV and then running the direct TV cord and just putting it just over here to the side where I can see it.
That's the move.
I'm going to allow Koff to do plenty of talking. Yeah. And I will just be like, yep, good point. Yep.
Just set picks.
Yeah.
Just set
I will
picks.
Or I'll be like, wait, say that again. And he'll ask the question, like, nope, yeah, you're right. And then just move on.
Just have your lineup in front of you. Just keep whenever you're looking for something to say, just reference, oh, this is where I am in the contest.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what was that? Oh, my team's doing this. I'm not really paying attention to anything else. Like right now I'm in 128th place. We can look at the stats here at halftime though. At least Pittsburgh's making a game of it. Big Ben 13 of 16, 127 yards, completing 81% of his passes there. Garoppolo, almost perfect passer rating. He's 6 for 8, 116 yards. The 1 TD to George Kittle. Sorry, we didn't say it as it happened, but everyone knows about it now. Mostert, 58 yards on 10 carries, a score. James Conner, that plunge for a yard, and he has a score. Samuels, 2 carries, 7 yards. Passing game, Eric Ebron, 5 for 45. Juju, my captain, 3 for 33. Deontay Johnson, 3 for 40. Kendrick Bourne, 3 for 39. Mostert, 2 for 41. Connor, 2 for 9. Kittle, 1 catch, 25 yards. He made it count as he found the end zone. Debo's got a catch for 11 yards. So looking at our contest, I'm going down as the scores are being updated by our guy, Zach. Dream Placebo currently in first place in our contest. And then I need to find right here, I've got the $250 free showdown. And Rich Vic 55 is tied with JB Nels 22 and DS 84. They all have 66.29 points. Everybody's captaining Mostert, of course.
Because he's a beast.
Yeah. And there you go.
Yeah,
You're all caught
I got
up.
a question for you.
Yeah.
That's related to this sim. So we have the Steelers who finished last season with no gas left in the tank. We have the Niners who had no gas in the tank because of injuries throughout the season, yet still were able to be competitive. Which of these two teams do you think has a better 2021? San Francisco with all their dudes coming back healthy, or Steelers trying to recapture some of that magic from the 11-0 start to last season?
Well, the Steelers lose Bud Dupree. I don't know. It's weird because Big Ben was obviously terrible in terms of turnovers, but he still threw for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns in that playoff loss. So it's like, does he have enough in the tank to really carry them on his back when they need him? And I don't love their running game. So I'm probably inclined to say it's the Niners, but I don't know what we're going to get from Jimmy G. We know the defense will be better with Bosa back off the ACL. It's probably the Niners playing better. At the same time, the Niners play against Seattle, and we know as long as they have Russ, they're going to be competitive. Arizona's certainly trending in the right direction, especially if you want 2013 Pro Bowlers. They've got a bunch of those. We'll see what those guys have left, but I like Kyler, and before he got hurt, he was awesome to watch. And then the Rams should be really good because we know about that defense and Stafford with those weapons and Sean McVay calling the plays. So I'm just saying the division could make it seem like the Niners aren't as good as what their record might say, or that they're better than whatever their record could end up being. So I would, if I had to pick one of the two teams to play better, I would pick the Niners to be a better football team. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll have a better record.
I think I'm there with you, and I actually think they will have a better record. I don't like what Pittsburgh was working with at the end of the season there. I just feel like things have gotten stale. I don't like it. I didn't like it at all. I mean, you start 11-0 and to end like that feels like Red Sox 2011 territory where it's like, yeah, we were really good at one point this season, but then look what happened. We need to like tear this down and break it up. Like it's gross. Fix it.
And I don't know what the Pittsburgh Steelers plan is long term, right? And I don't know if they know.
I don't think they do either.
That they're giving Big Ben one more year for a victory lap, and maybe they make a run at it. But beyond this, I get that it's hard to find a franchise quarterback. That's why teams will be lining up for Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson if and when they ever became available, right? So replacing yours isn't easy to do. I thought that they would have been in on Sam Darnold, and maybe they will be when that market really materializes, because he seems like certainly an upgrade from Mason Rudolph, and with all those weapons there, he could slide right in and take Big Ben's spot. I don't know what he wanted to do. He probably wouldn't want to hang out this year and watch Big Ben play. So there's that.
I like that though. That's a nice name to throw out there to be the successor, because I don't think Pittsburgh's, like you said, I don't think they know what their long-term plan is, but you have to imagine it's not Mason Rudolph. We've seen enough of Mason Rudolph to know that he's a perfectly average quarterback.
Yeah, if Mason Rudolph's answer, I don't want to know the question. You got a hold here, so that'll chop some yards off. Sean Bellasine says, how about that Justin Simmons extension with 3 fire emojis in the YouTube chat? Look, the guy's come in and done everything you've asked. He's been the Walter Payton Man of the Year twice. He hasn't missed a snap in 3 years. 16 picks in 3 years.
27.
Is that my captain? Is that James Washington? Or is that Deontay?
Let's see.
Oh, Washington. I got him.
James Washington.
I got Washington.
Do I.
And I got Big Ben. I'm going to jump way up here. I'm coming for everybody.
Let's go.
I'm in 129th before that touchdown. We'll see how it turns out. But
right.
So there's a couple things with that Simmons extension, and I'm also re-signing Shelby Harris and picking up Von Miller's option. Is the Broncos' new GM, George Payton, is showing, do what you're supposed to do and we'll reward you. John Elway didn't always do that, right? That's why a lot of their players went to different teams, like Julius Thomas or Malik Jackson or Danny Trevathan. I know you can't pay everybody.
Julius Thomas is a guy I have not thought about in years, and he was so good that season.
Yeah, well, he had 2 really good years with Peyton, but you need more than that. Ty Sambrailo is a lineman that they drafted in the 2nd round. Couldn't find a spot for him. He's played almost at a Pro Bowl level here in recent years. So, wait, I mean, somehow I went down. There we go. Okay, now we're climbing up. Good job, Zach. See if I slip Zach $20. That'll help me climb up some more. I'm in 79th. That's a little more respectable. But so for Simmons, when you do everything right, you're around the football, you're great in the locker room, captain on the field, quarterback of that defense in a lot of ways, especially on the back end. And you're also the Walter Payton Man of the Year 2 years in a row. And he's won our Media Good Guy Award 3 of the last 4 years.
Nice. Always good to get the Media Good Guy Award.
Yeah, so he's well deserved, and in a different economic year, instead of 15 and a quarter, he might be making over 16, but he's still the highest paid safety now, and it's a 4-year deal. Todd France's agent also did Dak's deal, so a good couple of weeks. He's Aaron Donald's agent, so it's funny to keep track of these agents when they reset the market for a player. And you're
like, you're making this now?
No. But it's just, can you get your guy to be the highest paid at their position is all I'm saying. It's probably a bit of a feather in their cap. But Benjamin Albright, who I work with, broke the story this morning. I had gotten wind of it last night, and we're just kind of waiting for all the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed. And so then Ben put the numbers out this morning, and then, Justin let them know that he was agreeing to it, and that was that. And they actually had their sights set on Kyle Fuller today, and the Bears inexplicably haven't released him, even though I believe they've let him and his agent know that they were planning on it.
Bears are having a weird offseason.
They certainly are. And look, when you get rid of a 29-year-old, multiple-time Pro Bowl corner who's been really good and doesn't miss games and gets his hands on footballs, you don't want to let him walk, even though it's $14 million. How they can't work out an extension, I don't know, and rework the deal. But I think they are probably working out a trade, which is why he didn't hit the waiver wire. And speaking of big deals, hold on Trent Williams there, but how about him? Himself, $135 million. I mean, the guy's been awesome.
Good for him.
Yeah.
He had a tough little situation there in Washington with the whole lump on his head that the team wouldn't let him get looked at, or what I'm sort of misremembering that story here and there, but there was a weird thing, and they just hated each other there, and he had to get out. Finally, he gets over to San Francisco, and now he's getting paid, and he's a beast.
I mean, 32, we know, just look down the road in L.A. at what Andrew Whitworth's been able to do.
Yep.
It's very easy to play tackle at a high level for a long time. We've seen all the Hall of Fame linemen do it, and he seems to be a guy that is trending that way based on all his Pro Bowls. And that's good for Jimmy G in the short term and for whatever they end up deciding to do at quarterback long term there in San Fran.
100%. And I know that you and I have talked about the Niners before in the vein of the Jimmy G stuff, but now we're a few weeks away from the last time we talked about it. As you sit here today, do you think Jimmy G is the starter week 1 for San Francisco?
Today, yes. I do know they're going to come hard at Deshaun Watson too if he's available. Obviously, they would never be in the Russell Wilson sweepstakes because very few people actually trade players in their division.
Especially not that guy.
Yeah, right. Andy Reid did it with Donovan McNabb to Washington, and of course, your guy Bill Belichick famously traded Drew Bledsoe to the Bills.
Yep.
But it doesn't happen very often as that punt sails into the end zone. All tied up at 17, though, so this could still go a lot of ways. I'm now down back, almost touching 100 at 94th. First place in our contests is now Amino I can't read that name, something. Cutler fans in second. In the big contest, FB Hawk 1944 is in a 10-way tie. So I'm not going to read all 10 names. We'll let it separate itself, but as you'd imagine, everybody has Mostert in the captain spot. Big Ben.
Don't look now. I'm in 10th.
Look at you and Big Ben.
I'm in 10th.
Big Ben to Juju, my captain. Big Ben at 221 yards after that. Certainly viable bonus watch here for Big Ben, especially if he can complete some passes a few more times here on this drive.
Big Ben heard me negging him earlier.
Stephen Boss says, okay, Juju, it's time. Let's go. Make things happen. Well, Juju just had a catch. There's Ebron, back-to-back first downs.
Yeah, the whole Nelson Aguilar thing in New England is interesting to me.
What was the deal?
Kendrick Bourne as well.
What was the contract? Neither of them were huge, but wasn't it like...
Well, Aguilar got more money than I thought. I think he got something like 13 million guaranteed.
And 35 million on the deal, but 13 guaranteed? Yeah.
Which I just didn't expect him to get that type of money. But I guess he did have a better season than he normally does with Vegas this past year. He catches the ball down the field. That's what teams want. Then again, that's when he does actually catch the ball. He doesn't have the best hands, which is not what you want when you have a receiver. So that's why I've just never been a big Nelson Aguilar fan, because he doesn't catch the ball well. That's
well, the best part about him signing was it made him newsworthy, if you will, and that allowed
the video
from the guy outside the fire.
That guy's
in Philly,
awesome.
Catching babies. So I thought I appreciated that was.
It reminded everyone that the guy can't catch.
Yeah, absolutely. DinKib1 says keep working Ebron in the Twitch chat. Big Ben, plenty of time to throw here. Still going to take a sack, though. Coverage sack. Jimmy G is made of glass, says W. German. He certainly has been more hurt than healthy in recent years. When he was healthy, they went to the Super Bowl, so there's that. Nice sack there from D. Ford.
So what's been the consensus in Denver since this rejiggering of the front office has occurred? Now that they promoted, in quotes, John Elway, they got a new guy running the show at GM. What's the early returns on that in Bronco?
Well, so here's what's funny is, and that was Juju again, my captain, helping me steer clear of the hundreds. Is John Elway is competitive as anybody you'll ever meet, and
the fact that he still has this job and has been doing it for so long shows you the guy's competitive. This guy doesn't have to be doing this.
No, but he can also be a little impulsive, right? And overreact at times, or react one way and then change his mind and react a different way. That's why he almost fired Vance Joseph after the first year and tried to bring Mike Shanahan back, right? There's just, and they keep changing offensive coordinators, and he's had 4 head coaches in 7 years at one stretch, as TJ Watt comes up with the sack of Jimmy G there. And so the one thing you see about George Payton is that he's just kind of measured in his approach, kind of in everything, but that's what you hear about in the building. And it's just funny to see fans that are mad the Broncos aren't spending all of their cap space. And you have to remind them, like, well, they may still trade for a quarterback. Bradley Chubb and Cortland Sutton need to get paid, and you'd rather pay them before camp starts and after they make another Pro Bowl. Let's look at the numbers here real quick. Big Ben, 19 to 23, 248 yards, 1 or 2 more possessions, and he'll hit that bonus, just the 1 touchdown. Jimmy G, 8 of 10, 141 yards and a score to George Kittle. Raheem Mostert, not out of the question to hit the bonus on the ground. He's going to need a couple big runs, though. 13 carries, 63 yards. Samuel's still doing nothing, 4 for 11. Connor, 3 for 6, does have that score, though. In the air, Ebron up to 7, 73 yards. 7 catches, 73 yards, so bonus watch there. Juju picking it up a little bit, 5 for 64. Deontay Johnson, 4 for 50. Mostert, 3 for 57, so a long screen pass, and he could hit the bonus there, too. Kendrick Bourne, a couple catches. Washington, a catch, 52-yard touchdown. Debo, a catch. Kittle, 2 catches and a touchdown. So you are all caught up. We got a bunch of sacks, right? Jones has a couple sacks. Ford has a couple sacks. So if you play the defenses, you're picking up points there. TJ Watt just had a sack. But finishing off the thought on the Broncos is, when you look at Peyton's approach, it's measured. And because of how they've handled things, and by getting the deal done with Harris, signing Ronald Darby, who has a lot of talent. He's been really hurt, right? He's missed 20-plus games, but he's knocked down the 3rd most passes in the league in 6 years despite that. Wow. But you didn't break the bank on a corner. You got him for, I guess when it turns out, all said and done, 10 or 11 million less. Is that Mostert again? Yep. 10 or 11 less than you got William Jackson for. So it's like these are not earth-shattering moves, but I also saw a stat where when a team pays a free agent $15 million, only 4 times ever has that team made the playoffs the next year. A single free agent.
Interesting.
So I'm okay
that's
with
an interesting stat.
Yeah, I'm okay with a measured approach. And I think reasonable Broncos fans are too. Oh, is that picked off?
Oh, that was bouncing up there. Nope.
You know, the idea that you're going to spend every last nickel, well, part of the reason the Broncos were in good shape is because they managed a cap well a year ago. And if you want to get these guys done in Sutton and Chubb before camp starts, if you can do it, you're going to have to pay close to top dollar. But Mostert, by the way, 10 yards away from hitting the bonus in the air. I'm fine with how they've handled it to this point. The quarterbacks that they didn't signed to come compete with Drew Lock. It would have cost him $10 million, $7 to $10 million for Brissett, Dalton, Tyrod a little less. They didn't want Trubisky. Vic saw Trubisky up close, didn't want Trubisky. Did Vic Fangio. And Alex Smith's out there, right? But don't we think he's going to Jacksonville at some point to mentor Trevor Lawrence?
See, it seems like the A+ move to do that.
So I think when it's all said and done, and you can remember you heard it here from me, is they could trade for Darnold, but that'll cost you more in capital for the draft, and you pick up the 5th-year option or this or that. But I think there's going to be a good market for Darnold once it's out there. I think they ended up ultimately trading for Teddy Bridgewater. Even if Carolina doesn't acquire Watson, their owner apparently doesn't love Teddy Bridgewater, didn't want to give him all that money, or was reluctant that they did it, or kind of had buyer's remorse after they did it. And so if you were to make a move, you get Carolina to swallow some of the money, and maybe you work a deal with Bridgewater to chop off a couple bucks and also chop off the last year of the deal so he's a free agent again. So if the Broncos trade for Teddy Bridgewater, remember you heard it here first. That, to me, seems
that's
like
interesting.
Fair competition to Drew. He probably doesn't beat him out because I think you just can't make enough plays in preseason to beat out a talented young quarterback that knows what the defense is doing in practice. But then when Drew throws 3 interceptions, 2 or 3 games in a row or whatever, then you bring in Bridgewater and he completes 70% of his passes, but only throws 18 touchdowns.
Right. No, I think that's really interesting because it's clear that Carolina isn't in love with Bridgewater because of all of the rumors we've heard about Bridgewater this offseason, which is interesting because they just signed him to that deal, and I guess they just didn't love what they saw on the field this past year.
But he's Alex Smith, Tom. He's Alex Smith.
Yeah.
Right? It's he's not going to go win you games. He's not going to lose you games, but he just won't go win you games.
No, that's a very, very fair comp because I was going to say I liked what I saw from Bridgewater, but I never thought Carolina was going to be in contention to win the division or anything like that. And they had a lot of close losses. So I guess that's what you get when you sort of get those mid-level quarterbacks. Nice bounce back season from him. He can go out there and be a leader for you. But you're coming out in the Super Bowl.
But for Carolina, I think he had 9-2 in those 5 games. 9 touchdowns, 2 picks. Like, here are his numbers. Coming in out of Louisville, first year, complete 64% of his passes as a rookie. 2,900 yards, 14 TDs, 12 picks. Next year, 65.3%, 3,200 yards, 14 TDs, 9 picks. Then his knees gets destroyed. Then he throws 1 touchdown pass and only 23 passes the next year as a backup in New Orleans. That first year, second year in New Orleans, like I said, 9 touchdowns, 2 picks. Last year, started 15 games, 15 touchdowns, 11 picks. And I understand Christian McCaffrey wasn't hardly there at all to ease his burden. Like, let's say if you're the Broncos and you end up getting them and using them, you've got Melvin Gordon. But Teddy Bridgewater is a fine quarterback to come in and compete with Drew Lock, to be a stable backup that'll get you through the season if you're over Lock and you want to move on. Bosa with the sack. Oh, no!
Not so fast.
Look at Big Ben. That's why they call him Big Ben. Still standing.
Wow. Shaking off a Bosa sack.
How about that?
Dang. That's funny. So if you had to make a prediction here of who Carolina goes with in the top 10, do you think they're going quarterback?
I think they're trading up to get that quarterback, and you obviously can't trade with Atlanta at 4, so they're either going up to 3 with Miami or 5, 6, or 7. But, you probably can't go much past 5 because I think those quarterbacks may go 1, 2, 3, 4. So you probably have to go to 3 with Miami.
That's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4 at quarterback.
What a lot of people think.
That's crazy because it's not like these quarterbacks are – it's not like we're looking at the Eli Manning, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger draft or the Andrew Luck RG3 draft or even the Winston Mariota draft where it's like these 2 phenoms, where, all these guys are going to be great. What a catch.
That Juju? Oh, Deontay Johnson. That should have put Big Ben over the 300-yard threshold, though, right? Big Ben hits the bonus. We'll find that out for sure here. That'll be good for me.
So it's interesting that this would be the draft where people go 1, 2, 3, 4 as far as quarterbacks go.
It may not happen because Penny Sewell's there. You've got those couple of receivers with Chase and Devontae Smith. You got some other players. Kyle Pitts, right, the tight end from
Oh yeah, I love
Florida.
Kyle Pitts.
And so we'll see. But you want to ensure it. You want to make sure that, because you know you can't do anything at 4, right? So and someone else may trade up with the Dolphins at 3. If it's not you, it could be somebody else.
Right.
So you're gonna have to give up 8, and you're probably gonna have to give up your second round this year and next year's first. Big Ben at 310 yards and counting.
Call me crazy, but if the Dolphins stay at 3 and they pick a quarterback, I think that's madness. I really, really don't think that you can give up on Tua after what you saw this past year.
Unless Tua is also Alex Smith. And Tua's too scared to take chances.
And that's completely fair, but I just don't think we have the body of work yet to say that he's Alex Smith, right?
It's fair.
I mean, half a season of work, maybe less than half, however many games it was. It just, after next season, I think you'll know, and maybe Miami's looking at it saying, that's too late. Finding out at the end of this 2021 season when we had just had the 3rd pick, it's not enough time. I mean, it's not in time. So let's go get our quarterback at 3 that could be better than Tua, and then you have 2 guys in there. But that, the famous saying is, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have any quarterback. So it's an interesting spot for them. I like their roster. Maybe they do get a quarterback, even though they have Tua there, because they like all the other pieces they have, and then they have the insurance. Then they can go, they can pick one like they did with the RG3 Kirk Cousins thing back in the day in Washington. I don't know.
The only reason you do it is because it doesn't cost you what it used to get rid of first-round quarterbacks. Chris Boswell gives Pittsburgh the lead there, by the way. He is owned 14% of the time in the flex. Nobody captained the kicker. I'm jumping into the chat because some Bears fans, or maybe non-Bears fans, are talking about Kyle Fuller. He did not hit the waiver wire. When the waiver wire came out, Ian Rappaport had it, I had it. It looks like the Bears may be trying to trade him, rework a deal with the team they're trading him to. But Kyle Fuller is still a Bear, at least till tomorrow. They also may get rid of Akeem Hicks. That's a possibility too, and maybe they're deciding to keep Kyle Fuller and let Akeem Hicks walk.
Well, when we had Cam Jordan on the podcast a few weeks ago, he publicly calling for Akeem Hicks to come back to New Orleans.
Well, Akeem Hicks has turned into a heck of a player up in Chicago. A lot of that, I think, had to do with playing in Vic Fangio's defense. Michael points out, our producer, that Dolphins did sign Jacoby Brissett for $7.5 million this week. I'm not disagreeing with the idea that, hey, it's going to be madness. And maybe that's what Jacoby Brissett is this year. But if you're picking at 3, unless you're looking to deal, like, there's no reason to take a wide receiver at 3.
I hate drafting receivers that high.
Unless it's Randy Moss, and you know they're Randy Moss, and there's no way to know that right now. You just don't need to do it. There's too many good receivers in football with the way these kids are growing up right now.
Look at Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson's a great example, but you can go
Calvin Ridley.
Just keep going to later rounds, right?
Right.
You got second, third, fourth. I mean, what round was Deontay Johnson taken in? Cortland Sutton was a second rounder. We could just keep doing
Steelers do it every year. They draft
absolutely.
those late round guys.
Right. Antonio Brown, a 6th rounder. And receivers just keep getting better and better and better. But because of the value of the pick at 3, if you're not using it on a quarterback, then you need to just trade that, which is probably what Miami will do, because somebody's going to want to go get one of those guys. Unless, whether it's Trey Lance or Fields or maybe even Zach Wilson, and who knows what the Jets think of Wilson. But if you're in love with one of those 3 guys, then you have to draft them and you figure out the other stuff later. That's the way the league works, is as much as it would stink having to eat the Tua pick and maybe trading for almost nothing. And then you keep Brissett and you're now your 3rd pick. But if the Dolphins play it right, they're going to trade that 3rd pick and build with the extra assets.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting draft this year. There's a lot of parts that could be moving around, and the whole Zach Wilson getting on everyone's radar the way he has over the last 6 weeks. It's just going to get really, really interesting and kind of funky, and I like it.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of Zach Wilson. I know it feels like
you're not in on him being the next Mahomes, BK.
No, I'm not. And I know it feels like the movie Draft Day, but why wasn't he a team captain? It's a thing, right? I understand sometimes they just make the quarterback captain, but if you truly let your players vote and they don't vote for their upperclassman quarterback,
who's a beast?
Questionable. Are we going to get free football here, or the Niners going to find a way to punch this in? We will talk about the game here. If Mostert can find a way to get in, maybe Kittle. I have Pettis. I'd love for Pettis to vulture a touchdown because I'm in 111th place. I doubt that'll get me all the way to 1.
You know what? Let me check where I am in the lineup here.
Who's everybody need here, Niners fans? Maybe a Steelers D. Jimmy G, plenty of time. Terrible throw. He had Kendrick Bourne on the back of the.
I'm in 18th. So let's see. I could use Pettis. We could both be rooting for Pettis here.
Okay.
I don't know that it'd be jumping me into first place, but certainly help me out. Doesn't look like that's going to happen on this play.
Kittle. Oh, I missed Kittle. That's not going to get it done. Feels like Robbie Gould's about to give us some free football here in the Bay.
Ugh.
Keep him away from watching college hoops. So who's your final 4 teams?
You know what? I'm going to pull up my bracket because I'm blanking right now. I have Gonzaga and Baylor.
Okay, I don't. I had Gonzaga and OHIO State. What a terrible play. All right, here comes Robbie Gould. Free football's on the way.
Maybe he misses.
He does not.
I'm sorry. I'm having issues finding this real quick.
I guess I could look it up.
I filled this out in a second.
Yeah. What's your?
Oh, here we go. I got Gonzaga beating your Kansas. I have.
Is Tim your brother? He's doing all right.
Yes.
He was off to a good start earlier.
I got Bama.
I got Bama and the Zags with.
And you know what? I did have Baylor. I kept saying all day I had Ohio State, but no, I have Baylor. I have Baylor beating Ohio State. And then I have Houston beating Illinois, just to have some differentiation from everybody else. Even though I really like Illinois, I follow them living here in St. Louis. It's sort of one of their teams.
Yeah. I was at the Final Four when they lost to North Carolina.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yep.
Jay-Z was there. Michael Jordan was. I was not with them, but I saw
Here in the
them
dome.
in the stands. Yeah, in the Edward Jones Dome. It was the first time I had been to that, and no, it wasn't. I'd gone the year before because Kansas played in the Elite Eight against Georgia Tech in Sweet 16 there. But I may not have learned it the year before. They didn't know that when they built that stupid dome, they forgot to put a press box in. So that's why the press box hung down from the ceiling.
Right.
Like the architects just forgot.
Yeah, I've been in the dome. Obviously, the Rams weren't here when I was here, but for Battlehawks games.
Okay.
Very, very cool setup for the. I mean, it's just different than any other media setup they have.
I want to say that year at the Final Four in 2005 was the last year. No, that couldn't have been because in 2008 they did it. I was going to say it was last year they did it like an end zone versus the dead middle of the court. But 2008 when Kansas beat Memphis in San Antonio, they were in the end zone.
Oh, what a game. So you were there for that, huh?
That was still my favorite. Yeah. Since 2003, I've been to 4 of the 5 Kansas Final Fours.
That's
awesome. I didn't go the final year in 2004 when they lost to Maryland, but I went to the loss to Syracuse in New Orleans, the 2008 championship, then 2012 losing to Anthony Davis, and then 2018 on my 40th birthday, family came down, folks came down, everyone's in San Antonio, and it was awesome. It was a great weekend until the game started and Villanova made a million threes. I think they're still making threes.
Yeah.
At least that was one of those things, though, where it was so ridiculous. You're like, well, that was fun. Like, there was no stress. It stunk.
Right.
And we had bought, I obviously had a pass, but we bought a bunch of tickets from scalpers, and I already had them accounted for on Monday for friends that were going to come down for the championship.
Yeah.
So then
I was going to say, well, they took care of business against Michigan, so you have to at least feel a little bit better, losing to the eventual.
Oh yeah, no.
Was that a repeat? Was that a repeat championship?
No,
for them, or was that 2 and 3?
No, it was 2 and
2
3
and 3.
years. And when they won it the 2 years prior, they beat Kansas in the Elite Eight on some bad foul calls on some of Kansas's guards. Frank Mason and Devontae Graham maybe were getting. I may be wrong on the
always
guards.
bugs me. They just bug me. I mean, I'm a Boston College fan, so they knocked us out of the tournament.
Sure.
In the Sweet 16, I believe, back when BC had a legitimate program. I hate that hire that they just made. When you got dudes, this guy's last name's Earl. coming out of Charlestown.
Okay.
Charleston.
Charleston's different than Charlestown.
Just coming out of Charleston. And here's my issue with it. I know nothing about the guy, right? But everyone that's close to that program and is a college basketball reporter that was tweeting and writing about it is immediately calling it a terrible hire. Awful hire. This came out of the blue. What are they doing? You had other great candidates in line, top-level assistants at other programs, mid-major guys that have had a lot of success, and then you're bringing this guy in for no reason. It makes you upset because you remember the glory days of Craig Smith and Jared Dudley, and you had Al Skinner at the helm, and it was just so much fun. It stinks when your college team stinks because college sports are so fun when your team is doing well. And you're lucky to have a team that's perpetually great.
Yeah, that's what makes this interesting is, like I said, I didn't pick Kansas to get – I got them to the Elite Eight, which is probably farther than they'll get. Another sack here coming up. Is that TJ Watt again? No. Oh, it's a corner blitz. Nelson coming from the slot there, I think. But most years, this is what it's like to be an Alabama football fan or an Ohio State football fan or a Patriots fan a lot of years. There's a lot less joy and a lot more relief round to round to round until you get to the Final Four. Because you're playing against worse teams. You're a 1 seed, you're a 2 seed. The last time Kansas wasn't a top 4 seed was my senior year of college, and I'm going to be 43 in 2 weeks. So that kind of gives you an idea of how long ago it was, right? So it's an embarrassment of riches, and we're spoiled that we're a 1 seed, a 2 seed, a 3 seed. But like the game tomorrow, they play Eastern Washington, and I'll be on with Koff, and it'll be 22-20 after 12 minutes, and I'll be nervous and yelling at the whatever I can. I'll be, I guess, for the first,
whatever you're allowed to say.
Yeah, whenever I'm allowed to talk. Well, no, it's not that. They start at 11:15 Mountain Time, 1:15 Eastern, and our sim doesn't start until 2 Eastern. So at that point, it'll be closing in on the end of the first half. So we'll see how it goes. This is a question that I don't have the answer to, but maybe one of our producers does. Louis Daniel wants to know, BK, do we know, and maybe you know this, Tommy, do we know how many entries in the anniversary special coming up on the 28th?
I do not have that.
So
handy.
maybe Michael knows, or.
And by the way, the coach was Earl Grant, so I had
Earl Grant from
Earl Grant from Charleston, because I was focused on Earl because I kept thinking of My Name Is Earl, the show from the 2000s. Big fan. Earl Grant.
Sorry, I got sidetracked a little bit just looking there because I wanted to answer Louis Daniel's question. But so this time of year, yes, it's awesome. Like, I've got a million friends around here that went to the University of Colorado, and they've been good with KU coach, a coach that played at KU, and Tad Boyle, who's taken them to the tournament, I think, 4 of the last 6 years, and last year they would have gone, so it would have been 5 of the last 6 years. But they're happy getting to the second round, or this year they're going to be happy if they can beat not only Patrick Ewing and Georgetown, but then beat the winner of Florida State and UNC Greensboro and get to the Sweet 16, which is something that they maybe haven't done in forever because they just don't. So in some ways, that's what makes the tournament more fun when you're a school that is getting in, or, you're winning a couple games versus having the expectation that it's Final Four or bust. And so on a year like this, where it feels like Kansas is undermanned compared to what they were a year ago, where they were going to be the prohibitive favorite, it's good because I can pick out a winner, in this case Gonzaga, and not be mad about my bracket. Of course, I stupidly picked Ohio State, which a lot of people did. It wasn't just me. Nonetheless, it's not very often, right? I went to college in the fall of 96, decided in the fall of 95 or early 96 that I wanted to go there. So that first tournament when Kansas lost to, or maybe even going back to my junior year, they lost to John Wallace, right? Maybe that was, I can't remember if that was 95 or 96. So this is going on 25 years I've been cheering for Kansas, and only once has it worked out for me in that time.
Yeah, I was going to say it's,
man, Jones,
but at least you got the one.
Control, by the way, Jones has 3 sacks.
So you were there during the Paul Pierce era.
Paul was a year ahead of me, and
oh, that's awesome.
I remember thinking, so he was one of my fraternity brothers, was really good friends with Paul's roommate Ryan Robertson, who's from St. Louis actually. McDonald's All-American. And so they'd come hang out at our fraternity house or whatever. But I remember Paul played on like a U.S. national team, not realizing he would turn into a Hall of Fame basketball player. He was obviously really good. Yeah. So he plays on like Team USA, an under 20 team or whatever it was. And then he's just kind of walking around campus in those shorts. And I'm like, aren't those kind of, at that point it was the only thing he'd done to that level. I'm like, wouldn't you want to just kind of hold on to those? He's like, well, I got a couple, so maybe I'll keep the other ones. He's like, well, that's a good, Paul was just kind of a space.
That's awesome. He's just real, man.
Miami Misfits.
He's real as it gets.
Danny Manning, BK. Danny Manning's calling some games for Westwood One. If you catch him on the radio, he's obviously been doing ESPN. He said he'd love to be the athletic director at KU. He's got a huge house still in Lawrence. So maybe Danny Manning, after coaching at Tulsa and Wake Forest, decides athletic director's route to go. But I sent Danny a text this week trying to get him on because I filled in on Tuesday. One of my bosses / afternoon hosts, his co-host is in Mexico on vacation for the week because of spring break, and he was in Vegas and got stuck because of the snowstorm. So they were like, hey, we need you to go talk free agency for 3 hours. But I want to get Danny Manning on to talk college basketball. I think we're going to sneak
Anytime you can get Danny Manning in the mix, you got to do it, right?
The thing was, he was doing a radio tour that day for some product, and he was too tied up. He texted me back. He's like, sorry, B, I'm on a radio tour. And then as I was driving in, I heard him talking to Doug Gotti.
Too busy.
It happens, but at least when it's somebody that I know and they tell me they're busy, and then I hear them doing the thing they said they were busy for.
Yeah, then you know.
Yeah, I'm like, well, he's busy. Bummer I didn't get on that tour. When BK graduated from KU, shorts were required to be thigh high. We're kind of going back to that these days.
Yeah, that's sort of the in vogue thing to do. I don't subscribe to that.
After the Fab Five got him extra long, well, you're not the smallest dude I've ever seen, so
right.
Odds are short shorts aren't going to be your thing.
Correct.
I'm not mad at you.
No, yeah. Hey, nothing wrong with some ample thigh meat for the boys.
This overtime is as exciting as the last part of the regulation was.
Yeah, I would love for someone to get the win here. Let's see a pick six for Pittsburgh. Let's call it. Okay?
I feel like I'm voting double overtime. Second game in a row, you and I will get double overtime.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that happened to us last time. That was a late one too.
Yeah, I was sitting in that hotel lobby. This one's okay. I thought my wife was going to the store with the kids, but they're definitely upstairs because I heard them.
And you missed your radio hit that time too. I remember.
I did. Made up for it though.
Not your fault.
Fine. Well, I mean, sort of.
The sim gods wanted it to be the way it was.
Yeah, exactly. All right, who needs what here, folks? You can let us know. Maybe we'll say it. Maybe we won't. I don't know. The good thing about overtime and even double overtime is you have a good chance at some bonuses.
Yeah, I'm in 17th, so a whole lot of Pettis here would be good. It's probably not going to happen. We're probably just going to see them throw the ball to Mostert and Bourne and Kittle. But if I could get like 2 nice balls to Pettis here, that'd be putting me in a good position.
Mostert. He's doing too much cutting.
Daniel letting us know that he's chasing the double bonus. Mostert.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mostert could end up because did he hit it in receiving yards yet? Because he was at 90. And
I believe he's there in receiving, so we just need it on the ground.
We could see a nice couple runs here, and he could get there. We get back-to-back double bonuses. Eckler yesterday and Mostert today.
Wow.
Here's the thing about this year's basketball tournament is I have watched less college basketball. Last year it wasn't very much. This year was even less, other than Kansas games. And I watched a lot of Big 12 just because I wanted to see Cade Cunningham, and they're just on at times I'll watch. But I watch a few Gonzaga games, and so normally, and maybe it's because there's still a pandemic going on. Normally I would have invited a bunch of people over, and I also had a press conference today and doing this. But like to just watch the 4 TVs behind me, like literally today and tomorrow are the 2 best days to have 4 TVs the entire year.
Yeah.
I invited one neighbor over. He was a little too busy. So it hadn't really been good planning. And then have you seen the schedule? So we're obviously going Friday to Monday, which I don't really mind. there's not a law that says it has to be Thursday. But so Friday to Monday, and then next week it's Saturday to Tuesday.
Very strange. You know what though? I know you said there's not a law that says it has to be Thursday, but the Thursday of the first round of March Madness,
the best,
is one of my favorite days of the year. Every year.
If you can set your day up, or you can get a vasectomy or whatever, just hang out.
Yeah, apparently the most vasectomies happen.
Yeah, have you ever
every year? My fiance told me that the other day. I had not heard that. That's hilarious.
There are things we can and can't say, but there's some doctors in somewhere, Pennsylvania, that called it vasectomy mayhem. And so for the sake of this conversation, I'll say the NCAA was suing them for calling it what everyone calls it, conversationally. With double
Oh,
M's.
that's so funny.
They're like, this is too close to that. And it's like, that's a whole different word that most people use, just like when they substitute big game for Super Bowl.
Right. Oh my God, that's so funny.
You missed it. It's Chew on this. Tyrone Carter and Al Harris on basketball in South Florida, BK. Really? They're doing basketball? Al Harris is calling basketball games?
All right, so we got Pittsburgh punting here.
We're going to double overtime,
Oh,
dude.
man.
Especially
See, I
with
was going to
this
say,
punt. That's a
that
70-yard
punt
punt.
ruins it. All right, make a move. Nope. See, if that was a normal punt, the Niners would have had a chance to kick a field goal here,
Sure.
and we'd be done here. But
instead, you're going to get
looks like we're getting more free football here, BK. Love it.
Jimmy G could end up with a 300-yard game.
If that's the case, he's going to be put in a position to get that crusty cough.
It's not Krusty Carroll when you're the one giving it out.
For whatever reason, I was told that that's sort of what it is. It's because Krusty.
I always call it.
I guess
Krusty
that's
Krustal.
his nickname.
I don't know. Is it?
He doesn't eat crust. I don't
He
know.
doesn't eat pizza.
I came into the DK Sim family.
Yeah, you and me
still
both.
learning these things.
I just took ownership of it. I think I am giving you permission to call it the Krusty Carroll.
Call it the Krusty Carroll.
Yeah.
I just like to call it the wooden nickel player of the game. Give out my wooden nickel.
Yeah, I mean, they're not handing out T-shirts. It's not copyrighted.
Yeah, so my brother for a long time was saying that Thursday every year should just be a national holiday. He would take it off from work all the time.
I know a lot of people who do that. One year, because it just popped up on my Facebook timeline, so 2011, I went to Vegas. I got a buddy. We're not as good
I
friends
heard
as we
that's
used to
so
be,
fun.
But he goes every year and gets a couple rooms for him and his pals from growing up at Caesar, so I just tagged along. And I remember winning some money. In fact, I posted a picture of a parlay ticket on Facebook, but it doesn't have the payout. So
awesome.
all it said was, this ensures I'm going to have 2 more bad days because I won on like an 8-team parlay. So by winning, that ensured that the rest of the weekend was going to be bad. Double overtime.
That's how it works. Oh, nice. Double
not
OT
yet. Sorry,
here.
still first OT.
Well, hey, it's 3rd and 23. Maybe Mostert makes a play. Okay, Jordan clarifying. Crust is the only part of the pizza he likes. Weird.
Oh. All right. Stupid.
Oh, there you go.
Jimmy G.
All right, 13 seconds.
They
We could get a field goal here.
Touchdowns. No, because of the way this is set up, there's not a kickoff again, so they'll just keep the ball at this spot. It's like the end of a quarter.
Yeah, but I mean, we got 13 seconds left.
Well,
they
right,
could make a play. Oh, okay, I see what you mean now.
Because of our fake Simland rules.
Yes.
Or I guess I'll say modified. I don't call them fake. One of the games are video games. Oh. Why is Boswell warming up?
Well, now that was 4th and 2, so now it's Steelers' ball.
Oh. I guess I didn't realize that. That was stupid.
So the Niners should have stayed in bounds, and they would have had a chance in the next overtime.
Yeah. Well, never mind. Boswell about to hit the game winner, and we're gonna.
Here we go.
Call it a night. You're gonna get to go to a bathroom break and then start the next sim.
I'm trying to eat a quick dinner here before Madden After Dark. Here we go, Boswell. Oh, okay. They're not bringing him right out just yet. Going to try and get a few extra yards here. They got 2 timeouts. So let's see what they do. Roethlisberger taking an end zone shot inexplicitly. Time runs off the clock, and we go to a second overtime for whatever reason, virtual Mike Tomlin, wanting to spend some more time at virtual Levi's Stadium. Here we go. Second and 10.
Wait. Sunday, March 21st is in 2 days. Oh, yeah. I'm with Rossi before you and Glash.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is good because then you and I get spaced out. It's fun when we get together, and we get double overtime every time.
Every single time. So they gotta schedule around that.
Kyle wants to know, is BG on for Madden After Dark tomorrow, Saturday night? It is you and LaMarca.
First time ever. Me and LaMarca have been calling for it publicly.
You guys should have
finally happening.
Contest live on the show.
There you go. Big gainer here. Come on, just kick the field goal. Let's get it over with. Do they do that like 1st and 10?
No, because it's a 41-yard field goal right now.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's not a
run
gimme.
it for a couple. But if I guess you could do two things. You could go play action here, but if I'm the Niners virtual defensive coordinator, Robert Saleh, I'm sending a run blitz. Oh, they're just picking a side now. They're going to hand it off. Yep, well, there you go. Lost a yard.
All right, here we go. Just bring Boswell out. Come on, he's good for it. The Boz.
Yes, the real Boz.
What's the Boz doing these days? He had a little bit of a renaissance there when his 30 for 30 came out. But
yeah, and he was in
what do you think the Boz is doing right
he's
now?
been in those Dr. Pepper commercials. I think he lives in Dallas. I'm not sure what he does. He probably just is the Boz, right? You go to Norman on college football Saturdays. Sorry.
Yeah, if you're a guy like that, why would you ever leave Norman, Oklahoma?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, I mean, he wants to live in Dallas because living in Norman's pretty boring.
True. How far is Dallas from Norman? I know that's
3
the
hours,
biggest city.
3 hours
3
flat.
hours.
Easy. Maybe less. Maybe 240 actually. And it depends on what part of Dallas he's in.
Here we go, Boz. Let's get this.
It's
Nailed
good.
it.
Game time. All right, now let's pull up these.
All
scores
right.
again. I'm in 130th place. Fooligan, who was once in first, is in 113th. Pfeiffer 9 is in it looks like a tie. Well, let's let the scores get updated because Amino Transferasi is back in first.
I'm in 21st as of now.
Well, you're probably not going to get there. In the big contest, it looks like a big tie. Man, 10-way tie. I'm not reading out all your names, but good on all of you. I guess I could read their names out. I don't know. You guys can read your own names. You can read your own names. They all had Mostert in the captain spot. We know everybody wants to take a quick break. Certainly you do, and our friends behind the scenes. So I don't know how much time we'll dig into the numbers. If we see a couple bonuses that pop up, great. Off the top of your head, who is your Krusty Carroll player of the game? Big Ben and Jimmy G does sneak over the bonus, 301.
Yeah,
Big Ben,
I think
359. Both had a score.
I think I'm going to go with Jimmy G just because he hits the bonus there. His ownership probably slightly lower than Big Ben without looking at it. Just feels like best value hits a bonus. He gets the
His
one
ownership,
nickel. Congratulations.
27.1% owned in the flex. Mostert 30 yards shy of the bonus on the ground. Connor ends up with 46 and a touchdown. Mostert scored. Samuels didn't do a thing. In the air, I don't think Ebron got there. 8 for 80.
No.
Mostert did get there. 7 for 113. Debo 6 for 64. Juju 13 away. He was 6 for 87. But Deontay Johnson got there as well. So, all right, you're going to give it to Jimmy G as your Krusty
Jimmy G
Carroll
gets
player.
the wooden nickel player of the
Wooden
game.
nickel.
That entitles him to a free ice cream cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Who is your, I guess we haven't come with a new name for it, so it'll still be the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award.
Juju Smith-Schuster.
My captain, he almost had 100 yards.
Nope, not for me. Babysitter Billy.
All
not
right.
my kid, not my problem.
All right. Well, on his big day going back to Pittsburgh.
Take more money next time.
Yeah, he turns down $5 million because living in Pittsburgh is so awesome. All right, we're going to get out of here. What's the game next? I want to make sure I get that right. I've got it right here in front of me. Coming up next, you are back with Koff, obviously, Packers at Broncos. So we could have had a rematch of Super Bowl 32. We talked enough Broncos here. If you guys need anything, y'all can text me. But let's get out of here. I appreciate everybody. I'll be back in the morning for the first two games. Try not to yell during the second one when Kansas is on. we're going to make way, though, for the lovely Carolyn Asak next.
Thanks, Mr. Cristal. And Tom, well, we're going to go let him get some dinner because he has one more game left to do. I feel like I'm in I don't even know, a competition here. I'm just like counting down the games for Tom, but I know he's going to survive tonight, okay? And we're going to see that microwave do little ding ding later. But that's at 10 p.m. Madden Sim featuring the Packers and the Broncos. He's going to be joined by Madden After Dark by the one and only Adam Kaufman for a showdown that is part of the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry for a shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. The NCAA basketball tournament is back after a year's hiatus. Can you believe it? I'm sure many of you have been glued to the TV all day. Plenty more hoops action coming your way tomorrow. And here with a preview is the one and only Julian Edlow from the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Check it out.
First game to tip on Saturday, Georgetown, Colorado. Everybody loves this 12/5. This one got down to 4.5. Now it's back up to 6.5. I'll take Georgetown plus 6.5. I think I haven't bet it yet, but that's something that I would be interested in. Georgetown was so inconsistent all year. I don't know. I know where that Oregon State tournament run came from. I don't know where that Georgetown tournament run came from, but they were very convincing in the process. Down year. I know I've backed Oregon State already, and I like Oregon a lot as well, but it kind of a down year in the Pac-12. We did talk down on UCLA. Colorado just has slipped up. They have some bad losses. They've shown the ability to slip up, and Georgetown is kind of thriving right now. Let's hope they can maybe keep some of that momentum this week, but I don't mind the upset. Yeah, I have the upset at least in my bracket. So at 6.5, I can be talked into Georgetown.
Right. I would love to see this upset here. I love Ewing. I love the team, Harrison, Blair. They're great. Wahab download, they're good. My worry is I watched Ewing in some of the press conferences after, man, and he is on the ultimate high right now. So with players. One thing that's going against Colorado is they match up great with Georgetown. It's a 12 Eastern time tip, so it's like 9 a.m. in Colorado. True. That kind of worries me for a slow start. You don't want Georgetown to get off hot because they can keep that momentum running. So tough game to bet, but I would lean the Hoyas with you right there with the spread. And I'm cheering for them to win the game because I love this Georgetown. So
there we go.
I like to see them make a run here.
A team that I can't seem to figure out is Florida State. They look the part. They have the bodies. They have a coach that makes tournament runs, but they lose some inexplicable games. I would love to go against them, but I don't believe much in UNC Greensboro. So this is like a path thing. If there was another 13 here, I would feel more comfortable. I think FSU wins. I have no bet on the game.
I'm a big UNC guy. I love Wes Miller, the point guard, Isaiah Miller in the SoCon. He's a monster. He'll D you up the whole game. He's gritty. He's nasty. But down low, athletically, physically, man, Florida State has so much depth.
Yep.
Just, easy as that. They should score the run whenever they want. So, yeah, I think Florida State advances pretty easily here.
Yeah, that's a stay away game for betting from me. A game that I do have some interest in betting in the kind of COVID bracket, the West, the top left where the Zags are. Eastern Washington and Kansas. I think Eastern Washington getting those double digits, getting 10.5 here against Kansas, who is going to be down at least one body, perhaps more. That being Jalen Wilson, who's a key contributor there. I think Kansas does probably find a way to win this game, but I think it's going to be a game. So if you're giving me 10.5, I will take a very good Eastern Washington team here with the points.
Yeah, I've been saying all year I think Kansas is an overrated. I just don't think this team's that good. And then you take away Jalen Wilson now, and I agree with you. I think Eastern Washington gets in the cover there. So, but yeah, right. Kansas should win ultimately, but I don't know. That game could be another 14-3 right there. So
that would see. I can see it. Eastern Washington is very good.
Right.
So we'll see where that one goes. This one, I can't figure out the side. I've talked to people that are on both sides. I know you are on a side in this one. St. Bonaventure and LSU. Bonnies win the A10 convincingly. I bet on them in all 3 games. They were extremely clutch. They looked fantastic. LSU goes right down to the wire in the SEC championship game with Alabama, has a chance to win it. They can really score. They have some athletes. They have some bodies. I'm, as of this morning, Thursday morning, leaning towards LSU, and you are going to now try and convince me why I should go the other way.
I am on the Bonnies. I mean, I love the Bonnies. I mean, just everything they're about. Great coach, great team. They have every piece you need to win. The one thing that scares me is Cam Thomas. In my opinion, is top 10 draft pick. He is great for LSU. But my thing with LSU is I don't really like Will Wade as a coach too much. They're really nonchalant a lot of the times. They take bad, horrible shots, and St. Bonnie's, man, they'll D you up the whole game. Yep. They don't turn the ball over. The key thing, and I can't stress it enough from St. Bonaventure, so they only go about 6 deep. Don't get in foul trouble. You get in foul trouble, you get Oceani out, and that's their only rim protector rebounder. And I saw against VCU, as soon as he came out, luckily we were up 18. VCU, boom, instantly cut it, shredded like 10-9. So stay out of foul trouble. You get in foul trouble, it's a live play LSU for me. But they stay out of foul trouble, it's Bonnies all the way. So, and I think the Bonnies can make a run. I think either Bonnies or LSU, whoever wins this game, I think that they can beat Michigan. So.
Let's get into the weekend. A little bit of NASCAR talk with our own Pierce Dietrich. I am Adam Kaufman. Of course, the Instacart 500 Pierce is behind us. Martin Truex Jr. coming away with the victory. And now this weekend in Atlanta, we have the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. What is it about this track in particular in Atlanta that's unique?
Atlanta is the most abrasive track surface on the circuit. So the veteran drivers that are experienced at Atlanta, they know how to manage the tire wear and sustain speed on the long run. So you typically see big names have good finishes in this race. Also, we're going to have a little bit cooler temperatures this weekend. So you could see some names that typically run well. The high grip, cooler tracks have pretty good performances this weekend.
Kevin Harvick is incredibly high priced, top of the board, 11K. He's been incredibly successful in Atlanta in 7 races, getting better than 100 points per. So how do you feel about him after what wasn't a great outing last week?
You got to jam him in, shake off last week. He's just been too good at Atlanta. If you look at last season, he struggled at the beginning of the Atlanta race because the temperatures on the track were around 130 degrees. Stage 3, it dropped 30 degrees, and wouldn't you know it, the old Harvick came out. He's famous for hooking the bottom groove at Atlanta, and he absolutely annihilated the field. It's important because the temperature dropped. Well, it's going to be cool at Atlanta this weekend, just like typical Atlanta races in the past that have been in February. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him once again score over 100 fantasy points.
10K range below Harvick, obviously. You got Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson. Which Kyle do you like?
It's a tough choice. Kyle Larson would be the favorite based on recency bias. He's running really well this season, and Kyle Busch has burned some people. But the problem with Kyle Busch is that he doesn't get practice, and he just never gets the car dialed in. But the few times that we saw him get the car dialed in without practice last year were 500-lap races. This isn't 500 laps, but it's 500 miles. It's a long race. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for him to get it dialed in, just like he did at Atlanta last year. He's going to get some place differential points, and by the time he gets it dialed in late in the race, he'll also score some fast lap points. So I'm going to go with Kyle Busch here.
In the 9K range, below those guys, obviously, you got a handful of guys starting in the top 10. Who do you like here?
This is a really good tier, and this is where the money is going to be made. I'm going to lean on Ryan Blaney. As I mentioned before, cooler track temperatures matter. If you look at where he's raced before, Fontana last year, a cooler day, and he had one of his best days of his career. Last year at Atlanta, he came alive in stage 3 when the temperatures dropped. He's a guy that runs well at high wear tracks that have cooler temperatures, and he almost won this race in 2019.
We're just sitting here talking high-priced guy after high-priced guy. What about the DFS value in Atlanta?
The value that I would look at is Ryan Newman. He looks like he shook off the 2020 season. That was just a lot of problems for him. And he's back to being a top 20 race car driver, which isn't great, but a top 20 will work where he is starting with his price tag.
Who are you going to fade then?
The guy that I would consider fading is going to be Austin Cindric. I mean, he's really safe. He's starting at dead last. He's going to be very popular. He's in a Penske car. But if you roster him at $8,600, then we have to stay away from that $9,000 tier that we just talked about. And that $9,000 tier, we've got drivers that can get top fives, if not win, and also score fast laps. So I want the $9,000 guys because they have a ton of upside. Sure, Cindric is safe, but he just doesn't have the potential that those 9K drivers have.
So the winner at the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500, who do you have?
It's Kevin Harvick. He won 8 times last season with the no practice format. This is his best track. He's going to get off the schneid this weekend.
All right. For Pierce Dietrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. Enjoy the races.
All right, let's rattle off some of the moves since Wednesday. Just quick thoughts on each. First, AJ Green signs with the Cardinals, who also trade for Raiders center Rodney Hudson and sign kicker Matt Prater.
The AJ Green news is interesting because I think everybody's curious to see what he has left after really doing nothing the last 2 years. Rodney Hudson is still a very good player. The Cardinals had issues at center. I love that trade. They gave up a third. They got a 7th back. But the Cardinals are all in for this year, if you haven't noticed. And when I see, you bring in AJ Green, Rodney Hudson, JJ Watt, even Matt Prater, they're bringing a lot of 30-somethings. They're willing to pay them more than other teams are. That usually means the GM and or head coach know they are on the hot seat. I had tweeted that at Ross Tucker NFL, and then Ian Rappaport from NFL Network said yesterday that they are, in fact, they are all in for this year, and that it's a win or else situation. I even replied to that after Ian said that on TV.
Panthers sign edge rushers Hassan Reddick and Morgan Fox.
Hassan Reddick, the Temple grad, back with Matt Rule. Really curious to see if he can do again what he did last year with the 12.5 sacks or even close to it. He'll have a shot opposite Brian Burns.
Chiefs get lineman Kyle Long, and they re-sign Mike Remmers to play right tackle.
So before they re-signed Mike Remmers last night, Bri, they had, by my count, 5 starting caliber, like proven starter offensive guards. Nick Allegretti, Joe Thuney, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, Andrew Wiley. Who am I missing? I'm missing somebody. Well, yeah, they had one more, okay? Kyle Long. Now they signed Remmers, so now they have a tackle. They had 0 tackles, 0 centers. So I wonder if Thuney's going to play another position at this point.
Washington football team gets wide receiver Curtis Samuel.
Absolutely love what the Washington football team has done. First Fitz, then William Jackson, now Curtis Samuel. I have visions of Fitz throwing slants to Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin that they take to the house. I think Washington football team, in my mind, is probably the favorites in the NFC East right now. That's another one, going back to what we were talking about with Fields in terms of Nelson Aguilar. I mean, I'd rather have Curtis Samuel than Nelson Aguilar all day long, and the money was very comparable.
Center Alex Mack goes to the 49ers.
Love that signing for the Niners. Center, a very important position in Kyle Shanahan's offense. Alex Mack obviously played for Kyle. He has a real good feel for Kyle's system, both mentally and physically, and gives the Niners a chance to be improved up front.
Patriots get back Ted Karras and Kyle Van Noy from Miami, and then they re-sign center David Andrews.
When they signed Karras, I thought, well, that's it for David Andrews. He's going somewhere else. Evidently not. Karras will just be depth for them. Man, they got money, and they're not afraid to use it. Van Noy, and they're getting some of these guys like Van Noy back for cents on the dollar.
Seahawks trade for Raiders guard Gabe Jackson.
Thought the comments from Field were interesting about Gabe Jackson not being the same player. Seahawks love road grading guards. They want guards that they think can move bodies, get movement in the run game.
Cornerback Patrick Peterson to the Vikings.
That's kind of surprising to me because I guess you would just think if Arizona's all in for this year and they're bringing all these veterans in. Kind of surprising that they wouldn't do it with Peterson. But Peterson's going to go somewhere where he plays more zone, not as good at man-to-man at this stage of his career.
Broncos let running back Philip Lindsay go.
Don't understand this. I don't understand this. I mean, they had him on the lowest tender. There's nothing wrong with the lowest tender. They could have matched what anybody else gave him. He's been a very productive and effective player. That one is a head scratcher for me. He's been a dynamic player at times. Who would the Broncos be getting rid of dynamic guys like Lindsay that you have for cheap? I don't get it.
Raiders signed running back Kenyon Drake 2 years, $11 million, and former Texans center Nick Martin.
Talked about it with Field, big-time head scratcher for me. You know, they've got other places where they need to be allocating resources. To allocate it to a backup running back, I just don't get it.
The Giants, 2 years, $16 million for tight end Kyle Rudolph.
Love it. Evan Ingram has been a disappointment on multiple levels. Rudolph is a true pros pro. Plus, I think he will love being in New York. I think Kyle's a really sharp young man, has a lot of opportunities for after football, and I think being in New York will probably help him.
All right, 1 year deal, $10 million for wide receiver Will Fuller in Miami.
That's what I'm talking about. Like less money for Will Fuller than Nelson Aguilar? Now, Aguilar's been more durable, and that's important to the Patriots, probably why they didn't want to go there with Will Fuller. But still, I mean, Will Fuller's been a much better player.
All right, people, listen up. It's the last time that I will remind you tonight. It's time again for the play of the day here on the Dream Stream. So the madness is not exclusive to basketball this weekend, because on Saturday we got the Cornhole Mania. It's taking over the DraftKings Dream Stream. It's the American Cornhole League's singles tournament airing Saturday, March 20th at 5 p.m. right here on DK's YouTube and Twitch channels. And that's not all. You can follow all the action while taking a shot at 1K in total prizes with our free-to-play pool with DraftKings Sportsbook. That's right, it is free. Most correct answers wins the top prize of $100. So head to the pool section on the DraftKings Sportsbook and enter your picks by 10 a.m. Eastern on Friday. Then follow along on the DraftKings Dream Stream to see if you are a winner. And in case you missed it earlier, here's another look at some of the basic shots that the pros take in professional cornhole, courtesy of our friends at the American Cornhole League.
What's up, Cornhole fans? This is Trey Ryder with the ACL, and this is Cornhole 101. All right, Cornhole fans, let's look at the main different types of shots in the game of Cornhole. For years and years, they were really only viewed as 4 traditional shots in Cornhole, but here, coming out of the 2020 year, a new shot has been really invented and created, so we're gonna cover that one as well. We'll get to that in a minute. 5 main shots in Cornhole. We'll start with the most basic shot, and that is the slide shot. In the slide shot, a player is going to attempt to throw what we call a flat bag, a bag that is parallel to the ground in its rotation, similar to a disc or a frisbee as it travels through the air. It will hit the bottom half of the board and then slide up the board. That momentum will push it up and hopefully into the hole. The second main shot is trying to combat the slide shot. That is the block. The block shot is a shot thrown similar to the slide shot, but instead of going all the way up and into the hole, a player is going to attempt to have the bag stop before the hole, creating an obstruction for a traditional slide shot to go up the board and into the hole. So if you're a player that sees a block shot and wants to go through it with your bag, what do? We execute the third shot in Cornhole. That is the push shot. A push shot, again, thrown very similarly to the slide shot, but oftentimes on the slick side of the two-sided bag, will push the blocker up and into the hole, possibly having the thrown bag follow in with it. A difficult shot in Cornhole that requires a lower trajectory and often a higher velocity on the throw. On the fourth shot in cornhole, we call it the money maker here. It is the airmail shot. Oftentimes, if a blocker sits in front of the hole and a player does not want to go through the bag, but would rather go over the bag, leaving the blocker in place, a player will choose to throw an airmail, a bag that goes directly into the hole without touching any portion of the board. The most difficult shot in cornhole. If you can master it, you're well on your way to become an ACL pro. The fifth and final shot of the game of cornhole is the flop or roll shot. Now, many cornhole diehards will argue that there are many small variations to this shot that can call it a bunch of different names, but in essence, they all accomplish the same goal. The flop or roll shot involves a blocker bag that is sitting in the center of the board, and instead of trying to go through it with a push shot or over it with an airmail, we're actually going to roll over or flop over the bag. It requires having the bag landing before the blocker bag, making contact with that blocker bag, and rolling over, or like we said, flopping over and into the hole. It requires different wrist action, different angles to release the bag, but if you can master it like some of the greats like Eric Davis, Noah Wooten, or Tony Smith, you are well on your way again to becoming an ACL pro. Those are the 5 main shots in cornhole. Try them out on a board near you, and like I said, we'll see you in the ACL pro division in no time.
All right, people, it's that time of the night, the time that you've been waiting for. It's the third sim of the night for Tommy, but we got Krusty Kaufman here. Madden After Dark coming right up. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. There is still a 2-game night slate available in the NBA tonight. That locks 10 p.m. Eastern, and it is featured in the NBA 150K fadeaway. Enter a classic lineup into this contest for just $15 and get a shot at a top prize of $50K. And there's only one game that hasn't reached the opening faceoff yet in the NHL, but that means there is still time to enter the NHL Showdown 4K Twine contest featuring the game between the Golden Knights and Kings. It's locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. A $10 entry there could earn you a top prize of $1K. And of course, the NCAA tournament is underway. Check out up to the minute odds for that, as well as odds and lines for weekend events in NASCAR, UFC, and the PGA Tour on the DraftKings Sportsbook. And it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you this week. I've loved it, but it's now time for me to call it a night and leave you with one bozo and one guy who cares a lot about his bat. Tom Carroll, he's not finished working yet. He's getting ready for his third Madden Sim of the night. Let's send it out to Tom and the biggest bozo of them all. Also my brother, though, like I have love for him, but I don't. But it's Adam Kaufman for the call of the Packers and the Broncos on Madden After Dark. Good night, everybody, and have such a great weekend.
He's got that glow. Making it rain on a Friday. TL.
With my broken finger.
You broke your finger? Oh, wow.
I was like adjusting lights and watching NBA Top Shot and just being a goofball. And that's
all right. Hey, sis, you said goodbye. Let's go. Let's move it along.
Get out of here.
Adam Kaufman. We got Danny Boy. We got a whole big old crew with us. Zach and Game Offs. How are you, man?
This is my third straight sim, as TL mentioned. So, I'm grinding here towards the end, but happy to be here, bro. Always happy to be here with the DK Sim fam.
So I got to say, I am happy to be with all of you as well. And it almost didn't happen tonight. It almost didn't happen. You might notice it is called the Madden After Dark, the AK.
Yeah, what happened with this?
PC free roll. What happened was I was, and this was just, we get scheduled, I don't know, a week or so out based on what we say we can do at the time, obviously. Mm-hmm. So, like, nobody was in the wrong here. I was down for the 8, BK for the 10. And then yesterday, we talk about me being the sim dad, so to speak. Well, I'm a real dad. I got real kids. And yesterday, my kids were like, you know what, man? I mean, day one of the tourney, it's a Friday. They didn't say that. They said it's Friday. How about boys' night? How about boys' night? And I said, how do you turn that down? How do you not do that?
Love boys' night.
So I said to BK, can you swap? I'll do the 10, you do the 8. He said, no problem, man. You go enjoy boys' night. So we did that. We got some takeout food. The nice. 4 of us boys, me and the 3 little rugrats. We watched some hoops. Put on a movie. It is a hashtag Film Fest Friday. And then I put them to bed, I don't know, a half hour ago, and here I am in Simland with you.
There you go. Love boys' night. Great story. That's wholesome content right there.
You like that?
Off the family, man. People forget.
Right. That's right. Yeah, don't forget with all the time that I spend with the DK Sim fam, there's a real fam. You guys feel like real fam, but let's be honest, I couldn't pick most of you out of a lineup. There's a real fam that I like to hang out with from time to time as well. So let's get into it. Thanks for being with us here. I do feel badly, though, especially early on in free agency here, that I stripped BK from a Broncos sim. That just doesn't feel right. But he was.
Yeah, how dare you?
He didn't even bring that up. God love him. And so here we go. Green Bay, Denver, virtual mile high. And it's great to have you all here with us. Boston Joe says we need a midnight Eastern sim. Cough, see if you can pull some strings. What do you say, Mike, Daniel, Zach? Tommy boy, you want to go for 4 in a row? Everybody want to stick around,
man,
do another one in a couple hours?
If that's what the people want, I guess I can stick on for one more. Look, I live in the Central Time Zone, so if they ever instituted the midnight sim, I'm sure I'd be getting a few calls.
I'll tell you what, man, and obviously this is not me tipping my hand or giving you any indication, because these conversations, if they ever even existed, are so well above my head that you can't take anything that I say, in any literal sense. But I can promise you, like if we were all of a sudden doing sims post midnight Eastern time, a midnight sim, a 2 a.m. sim, like this is the crew more or less that you would get, because Mike, the producer's on the West Coast. Daniel does not sleep. You are obviously in a different time zone. BK you would get on the regular because it's obviously out west, at least
Mountain time.
Compared to where I'm at right now. And so, and I am a night owl. Like you'd probably, I mean, Glash is up TikTok until 2-3 in the morning.
Yeah, no, that's why he wouldn't be available. That's his TikTok window.
Yeah, Moose is obviously different times. And so like that's, you know who you would get versus those who you definitely would not get.
Maybe
like,
that's why people want it. They love this crew.
Like Emerson, no. Christian, probably. He's an animal. Reed, forget it. Zach, no chance. I don't know who. Rossi's an animal too. Rossi would show up.
Rossi though, you know,
he'd get in.
He's on the 9 to 5 grind every now and then though, you know. So
that's true.
Might need to sleep at some point.
Monster says, "Koff, who takes you seriously?" LOL. Lewis says, Kaufman, we know you and Glash are up texting. Was Glash on earlier today at all? I assume he probably was, but if he hasn't already just filled all of you in on the latest and greatest from our texting shenanigans.
Textgate.
Wow, look at that play. Near sideline, it's a big gain from the 31 all the way to the 19. Drew Lock up to almost 60 passing already. 32-yard yak. You love to see it, Noah Fant.
Hey, Noah Fant. Last time I checked was in my lineup. And he is. Let's go. I ended up sticking with Noah Fant.
We'll do our lineups for sure in a sec. Let me just to finish the Flash story here. He was talking about, he was telling the story about how I told him to go to bed over text at like 2:30 in the morning, whatever it was. And so Moose sent a tweet last night, and it was very late. It was, you know, not for him, again, different time zones, but for me, it was definitely late. But I was up, I was doing stuff. And I responded to it with, I don't know, I think I just said like, "Hi, Jeff, good to see you here," something like that. But it was like, it really was like 1:30 or 2 in the morning. And 2nd and 2 from the 11, Melvo Gordo stopped short right there. And so he responds instantaneously and CC's Glash on the tweet. He had joked previously on a sim that Glash and I are like the two hockey players that compete to who's going to be the last one off the ice after warm-up.
Yeah.
Like that's the two of us when it comes to going to bed, basically. And so he responded to that, and Glash said something or other, whatever it was. Way to finish the job, Noah Fant. Touchdown.
Yes.
We are off and running. So Freeze Pops is
that.
happy. I'm sure a lot of you are as well. And so I said to Glash, I'm going to text you before I go to bed. And so he had written, obviously, the whole thing that he's been mocking is me saying to him, "Dude, go to bed. Dude, go to bed." So I wrote him last night at 3:31 Eastern and just said, "Dude, going to bed."
Just so he knew.
So he was aware. I wanted him to know what
Got to keep him in the know on these things. It's important to monitor what our friends are doing in that regard.
Well, you know how, I'm sure if you guys out there can't personally relate to this, you certainly know people who can. You certainly have, it's family members, right? Like it's your parents, it's your grandparents, it's a loved one, it's your spouse, your partner, your boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. You get the whole, like, "Hey, text me when you get home so I know you're safe." One of those things if you're out real late, or you're on like a 5-hour drive, you're driving through the night. We've all been told to do that. Well, I think I'm going to start to text Glash before I go to bed every night. Like, "Hey, man, thinking of you.
Just checking in, thinking of you.
Just want you to know I'm going to bed."
That's awesome. You should.
I think I really should.
See how many times you do that before he gets fed up.
No, I guarantee he keeps his phone on silent or something. I don't think it's disturbing him at all. It would be more incentive to do it if I knew it were, though.
That's hilarious. Kyle asking me, "Mr. Tom, working with Glash is your favorite?" ? No, I will not pick a favorite. It's like asking Koff to pick a favorite amongst his children. We are all DK brethren and sisters.
I could do that depending on the day of the week. I mean, overall, no, but like you asked me today. Yesterday, tomorrow.
There's a power ranking.
Yeah, for sure, and it constantly fluctuates. Like
Yeah.
by the half hour, it's
the coach's poll.
It's like watching a stock. It's like just sitting there and watching it swing.
That's awesome.
7-0 Denver. So we are a few minutes in, obviously, and you guys, you're oh so great in the chat as we got a few hundred people watching with us. Hit the like button. We're at, I don't know, right around 250 or so. So like to continue to lift that number. Joe says I feel the family man thing myself. Cough. I got four. I don't know how you do it. I mean, 3 is a handful for sure. 4 just feels next level. Good on you. I just don't know how. Like I don't know how you have the strength, the bandwidth, the manpower, the stamina, the space, all of those
willpower.
The willpower for sure.
The financial means.
Yeah, but I mean, like everyone's story financially is their own story, obviously. Like to me, like no question, kids are expensive, but like there are so many other things at play before money when it comes to like, do you want 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids? Like so many more things at play before the actual economics of it.
And then you're like, oh yeah, wait, what's the dollar amount?
I would love to know. I've said this before. I don't know if I've said it on the stream, but I've certainly said it before in conversations with friends. I would love, like, if somebody could send me, and it can't be done, obviously, but if in this, weird old world where anything was possible, if somebody could send me at the end of each year the exact dollar figure that each of my children cost me that year. I mean, meals, toys, snacks, activities, whatever, clothes, like camps, and I'm not saying like, oh, it's not worth it or I wouldn't do it. Or, like I do all of it. I do it.
You're just curious.
I would love to know that number. And maybe I would hate to know that number, but I feel like I would love to know that number.
I'm kind of curious as well, as someone who's getting married, a year and a half from now, family in the plans for us. At some point, it'd be good to just know that info heading into, family planning.
Once upon a time, and this goes back to this is many years ago. So inflation, man, like inflation for sure. 3 minutes left here in the first quarter, 7-0 Denver. Once upon a time, I remember hearing, each child that you have, maybe Mike will speak to this, each child that you have through the age of, I don't know if it was sending them off to college or through college. So it was through 18 or 22, and that is a big difference. But I remember someone saying that early, basically like that stage of life where your kids are under your, financial means, each kid is like $1 million, basically.
Oh, wow.
And I wonder if that is true.
$1 million seems high, but I guess when you think about how many years that is, maybe it's not that much,
And Daniel says, like an expense report? That's exactly what I'm talking about. I want an expense report on my children. Like some people keep, the people that are really just meticulous and rigorous with their spending that, I know people, and most of them are in the financial world that do this, but they keep family spreadsheets of like each month what's our food cost, what's our entertainment cost, what's our gas cost, what's our whatever, all that, like what do my kids cost? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I definitely have friends that I don't know for a fact that they have those, but I have friends that certainly would do that, no question. And I'm not knocking them. It feels like the smart play, actually. But it just also feels like a lot of work.
Way too much work.
You already have to go do all of these things. Then I have to go home and track everything monetarily. It's like...
Sounds like a headache.
Yeah. We'll figure it out at the end of the day.
Kareem says, and I'm way behind in the chat, but Kareem says on the sim marathon, Koff, is a sim marathon possible? Not that I want it, but can it happen? I mean, anything can happen. Angie says, hey, my fave Koff with my fave Broncos. Hi, Tom. Happy Friday. Simland. Woohoo! Broncos touchdown.
What's up? Yeah. Getting all the favorites in on Madden After Dark here.
Finish the job, Cheesehead. Rogers off and running. Dives
Didn't
just
want
for
that.
good measure. Touchdown.
Hated that. Cuff, what is your lineup, by the way? I don't think we ever reviewed.
We didn't. We fell down a rabbit hole quicker than ever, maybe. Marquez Valdez-Scantling in the captain spot for me.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, Devin Funchess, so heavy Green Bay stack. And then Brandon McManus, the kicker, wraps up my my lineup, which is sitting out of 155, 56th right now. We got Jenko 18 in front marginally at the moment in our smaller, more modest free rolls, I always like to say. And it is 7-7 late in the first. What's your lineup look like?
So I thought that I had disincluded Aaron Rodgers at the last second, but not so fast, Goff. I have him in there. So I have Aaron Jones in the captain spot along with Noah Fant, the Hamler, Mercedes Lewis, Rodgers, as I mentioned, and MVS at the end of my lineup. So I still had $2,400 to spare, and I feel really good about this lineup.
People telling me, by the way, in the chat that that I very much overshot it on the how much kids cost you early on. It's that kids are $250,000 until they're 21 is the ballpark estimate.
Yeah, you gave me a little sticker shock there.
No way, not doing it. $1 million?
Like, oh, okay. I'm gonna have to change careers here. This might be my last sim.
I love that. That's the first time I've ever heard somebody refer to kids as sticker shock. That's the best.
Gave me a little sticker shock there.
Steven says, okay, I'm here to forget my Celtics grief. Let's have some fun. Celtics suck, Kaufman says, oh, money. Look, I can't do it right now. I really can't. I mean, I will if I have to, but I can't. I mean, after a whole day.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
After a whole day of is Brad Stevens going to Indiana, and then like waiting for him to squash that rumor all day. Like and then they go out and they play like garbage. I don't have it in me right now. I don't have it in me.
You know what? And I'm okay with you not having that in you because I don't need to hear it. I just need to think happy thoughts here as I'm on the third leg of my triple header. You know, like I don't need you to bring me down. Let's keep it positive here.
How do you feel about the three-fer? I haven't done one of those in a long time.
So this is the second one I've ever done, and I prefer moving forward if I'm going to do them that they happen on the weekends.
Okay.
If I'm going to go three in a row, I'd rather it be on a Saturday where I didn't do a work day before the three sims. So then I, maybe get a nap in, maybe you sleep in later on that Saturday, kind of playing around it. This is, rolling right in from a work day into the old triple header. It's, got to hydrate, got to carbo load.
Ain't that the truth? I had a Klondike bar right before the sim.
Wow.
Quick boost of sugar after I put the kids down, wake myself up for the sim here.
There you go.
4 for 91 for Fant through one quarter, by the way. Holy cow. A touchdown for him as well. Who knows? Maybe he'll get another. 4 for 91. Dude not only could be at the bonus, but should be at the bonus, like on the next drive. He has been incredible so far. Kyle says, guys, the Magic beat the Nets. Yeah, I mean, there isn't in any, any given night elements, obviously, in the NBA or any other league, clearly. I mean, the Magic would never, if they even go to the playoffs, would never beat the Nets in a series. I don't think, and Daniel said this in our chat, and he's absolutely right. The Celtics don't suck. They certainly don't suck. They went to the East Finals last year. They're built differently now than they were then. Pardon me, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. They don't suck. They're mediocre. They are living in a state of being mediocre right now. They don't get more than a few games over 500. Now they're one game under 500. They just, that's where they are, barring any moves. And I'm glad, just to put it out there, and we won't turn this into a whole conversation, but I'm glad Brad Stevens did not leave. I did not want him to leave. It amazes me how many Celtics fans did want him to leave. I think he is one of the better coaches in the NBA. I don't know who you would bring in that you would feel good about. I mean, a buddy of mine I was talking to earlier, he's like, bring in Mark Jackson. I don't care. No, you're an idiot.
No, don't do that. No.
It's unreal.
Do not do that. Keep Brad Stevens. He's not going
to
Indiana.
You don't even have to say keep Brad Stevens because they're not getting rid of him. It's, would he leave for Indiana? And
correct, yeah.
He has squashed it. He has said no. 3rd and 1. Melvin Gordon, big boy run all the way down to almost the 20.
By the way, I was saying off air to our production staff earlier before you were with us, Koff, that my podcast partner, Morton Anderson, was checking out the Dream Stream tonight. And he is actually in the chat at King of Kicks 2544.
Get the hell out of here.
He's the man that was giving you the advice on how much kids actually cost until they're age 21. King
Morton
of Kicks.
How many kids does Morton have?
2.
Morton, can we get on the horn and talk a little bit about investing and what I should be doing with my life? There's no NFL kicking future for me. So, I'm going to have to earn my means alternatively, but I'm hoping King of Kicks 2544 that we can chat it up a little bit and maybe go down that rabbit hole.
Give you a little financial advice.
Love to see Morton Anderson hanging out with us. Was he here for the last couple of Sims, or did he just pop in?
He's been able to pop in for all 3 legs of my triple header here, checking it out for the first time.
Well, he must have gotten a lot of useful knowledge out of BK. BK was probably dropping a lot of football. Mort's here probably listening, going, "Yo, where's this guy been my whole life?" Like, I'm tuning in for the real stuff now. I thought we were doing Madden commentary and talking about NFL free agency moves. This guy's coming in talking about his got
all sorts of sources.
Yeah, he says Bitcoin 10 years ago. Well, you know what, Mort, I'm screwed then. Nothing I can do.
Let's try and put together a time machine. We'll go back and we'll put all of our money in Bitcoin, and we will be extremely wealthy.
Can we get
Sounds like a plan?
Some Top Shot, kind of style moments? I mean, obviously, Rob Gronkowski put his own NFTs out there. This could be the wave that, NFL could obviously get in the mix, but maybe this is the wave of the future. Maybe individual
Some
players
game winners
are getting their stuff out there. Yeah, let's have the throwback Mort moments. We can even do that. Hashtag Mort moments.
I'm all the way in. I am all the way in. I will buy. Well, maybe I'd get a good rate. I know the guy a little bit.
That's true. You've met.
Not in person, though. We
Never?
not in person. We are still both remote here. I'm definitely going to get to Atlanta at some point when the pandemic sort of subsides and everyone's vaccinated and feeling good.
Sure. Mort, while you're here with us, if you're still here and in the chat, I would love to know 2 things. They're wholly unrelated. One, your favorite singular individual NFL moment. So you can't say, like a great team accomplishment. Everybody's got those, right? I want to know your personal favorite moment. However, here's where you can get creative if you wish. It doesn't have to be an on-field moment. It could be a welcome to the NFL moment, some all-time great that you met. It could be something that happened with a coach in the locker room with a teammate. Whatever you want. I'd love to know. That's one question, okay? So that's
Okay.
just the one, King of Kings.
I know the answer to that question, but continue.
I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it
I mean,
from
it's an obvious answer, Cuff. He became the all-time leader in scoring in NFL history in 2007.
But do you know that's his answer, or are you just assuming it? Or are you just assuming it because obviously it's a big moment, but maybe that is not the number one moment?
If it is not the moment, I would be very shocked.
Okay. Well, I hope he's listening, and I want to know. So that's I'll be patient. Before I ask the second question, I'll wait and see if he's still hanging around to give us the answer to that one.
Okay. Yeah, because him and I have talked about this when he made, the extra point, and it made him a bad friend for not remembering if it was an extra point or a field goal that put him over the top. But when he made the kick, they stopped the game and he ran over and he, gave his jersey to his kid who was in the stands. Really special moment. He's talked about how he wasn't able to lift a Lombardi in his 25-year career, but at least he has that moment, and that's, just as sweet.
PhD says, "Cough, that's a convo, not a type chat moment." Well, Mort, or does he prefer Mort or Morton?
I say Morton, but his buddies call him Mort.
Well, all right. So obviously it's Mort then. Mort, we're close, clearly. Mort, if you'd like to hop into the Zoom and chat with us, we'll send you the link.
I can send him the link.
You can join us. We'd love to have you.
We'll see. We'll see.
You're midway through the second quarter.
He's having a nice, relaxing Friday. I don't know if he wants to do that, but hey, he might text me here and let me know.
There you go. Aaron Jones, who of course is back in Green Bay, re-signed, surprised a lot of people.
He got a big contract.
He got a big contract, but not nearly as big as he would have gotten in free agency. I mean, he went, 4 for 48? I think a lot of people expected him to get a much bigger deal and, again, leave Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think he must have been thinking, okay, I know this team's good. I know they know how to use me. And I know what happens to running backs elsewhere. I've seen it happen. You know, guys go sign for big money and then they're out of the league in 3 years. So maybe he's like, I feel comfortable in the system. I'm getting paid well. Maybe not as well as I could be, but still well. And I got a chance to go win a Super Bowl or at least compete for one. So that's probably what his mindset was.
2nd and 10 from the 30. A couple minutes to go here in the second quarter. Obi-Wan, critical as usual. Good to see you. Daniel says, Koff, you watched that first episode of that new show on Disney Plus yet? I will assume you were obviously talking about Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I have not, because I want to get through WandaVision first, but I'm going to finish WandaVision tonight after the sim. Are you talking about Mighty Ducks? Is that what you're talking about?
Jared Kilgore
immediately said no. He's talking about Mighty Ducks. Did that drop? Wait, hang on. Way more important. Even as much as I love Jared Kilgore. Oh, he says no, just kidding. You son of a gun. Well, seriously, Jared, when is Mighty Ducks? Isn't that coming out like this month? I think that's happening soon.
They've been teasing it on the ESPN like bottom line, you know, just like on they have a box for it that just says Mighty Ducks.
As they should be. I saw a great picture
Disney Plus
floating around on social too, with a whole bunch of the cast members from the original in their jerseys and everything. So I guess there's a heavy cameo situation early on in that series. He says March 26th.
Mark your calendars, buddy.
Situation of the MCU, but I'm looking forward to it after I get through WandaVision. Which, by the way, has, even with all the hype, I went in a little skeptical, and it has exceeded expectations. It's been very, very good. Just takes a little bit to get there, but it's been very, very good.
I'm not a fan of the slow-moving show, not gonna lie.
It picks up quick, though. Rodgers. It's a 2-yard loss.
You got Morton weighing in here.
Yeah? Oh, here we go. Favorite moment was when I watched one of my teammates pull up before our last game with a U-Haul attached to his car.
Well, there you go.
See?
That's my man.
See? And you thought it was going to be
at me.
Some incredible points achievement.
Guy becomes the all-time scoring leader. No. It's when his teammate pulled up to the game knowing that it was going to be his last day in uniform for that squad.
Oh, it's great. Mort, my other question, assuming you're still here hanging out, was what's your favorite part of working with Tommy here, especially since you have not had the opportunity to meet in person yet? I'd love to know. I have a great many memories already working with him. Also have not met him in person, but I would love to know your thoughts on the big fella here.
Be nice, Mort.
Or don't. It's up to you.
No, it's funny. I mean, putting together the show every week and, you know, planning and all this stuff, we talk basically every day, weekdays at least. And, you know, it already feels like we've met in person. It's sort of the same way I am with a lot of these guys on the Dream Stream. You know, we work together so much and have so many conversations. It's like we've already met in person.
Right,
you know?
absolutely.
And that's one of the interesting things that has happened because of the pandemic. It's sort of created this Zoom reality, this, whatever you want to call it, where, in-person interaction, it's just not what it used to be, man.
Ain't that the truth? We're getting there. Vaccines are happening. We are absolutely getting there. Progress is being made across the country, which is wonderful to see. Smash that like button, speaking of progress. And of course, if you are watching along on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, do us a solid. Give us a follow there, as thousands of you have already. Let's see. Top Shot Queenie, the 4-hour version, it is a Film Fest Friday after all. The 4-hour version of Justice League was better than the original. I like the depth it gave the characters that the original did not get to. So I've not watched it. I will. Daniel says he watched it after The Sims last night, so he can give us his thoughts. I will tell you, I've received a number of texts from friends who have sat down with it, and they were very disappointed.
Okay.
Daniel says, didn't feel like 4 hours, much improved from 2017. I didn't even know the 4-hour thing until a friend of mine dropped that knowledge. And I was not prepared. I sure as heck wouldn't have been mentally prepared for it if I didn't know it and sat down to watch it. And like Zack Snyder, I mean, who do you think you are? What are we doing here? Like, why? And that's not even, like, maybe it's great, but 4 hours? Like, Endgame wasn't 4 hours.
4 hours is long.
4 hours? I mean, why is that remotely necessary? And
my brother is into it. He was texting with some buddies about it. He liked it.
Or DC. DC is just trying so hard to compete with the MCU, but like in a rush job sort of way. Like they're trying to achieve what the MCU did in 25 ballpark movies in like 4 or 5. And you just can't do it. You got to spread it out.
By the way, Morton throwing me a compliment, so I'm going to take it. I'm going to take that and run with it.
My favorite part of Freeze is actually his amazing human spirit and uncompromising commitment to excellence. I agree with all of that. Has he ever told you the story, Mort, about the forest meatballs, though? And he doesn't.
No,
if the answer is no, next time you guys are on a Zoom together doing some show prep, ask him.
Yeah, I definitely haven't, and yeah, that's going to be an interesting conversation the next time we chat. Oh, we got a fumble here.
Savage with the recovery. Not so savage after all. And after you ask him about the forest meatballs, ask him about downloading Twitter on a stranger's phone in a gas station.
Oh man, I still can't believe that I was allowed to do that.
I can't either.
There's nice people in this world. That's what that means.
Well, I mean, I think we're just going to kind of keep Mort with us here, and we're just going to. Friday has really shifted in our focuses over time, especially Madden After Dark here. But I think on this particular Friday, here on March 19th, this is Questions with Mort Friday.
Yeah, if he continues to stick around, why not?
So Mort, next up, because it is a hashtag Film Fest Friday. What's your favorite movie?
Oh. It's a good question. I don't know the answer to this.
Oh, good. All right. So Morton Anderson, the real Morton Anderson, if anybody's just joining us, hanging out here with us in the chat. What is your favorite movie, good sir?
I'm curious to hear this answer.
I mean, if this were like a regular talk show, it'd just be, all right, I'll hang up and listen. But we got to, wait for the delay of like the question has to get to him, and then he's got to type it after he's thought about it. So we can carry on, we can wait, and we'll just keep.
We're getting there, yeah. Let's see if the Packers put some points on the board here before the half. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, but they still have a timeout. Maybe they have a nice deep throw here, get them in field goal range.
Randy. Don't be all Randy with that comment. I see ya. Alana says, I imagine a typical greeting for Tom is, hey, man, you eat anything off the ground lately?
Look, sometimes you just got to crush some forest meatballs. It's fine.
Daniel says, of the Zack Snyder cut, It was meant to be more in line with the extended Lord of the Rings cuts, like a director's cut, but would have been the longest theatrical release ever by a major studio had it been released in theaters. And it's not necessary.
Who is Corey Snyder, or whatever the name of it is? Zack Snyder.
He's the director.
And that's the name of. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Jay Duncan says, first Winalda, now Anderson. These Sims attract guys who kick balls for a living. You got me there. That's true.
And plus, you got Glash and Emerson on here.
How long until David Beckham is hanging out in the chat?
Glash and Emerson, well-known kickers in the greater Boston region.
Yep. That's what they'll tell you. Daniel, can't wait to see Bexy in the chat. Great to have everybody with us. 10-10 game here as we near halftime.
They tried with Mason. They tried.
Yeah.
1 second to go here. Maybe we take an end zone shot.
Didn't pan out. What do you got, Drew Lock?
Let's see that arm. Oh, off the back foot.
Into traffic. And
oh!
Incomplete.
Almost. That was way closer than I thought it was going to be, coming off the back foot. Drew Lock showing off.
See what we got in the chat here. Obi-Wan, and this is in response to me asking Morton Anderson his favorite movie. Obi-Wan says, "None of your business. Stop prying." You're right. I got way too Mort, what's your net worth? That would be prying, Obi-Wan. I don't think
you're just asking about a favorite movie. I think
I don't
we're
think
okay.
your favorite movie is considered prying.
I'm trying to check where I am in the contest here, but it's not loading for me. So I don't know if you have the free roll
I am
up.
50th at this moment,
Okay.
with Janko 18 still in front by about 7 points, actually. Running away with
Okay.
this thing right
You see my name around there anywhere?
probably toward the bottom. I'll look in a
Okay.
sec. Rogers 151 passing, Locke 144 and a touchdown, just to give you some numbers, and then we'll search for freeze pops here in the chat, obviously, out of the 155.
Gotta be in there somewhere.
Daniel's saying a buy stream trash with Mort on board. Let's go. But that, I don't think we could do that through the chat.
That might be harder, yeah.
It's a little more challenging. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers here with you as well. Hit the like button, folks. I would love to see us get to 300 by the time we are done here, obviously. Bit of a tech error there for a half second for anyone that noticed or just thought that I had doubled my DVD collection. Aaron Jones doing well. Noah Fant, 8 for 135, a touchdown. Devontae Adams, 6 for 61. He has a score. MVS, my captain, 3 for 44. Not doing a whole lot early. Mercedes Lewis, 2 for 25. So let's do a little scroll here for freeze pops.
Morton responded to your net worth question though. He said more than yours.
By a lot. By a ton. I didn't want to know that, Mort, but
that's great.
I am curious your favorite movie though. If he didn't respond to that, maybe he did. I just may have missed it. I'm searching for you. Where are you? Oh, you're ahead of me. You're in 34th.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I did just for fun start at the bottom because I do that with like any of us commentators. I just assume we're hanging out at the bottom. You're in 34th right now.
Nice. And Morton's favorite movie is The Sting.
Oh, good.
There we go.
Nice. More than yours. What a perfect response.
He's not wrong.
Any questions for Mort, by the way, while he's here?
Yeah, throw him out there. By the way, looking up The Sting here, directed by George Roy Hill, Paul Newman, Robert Redford.
Yep.
Wow, that's
an
right
oldie
there,
but
just off the top. Boom, boom. Robert Shaw, Charles Durning, Ray Walston, Eileen Brennan. Good cast.
Mm-hmm. Ivana says, what's your favorite movie? Koff? Is it Field of Dreams? It is. That is my favorite.
I think we talked about that recently.
Yeah, we did. We talked about it when Tara Lynn was breaking down her love of Step Brothers. You were on that sim, right?
That's right. That's right. And then I kept trying to perfect my James Earl Jones. Oh, they'll come, Ray. They'll come.
Sean says, Koff, if you calculated how much of your life is used on the shelves behind you, I mean, I assume you're talking time-wise, not monetarily.
How dusty does it get over there?
So dusty.
Yeah. How often do you get in there with one of those little dust bunny things?
Like, never. Once a year.
Gotta throw on a mask.
Travis says, is Adam the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I'm not, but who did you have in mind? Some people in the chat have unfavorably, I think, compared me to Dennis Reynolds in the chat. I'd take Charlie Day.
Yeah, I love Charlie.
Wild card, man. He's funny as hell.
He's my favorite on the show.
Mac is ripped to shreds, so we know that's not it.
Remember when Mac got fat?
Yeah, and then got, again.
And then got ripped?
Shredded.
What a power move.
Yeah. Well, no, the power move was the actual story behind getting fat. Like, he didn't just get fat. Like, he didn't just fall out of shape. He did it deliberately. Like, he just... Right. It was like, you know what would be funny on the show? If all of a sudden I just got fat from one season to the next. And he like, you know, ate whatever absurd amount of food to make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, I mean, got gross. Like,
I respect the hell out of it.
Yeah, and then in the same vein, it's like, oh, you know what would also be funny is if I just got torn to shreds, ripped, you know, in like the next off season. I mean, it's
truly,
it's probably not healthy, but
it's a commitment to the bit that you don't see often.
Right.
Angie on YouTube saying, had to pull out the football card collection. I have an 86, 89, and 90 of Mr. Morton Anderson.
Nice.
There we go. It's funny, whenever I got back into my card game over the holidays and I pulled out the old card set, I had one Morton card, 1989.
Is that right? You got to mail it to him. Have him sign it, right? To Tommy. To Freeze. My favorite producer. And
That's right. Sign all over that thing.
Which brings me to our next hashtag questions with Mort. Mort, what is something that you either do currently or have in your earlier days, be it as a kid or whenever in life, collected? What is something that you have collected? You know, we've spent a lot of time on these Sims talking about collecting trading cards, or you know, you've seen the DVDs, bobbleheads behind me, obviously. What I'm curious to know what Morton Anderson collects or has, you know, a collection of. I'd love to know.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, so that's a good question. He's got some cool memorabilia, though. I know.
I believe that. On
the podcast, when we were talking to Emmett Smith, he was telling him that in the 90s at some point, I believe it was after the 92 or 93 Super Bowl that the Cowboys won. It was the last Super Bowl played at the Rose Bowl. And Morton was at the game as a spectator.
Nice.
And he knew the guy that did the field maintenance for the Super Bowl, so he gave him the pylon from that game that has the Super Bowl logo with the Rose Bowl logo.
Yeah.
And Morton was going to the Pro Bowl a week later after that game, and when he was at the Pro Bowl, he had Troy Aikman and Emmett Smith sign that pylon.
That's awesome.
So he's got that in his, you know, home setup, his man cave setup. I mean, imagine just having that thing laying around.
I can't.
That's so sick.
So great. I have to assume, unless you're just such a minimalist and disinterested in the whole, you know, collectibles market and you know, just that, the idea of that, like you just you don't want to be surrounded by stuff. Independent of that, I would have to imagine that professional athletes, current or retired, any sport, just have absurd collections of memorabilia that they acquire during their playing days. Like, you know, we see NBA and NFL jersey swaps all the time, obviously, like guys that'll, you know, get a jersey, have it signed by a player on the other team, frame it, put it in their home office, man room. Like, it just, those those rooms for professional athletes, those showrooms, if you will, those man caves must be just so
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Morton says he collects watches and sunglasses, and then a few lines down he says, and trophies.
Nice. Watches and sunglasses.
Respect.
I
have a buddy that collects watches, super into it. I've always wanted to get into the watch game, but it's funny when Morgan and we did a weekend trip out in Kansas City back in 2019, and we were walking around the plaza area down there. We walked into a watch store, and I was like, "Oh, this is a nice watch. Like nice thick brown leather strap, classic silver.
Sure.
Cool watch." I put it on. I was like, I might buy this. How much is it?" The lady looks at me and she goes, $9,000. And I just put my hand out to her and I was like, "Please take this off of me."
Yeah, I thought I wanted to get into the watch thing for a little bit. And I don't even mean expensive watches. I just mean like a variety of watches.
Mm-hmm.
And I went out, and this wasn't like all in one day or anything like that, but over the course of some period of time, I went out and bought 8-9 watches.
Yeah.
That, ranging in casual to obviously super dressy, like a watch for any occasion.
Sure.
And so I go out and I spend this money and I get these watches and I start wearing them every day. And then I very quickly realize I don't like wearing watches. Like that I will never look at them to actually see what the time is. Like if I will still take my phone out of my pocket to check the time.
Yeah, if you're a certain age, the cell phone has sort of killed the watch in that regard.
Like at this point, the watch it's not purposeful. It doesn't serve, it's not to tell time. It's just for the visual. It's for the look.
Yeah. Yep, 100%. It's definitely a fashion statement. I know my dad, though, like he's of the age where he still looks at his wrist to see what time it is.
Sure.
But once you get to a certain age, there was like a cutoff. Like we check cell phones now.
Yeah, it's very true.
Morton says he also collects vinyl. That's a cool collection.
That is a cool one.
I would love to get into the vinyl game. Although I have no idea how to work a record player in any way.
See this from Alana. Alana, my dear, says you could make a belt out of watches, but that would be a waste of time.
Hey, there you go.
Hey. Daniel says he's looking to get into the vinyl game.
Yeah, I've had friends in the past that are super into vinyl, and it's just a different sound. It just sounds so much better when you're sitting back and listening.
So Bad Boys of Pop, who, if you didn't know this, used to be in a boy band and is here with us in the chat.
He's got like cool stuff he's tweeted at Glash before, right?
So
like
he says, I have a
records
ton of boy band memorabilia that I have no idea what to do with. It's the only reason I have a storage unit. I would burn it, but I just can't do it, LOL.
Sell it, dude.
When you say you have a lot of boy band memorabilia, do you mean from like specifically Bad Boys from your day and related to your band? Or do you mean like across all boy bands? Like you have New Kid stuff and Sing stuff, Backstreet Boys stuff, New Edition, Boys to Men, if we're to call them a boy band, that. Do you have like boy band stuff across the business or specific to your band?
Morton saying my most precious collection, however, is memories. And then a couple lines down. Thank you.
Nice. I hope I can say that when I'm Mort's age. My memory already sucks.
You got to start doing those mind games on your phone.
Or just
start doing the Sunday crossword.
I was trying to find something, else for Mort here of a specific kind of on brand window with us, and I just went to I just Googled for funsies because I figured something would pop up. I Googled Morten Andersen IMDb.
Interesting.
Just to see if he'd ever appeared, like in a movie randomly, or if he'd ever gone the Terry Bradshaw route, Maybe
well, I know he's got a TV show back in the day. Did that pop up?
So what was it called?
The Morten Andersen Show.
Oh, that did not pop up. No.
It was on local TV in New Orleans.
No, that didn't pop up. A lot of what I'm seeing is it's like self. Like, so, he didn't act per se. He was him.
Cameo. Yeah.
Right. But I'm trying to find something more. Mort, did you ever do any acting? And what was that experience?
This is a good question.
I love
He
that
did.
I love that you think every question that you don't know the answer to is a good question. I'm flattered.
Yeah, that's how I operate. If I don't know the answer, it's a good question. He did venture into the pop music game in the 80s. Him and his teammate put out a single called Take It to the Top. Gotta check it out. It's like synth pop. It's an iconic record label. Well, not record label, record cover.
Yeah.
It was a self-released title, so not a part of a record label.
Bad Boys Pop says it's mostly stuff specific to No Authority, his group. Old show outfits, scrapbooks that fans put together for us, including pictures and magazine cutouts. Not worth much on the market in general, but there are definitely things that have some relevance to pop history. That's pretty cool.
There you go. Getting in a museum. There's probably got to be a pop music hall of fame out there somewhere, right?
So Mort says the Tender Trap. I don't know what that is. Let me see.
The Tender Trap, 1955. I don't know that you were alive then, Mort. Maybe in a remake.
It was just a dream. Starred in the Tender Trap. No, let me see. There had to be another Tender Trap. Well, it was so I was thinking that was a TV show. No, the movie in 1955, a comedy, a romance. Well, now I have to see the obvious question, which was when was Morton Anderson born? He was born in 1960, so that doesn't check out. That does not track, sir.
Well, I will say this. I think this is a good time to plug Great Dane Nation.
Yeah.
Awesome podcast. You can listen to Morton and I go back and forth on the pod. You can hear him sitting down with all-time legends of sport. This past Wednesday, we had Charles Barkley on the pod. Got Jason Garrett coming up next week, offensive coordinator for the Giants. All sorts of awesome dudes coming up here. Lots of good stuff in the past. Evergreen interviews that are just interesting conversations. Go check it out. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get podcasts.
13-all heading to the fourth quarter in a moment. Mort says it was a dinner theater play.
Okay.
Now that makes sense. And he said, a remake.
It was a nightmare.
Now, nightmare. Now I get it. Okay. Which, and I'm glad that you plugged the pod because it took me down the road mentally. Hamster was on the wheel of where I wanted to go next with Mort. Mort, all of these great guests on your show, and there have been so many. Tom Ace here, if you don't call him that, you should. Tom Ace here talks about that all the time. All the awesome guests on the Great Day Nation podcast. Here is my question for you, sir. Pull out the old phone, or just do it off the top of your head. What would you say? Who would you say? Maybe is a better way to put it. Who would you say is the most famous person you have in your phone? The contact that you are most proud of, or you think is most noteworthy to say to me who doesn't know you, although I feel like I do. Who is the most significant person you have in your phone?
I don't think you know the answer to this question. I do. I know I have my answer for him.
Well, of course, I don't know the answer to your question.
I'm curious to hear what he has to say. No, but you said you think you knew the answer.
No. I definitely don't know the answer.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't know what I said there. I definitely do not know the answer to the most.
Okay, gotcha. I thought you had a guess.
Contact in his phone. I have no idea. That's why I asked. I want to know. Neil says, Mr. Kaufman, are there ever any, please, no need for Mr. No formalities.
Mr. Kaufman.
Are there ever, I'm not a teacher, are there ever any punt or kickoff returns for touchdowns? They do happen. Not often, but they absolutely do happen.
I think I've seen
Obi-Wan
a punt
says,
return.
Are you prying again? Obi-Wan, that's not prying. Prying is like, hey, Mort, can I have Charles Barkley's phone number? I mean, even that, like, teeters on prying. That's not like prying is like, Mort, what's your social security number? I don't think asking him the most, famous contact.
Yeah, it's just a name.
Prying.
Yeah.
Prying would be like, who is it, and could you call him right now and get him in our Zoom window so they can be on for the fourth quarter? Bad Boys of Pop, now we're talking, says, I think the funniest name in my phone book is MC Hammer. You can't.
That's awesome.
You can't touch that. Do you know, Bad Boys, I mean, this feels like a logical follow-up. Do you know if that is a current number? MC Hammer strikes me as someone who's probably had a few numbers in his day.
Yeah, you know what?
Like
Bad Boys of Pop.
15, 20 years ago, it's probably different. You know what I mean?
Stop what you're doing now and call MC Hammer and tell us if he picks up.
Green says, side note, Koff, Syracuse is winning. I picked Cuse tonight anyway. Not for the tournament, like my 6-year-old. God bless him. I didn't know how to tell him he probably shouldn't do that.
Oh, you didn't have one that you just went Syracuse all the way, like fill out multiple brackets?
I actually did not jump in a as you know, because I know that you had a thing going on. I didn't jump in a big thing this year. I filled out one, each of my kids filled out one, and we just have a competition.
Family man.
Just a competition, the three of us. That's and actually I woke up this morning so bummed because my wife was already up, off to work. And I was like, man, I should have had her do one too. And then it could have been the four of us competing with one another. And it totally skipped my mind. So it's
people forget Kaufman, family man.
It's me and the boys.
Morton answering your question, saying His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Denmark.
I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
That's pretty cool. Got some royalty in the phone.
Absolutely. Sir Sean Connery. Also royalty.
Most famous person in my phone is Adam Kaufman.
Jay Duncan says, no, because you have Mort's number. Jay Duncan says, I would have laughed so hard if Mort said he had your mom's contact in his phone.
Oh,
burn.
Fire emoji.
Bonzo says, Coffee, you're robbing us all in head-to-heads. You might as well rob Mort, too. Mort, next question. Would you
Absolutely not.
Would you like to play NBA DFS?
Get out of here. Oh, man.
You know what, though? No, obviously. But I think of a retired athlete. I can ask this question, a long retired athlete. Mort, do you play daily fantasy? Or do you play season-long fantasy? Are you a fantasy sports fan?
I don't know the answer to that.
Must be a good question.
See, I didn't say it for that one. Speaking of the NBA, though, in relation to our podcast, obviously, like I mentioned, Charles Barkley was on the pod on Wednesday, but we recorded an interview with Dominique Wilkins today. That will air closer to NBA playoffs time. Great talk with the human highlight reel.
That's great. Yeah, I've interviewed him before too. He's he's really good. He's fun.
He loves Red Auerbach, man.
Yeah, he's got a lot of love for the Celtics organization.
Yeah, I didn't realize he lived in Boston for 5 years after playing for the Celtics. He liked New England.
No kidding.
Stayed up there for a while.
Either I didn't realize that or just didn't remember it.
I definitely didn't know that.
Still 13 all, 4th and 6 on the way from the 35, by the way.
Sean Preston saying, if you care, I have Dan Snyder's sister and mom in my phone.
It's interesting.
Wow. Must know the Snyder family well. Wonder if he gets tickets to Washington football team games.
Right. Captain Blood says, is Koff robbing anyone in NBA tonight? Truthfully, I have not looked at my lineup since before this sim started, so I have no idea how that's going. Potential go-ahead field goals, good. We've got ourselves a Denver lead. Brandon McManus.
Damon Ariel saying that they used to have River Phoenix's number.
Must have been a long time ago.
I was going to say, wasn't that would have been 90s, early 90s?
Veronica here says, how do you get a head-to-head with Koff? Just send it. DK-A Kaufman.
Just send it, bro.
If I see it, I'll more than likely accept it. I typically do.
Yeah, he does. He enjoys taking everyone's money. So yeah,
I enjoy playing. I mean, yeah.
It's for the love of the game.
I mean, would I rather win than lose? Sure. But I'm not going to, like, if you got my number, you beat me a few times in a row, I'm not just going to stop playing. Like Emerson. Ooh. I couldn't resist. It was just right there. Morgan's in the chat. Morgan says, Tom, you should heat up your dinner in the microwave as a special treat for the people. She knows.
Get it going in the microwave for the fourth quarter.
Mort, next question.
For post-game show, I might do it.
Yeah. Next question for Mort, other than obviously the fantasy question that I will wait for the answer, and obviously. Have you met Morgan? I mean, not in person, but over Zoom. Have you chatted with Tommy Boy's fiance here?
She has not met Morton over the technology yet, because we're both working at the same time.
Sure.
When we record, so she's been busy, but we'll get her over there at some point on the screen. Say hello.
Is she a big sports fan or not really?
She likes sports, but she's not diehard.
Yeah. So basically,
she grew up a Cardinals and Blues fan.
So, and this is no slight, obviously, to you, Mort. This would be true of any athlete. Certainly, like my wife falls into this category. What you're saying really is like Morgan wouldn't care. Like it wouldn't mean anything to her. It's like, some dude that you're talking to.
Yeah, she'd more be happy to meet him because she knows how close him and I are.
Well,
to working together,
Right, but that has nothing.
But generally, with athletes, yeah, it's more of.
But
she'd be much more excited to meet Britney Spears than Michael Jordan.
Well, but what I mean is she'd be excited to meet him because of the personal relationship, obviously, that the two of you have forged, not because he's this, all-time NFL great.
Correct.
Yeah. That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
16-13. Couple minutes left here in the fourth.
Damon Ariel giving us some more background on that famous number he has. I met him in 1989 while they were filming Tacoma. Met Keanu too. I've got pictures of Kevin Kline giving the cops star. I don't know what that means. Pics are funny. The film was I Love You to Death. There you go.
Looks like Mort's taking off. Says, enjoyed it, everyone. Please visit Great Dane Nation. Tommy's really good. That's what we always say. And Mort, thank you for hanging out. You were here with us for most of this sim, so we appreciate you being with us genuinely. That was really a good time. Pop in anytime. Next time you talk to me, who's that weirdo that you're
It was a good time, man.
I kept prying into my business.
Morton finally introduced to the Dream Stream.
That's right.
Let's see if he keeps me around.
Dwayne says, it's great listening to you two have a conversation. This is lame. So which is it? Is it great or is it lame?
I think it's probably lame is what he's saying.
Okay. Nice pickup for Aaron Jones.
And when there's about a minute left or so, I'll get my dinner in the microwave so we can have that experience together.
Sure. Obi-Wan says, you creeped him out.
No, it's 11:03 Eastern on a Friday.
Yeah,
probably just wants to go to bed, guys.
Is the Sim's about over?
Yeah. Saying, all right, I've done my job here. I've tuned into parts of 3 DraftKings Madden simulations on a Friday night. I think I kind of get the gist of it. Got to see my man Freeze Pops do his thing, and I can go to bed.
I do have another question for him that maybe you do know the answer to. Maybe this feels like something that would have come up on one of your pots at some point or another. And I should have asked him with all the field goals that we're seeing here in this game, obviously. Mm-hmm. Who is Mort's favorite kicker to watch? Doesn't even have to be current. Could be, over the last decades.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know one of his favorite kickers to check out.
I know current day kickers, the guys that he loves to watch are Will Lutz down in New Orleans, Harrison Butker in Kansas City, and he admires everything Justin Tucker has done up in Baltimore. And then all-time Jan Stenerud, huge inspiration for him. You know, also being a guy that grew up in Europe that came over and is in the Hall of Fame. And so that's one guy for him. And then Gary Anderson, a guy who, you know, they came in the league basically the same year. I think Gary might have been 1 year after Morton or 1 year before. Played basically the same amount of time. Morton's got him by a few years. Same last name, other than one letter being different at the end. Definitely has a lot of love for Gary Anderson. So those are a few of the dudes that he looks at and is like, yeah, I like how they kick. I like their style.
Nice. Well,
Vinatieri, overrated. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, Adam Vinatieri got major props for a guy that went in and broke all the records Morton set.
Wild to me, by the way, that we are looking at a 16-all game.
Oh,
But
man,
yeah.
gotta love the prospect of overtime again. That'd be great. Not. So what do we got? What do we got in the small?
Jared says, and now that Mort's gone, Koff comes crawling back to us. You know I love you, Jared. The entire Kilgore clan.
Put that in the fridge. We're making moves here, people.
Just an absurd play, by the way, to give us a touchdown. Look at this. So you have Drew Lock, pardon me, long gain, the Hamler all the way down to about the 20, and a giant touchdown, picked up 73. Are you kidding me? Just when people thought overtime was inevitable, it's about to be 23-16 with less than 30 seconds to go in the fourth. Holy cow.
I love to see that.
The Hamler.
He's so big. The Hamler in my lineup, so I'm gonna have to see where I finished there because of that.
How about that?
That's why we play the game, Cuff.
Well, now we see, obviously, if we can get Mr. Hail Mary Aaron Rodgers to deliver some greatness.
That is what he does. He loves a good Hail Mary.
A lot of people here excited in the chat, obviously, about that touchdown. And you, sir, you've jumped up to 23rd place.
Okay.
Mark 2497 is in front by about a 1.5. Aaron Rodgers into the bonus, 1st and 10 from the 26, has all 3 timeouts, 20 seconds left.
There we go. Looking, firing.
That helps.
All right.
That's the midfield.
Putting them in
Still very
position.
much in play. Alana says, hey, Tom, what's in the old microwave?
So we will be having a meatball sub from The Haven, which is in the south part of the city here in St. Louis, near Morgan's sister's house.
Nice.
It's a small little hole in the wall place.
So fresh off Hamler's 15th touchdown in Madden 21, Rodgers, very short completion, and he's going to pick up 5 yards and get a timeout, but very little clock left here. 5 seconds. Time for one more play to try and even up this game. Do you think it'll happen? 2nd and 5 on the way from the 44. Can Rodgers do it?
I would guess no, but I guess we'll see.
I want it. Much as I want to go finish WandaVision, I want it. I want Aaron Rodgers. I want the Mr. Hail Mary to get it done here from the 44.
Here we go. For all the marbles.
Rodgers, he's got time. He's got space.
That's a
Big
bullet.
throw into traffic, knocked down, and that's going to do it. Look to see if he had maybe 1 tick left on the clock. He doesn't. Sorry, Matt LaFleur, not going to work out for you here tonight. It is a 23-16 win for BK's Broncos at Virtual Mile High.
All right. Thank you for not giving us overtime.
And we went an hour plus without talking for even 1 second about NFL free agency.
See, that's what happens when a Hall of Famer drops in the YouTube chat and is just willing to hang out.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Love to see that.
Scoring from both teams in every single quarter as well. We'll look at the numbers here.
Exciting game. Good sim all around for many reasons.
Absolutely. Great. I mean, several reasons.
Great action, great convo, great interaction.
Great Hall of Famer.
For my money, the greatest kicker of all time. And yes, I am contractually obligated to say that.
Adam Vinatieri has a bias in my book, but we can all understand that. Rodgers, 333. No touchdown passes, though, for A.A. Ron. Drew Lock goes for 241 and a couple of scores, including that game winner, and a long one where he had about a third of his yards to K.J. Hamler. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Bonzo says, no Pats talk. Thank God, with a little smiley face. Tom's Microwave. Good energy. Jones, 17 on the ground. That's it. Gordon goes for 69. Nice. Touchdown for Rodgers on his 6-yard carry. 26 for Locke, who was actually the second leading rusher. Again, just dismal, Aaron Jones. Dismal. He did go 6 for 48, though, in the air. Adams, 10 for 124. Bonus. Fant, 8 for 135. Bonus. Touchdown. Lewis, 6 for 56. MVS, 4 for 71. Multiple catches for Sutton, for Funchess, generally quieter days. Hamler, the 1 catch for 73. And, of course, that was a score. Jordan says, great sim, took 4th in the free roll, won my classic single entry. I'd say it's a good night for Jordan. No
wow, there you go.
Brad says, great guys, fun show, A++. I don't think you can do better than that. So
that seems like the highest grade you can get possible.
Oh, it's about that time.
The microwave is done.
About that time. Let's bring out the food, give everybody a sniff, and send them on their way.
So first of all, microwave cover. No matter what, always throw it on top just in case.
Sure. Important to be safe.
Yeah, look at that thing. That's a legit meatball sub right there.
There you go.
I'm going to devour that thing moments after we conclude this sim.
You've made me hungry. So thanks.
Got sauce all over my hands.
That's one approach. A napkin's another.
You don't need a napkin when you have a mouth cuff.
Anyone else seen that on a bumper sticker? I feel like that would be on a t-shirt that we could buy somewhere online. You don't need a napkin when you've got a mouth. Yep. All right. Thanks all for being with us. Coming up, obviously, we'll give you the player awards and schedule and all that good stuff. I will tell you tomorrow, it is a different kind of day in Simland. Here's what you need to know. I've got you for the first 2 sims with my boy, BK, Brandon Cristal. Browns, Texans for the nooner. Lions, Eagles for the Madden matinee. You do not have a 4 or a 6. Instead, sandwich right in between. At 5 o'clock, it is the American Cornhole League Tournament live right here on YouTube and Twitch, here on Dream Stream channels. You do not want to miss it. And then you are coming back for a pair with Matt LaMarca. Good
first time ever.
Yeah.
It's a week of firsts for me here. I got first time in the one chair, first time with Christian DeAndrea, first time with LaMarca, and I'm getting a double header with LaMarca, and first time Morton decided to pop onto the Dream Stream. So all sorts of firsts for me this week.
Love that. That'll be great. So Seahawks, Cardinals for prime time at 8, Madden after dark, Dolphins, Patriots at 10. Another good time there, obviously, inevitably. And I'll make some contests as soon as we're done here so you can jump on into the DK Sim Fan Friends League and get your lineups in for tomorrow. But who is your Krusty Koff player of the game for this one?
I'm going to give it to my man, Noah Fant.
Great call.
Hitting the bonus.
Yeah.
Great game for the Broncos tight end. He gets the wooden nickel, entitling him to a free ice cream cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis. Congratulations.
If only they knew all their free advertising. It's fairly amazing. Aaron Jones, the Babysitter Billy Award winner.
Yeah, it's obvious. The guy just did nothing. So, I mean, we don't need to rehash it. Not my kid, not my problem. Aaron Jones. Sorry, dude.
All right. Thanks very much to Mike, to Daniel, to Zach, to Tara Lynn, everybody for hanging out here with us. Greatly appreciated. He is Tommy Freeze Pops. I am Adam Kaufman for Morton Anderson. Yeah, the real dude hanging out here with us in the chat. Thanks for hanging with all of us. And we will be back with you in a little less than 13 hours. Have a great rest of your Friday.